A beautiful gallery offers coffee with a pleasant atmosphere, a meeting of two people in a well-lit place. The wives and mistresses of one man. The Duchess turned to Mrs. Sayre Thorson because she felt that the girl was distracted by something. Sarah said that she came here because she wanted to tell her something. Even if she does not receive the Duchess's forgiveness, she nevertheless has no intention of parting with the Duke. The Duchess asked her to take this package. The lady noted that it contained exactly 100,000 pounds. A simpleton like Sarah had never seen such money in her life. The lady trying to buy her with money is the Duchess. She remarked that if these 100,000 or a million aren't enough, she can give more. The girl apologized and said that no matter how much she offered her, it wouldn't sway her. This mistress was sincerely not in love. The girl screamed that she truly loved this man and asked for forgiveness. But no matter what she did, they would not part with him. The Duchess remarked that Mrs. Sayre was in an excellent position. The main character of this novel is not a girl with pink hair, but a duchess. Tareya Delova said that she can continue to seduce him. Since these are her words, she must definitely keep them. The Duchess asked her to take the money and buy a beautiful dress, since she needed to show up for a date. Tareya said that she would support the love between them. In this empire, there are two noble young dukes, one of whom is the husband of the Dylovs, a warmonger who inflicts war on his enemies and is known as the Black Lion of the Empire. He is the mentor of this book's protagonist, and of course the Duchess entered the body of the wife of this distinguished duke. When she opened her eyes, she saw the Duchess and thought it was very sweet, but soon she remembered everything. Delova was such a pathetic woman. She dedicated her whole life to loving her husband, but received nothing in return. She soon met death in the shadow of her mistress, immediately married her, and as a result, no trace of her remained in the duchy. Not only did she die an unjust death due to discord within the duchy, but no one would even sympathize with her in the future. Our main character decided that she would not give up so easily. She would definitely survive and enjoy money and power to her heart's content. In that case, she needs a divorce as soon as possible. She'll give Sarah the money, the people, and the duchy. Therefore, she asks that she share love with her husband, the Duke, for the rest of her life. The butler greeted Madame when she returned. The lady noticed that she had already returned and asked if the Duke was now in his office. The maid reported that His Excellency was absent, which struck her as odd. It seemed he had no travel plans today. The maid reported that he told her he had personal business. He really does like his personal business, but it's obvious where and with whom he went to meet. The mistress asked where he had gone, and the maid became worried. She said it was to Lavran. Tareya knew it. This is the same address of the house her husband bought for Sarah. This is truly the love of the century. The Duchess showed that she was sad and upset that he had gone there today. But in fact, the girl was very glad that he went there. She was glad that he continued to see her openly. On the contrary, she was grateful to him. The lady asked to be left alone for a while. The maid, of course, was not against it. She felt very sorry for her mistress. Tareya was delighted and sighed with relief. Nervous breakdowns, lack of physical activity. Even the slightest movement tires this weak body. The girl had no idea how she could survive with this cottony body. Her plan is this. The first thing to do is to create the image of an unhappy, sickly duchess who suffered emotional harm from her husband and mistress. Based on this image, she places the blame on her husband. The lady will successfully divorce, simultaneously receiving her husband's property. This is called a magnificent solo project. She thought again that this really was the perfect plan. The Duchess even gave Sarah money and encouraged her to continue dating. And she hoped she didn't overdo it, because the girl looked like she was really scared. She might get scared and back out. Meanwhile, she heard her husband's footsteps. He appeared faster than she thought. The expression on her face is colder than ice. Bright red eyes that attract attention. He asked if she was in her right mind. This scoundrel with a pretty face. This man is the main character's husband. Bloody eyes, red, beautiful, and possessing special power. This is a very rare genetic mutation. Everything about them is a mystery, as are the limits of their power. The reason the original protagonist chose Duke Dylov as his mentor was because he had the same blood-red eyes. The girl didn't find those eyes beautiful. Looking at her with those eyes, you can't call it beautiful. Her husband noted that they said she was seeing someone today. He decided to find out who she had seen a few hours ago today. Tareya asked if he could next ask if she had seen the woman. He asked if Jana had spoken to her very well, and the comma in the stream gave her an envelope with money. Tareya was shocked that he even knew this. After all, there definitely wasn't a spy in that cafe. Perhaps Sarah couldn't stand it and told him everything. The Duchess smiled and said it was nothing special. She just told her to take the money and leave him alone. It seems he was not informed of this. The man sighed and said that she herself said that it was okay to date her. So he didn't understand why she was now doing such an unworthy act. Tareya is a duchess, and the girl would agree she is truly a noble lady. She is the Duchess of Dilov, so she asks if she has done anything unbecoming of a duchess. She simply enjoyed tea with the poor girl, gave her mistress some money, and told her to leave. In the eyes of the public, this is, after all, worthy behavior for a duchess. He may have asked her to refrain from seeing anyone in the future. After that, he left, and the girl started crying. They said they could meet, so they met. Now he's talking such absurd things, so she doesn't understand what the problem is. She was shocked that he was saying that she should abstain and keep everything to herself. He's no one to forbid her anything. The maids don't understand how this duke can be so cruel. They felt very sorry for Madame. Thanks to him, the girl's public opinion is going as it should. He can walk without looking back, and he didn't even take his grief-stricken wife by the hand. Although those noble hands are meant for Sarah. The lady decided that she had had enough of this. In any case, his hands were not for nothing. After this, a maid came up to her and said that she was told that the Countess Amantha would soon be here. Tareya was surprised, but asked that tea be prepared for them in the greenhouse. After she entered this body, the results of what she had prepared finally began to manifest. As soon as she arrived here, the holy girl looked through all the protocols of the imperial court to find out whether divorce was possible in this world, and if so, in what cases. As a result, the girl learned that the most useful person for her would be Countess Amantha. The woman said that with the help of the imperial family, they completely divorced her ex-husband. All because she is the only woman who has regained her title after a divorce and appeared at the imperial banquet. Now is the time to draw her conclusions. The ideal reason for divorce, which even the imperial family recognized, the girl really wanted to know about the rumors from the Countess of Amantha. Tareya remarked that it was as if it hadn't happened. If she was having a hard time, she didn't have to tell her. But the Countess said that practically everyone already knew about it. In this world, where even the emperor has courtesans, a duke having a mistress is not grounds for divorce. However, this is shameful and vulgar. Then the lady understood. This must have been a difficult conversation, so she was grateful to the Countess for telling her about it. The Countess was very grateful to the Duchess for her concern. Meanwhile, Tareya was overjoyed because it was bingo. The emperor received a letter and asked what it was about. It was a letter from the Duchess of Dilov. The operation thought it was something unusual, since it came from that quiet duchess. The unfortunate woman reports to His Majesty, the great emperor. Beautiful days under the shining sun and lush trees, all thanks to His Majesty's generosity. But perhaps His Majesty knows that her husband is so handsome and perfect that any woman in the empire would desire him. But she's not sure he knows that her husband has a beast that is so weak that he can barely stand up. As a wife in love with her husband, she would not want to neglect her duties, expecting love from him. But all that awaited her was a silent view from behind of the Duke. She wanted to do her duty as a duchess and be pure, but in the end she spends these nights with emptiness in her soul. The emperor was already completely at his wits' end when he realized that the impeccable Duke of Dilov was in fact impotent. She will eagerly await the wise decision of His Majesty, who has the eyes of an eagle and the heart of a dragon. The Duchess sent him a petition of rather interesting content. It's important to prepare thoroughly for a divorce, but there's something more important. And this is a winning move. To bring together two adulterous men and a woman. And the Duchess disappears to a place where she will have nothing in common with the original. Tareya was already ready to say goodbye to death. Cupid sets off in search of freedom. As I sent, madam, they have now arrived. They're in Lavran now. The lady merely told him the name of the street, and he dropped her off right in front of the exact building. The coachman seemed to have gotten used to coming here. The lady asked the man what floor she lived on. The servant tried to pretend that he did not understand what the mistress was talking about, but she was sure that he knew what she was talking about. Tareya decided that since he wasn't saying anything, it meant she lived in this building. It's quite a big, cozy nest for dirty love. The girl opened the door with a smile and was glad that he came. But when she opened her eyes, she realized that this was not her Duke. They were acting as if they had been in love for thousands of years. Tareya noted that they hadn't seen each other for a week. The gallery in the village square. In order to see her freely, he bought an entire house and provided a maid so that she would not get her hands dirty. Since that's the case, why not bring her straight to the duchy? Then she can quickly get out of there. It's a win-win situation for both of them. Tareya noticed that Mrs. Sarah was looking at the painting, so she turned to her. This is a painting where a woman is spying on her lover. This means that the ring on the man's ring finger is the same as the one on the woman outside the window. The title of the work is Pure Relations. The author was unknown. From an ironic point of view, she likes the title. Perhaps this painting should be hung in the Duke's room. Terea said that if she liked this painting, she could give it to her. But the girl immediately began to refuse. She can't accept it, so you shouldn't buy it. The lady thought that this girl could just accept it, and that's it. It seems she even has a conscience. Terea asked what trait of her husband she liked. The girl lowered her eyes and said that the Duke loved her very much. Terea even said that this is an outstanding love and a very good positive trait. Sarah noted that if you truly love a person, then you will like everything about him and believed that Madame simply did not love the Duke. Terea said with a smile that of course she loves him, and even very much. Sarah didn't quite understand why the lady told her that, considering that she loved him. The lady just wants her beloved husband to be happy with the one he truly loves. If possible, she should come out safely and cleanly. And so the girl hopes that they will have a happy ending. The label of an adulterous man and woman will haunt them for the rest of their lives. And she cannot be sure that their love will endure this. And in order for love to continue to burn, one must endure adversity. The girl began to think about whether she really loved the Duke, because she supported them. In the future, she really wants these two to rub shoulders with each other. She'll just add a little spice. The reason the Duchess came today is because Sarah needs to know something. After some time, this will be the talk of the entire empire. The girl did not understand what was being discussed, so the Duchess told her that he was impotent. Everyone was very surprised when Duke Dilov entered at that moment. The man approached Terai and said that they needed to talk. He then also hugged his lover. It was just awful. When he's around his wife, the first thing he does is grab his mistress. He has such unusual behavior. Terea noted that this was very strange, as he should now be dealing with state affairs at the imperial palace. That's why she doesn't understand why he's here right now. The Duke believed that now was not the time for affairs of state. He said that it would be better for Sarah to return home now. He warned her to be careful who she dates, so he came running because she dared to drag his precious girl away from the nest. The lady remembered that she had to look after her own, so she suggested that her husband go somewhere else. She really wanted him to walk slower because he was practically running. He doesn't seem to know that the Duchess has poor physical abilities. He acts as if he doesn't care at all. He turned back and noticed that his wife was still lagging behind. Perhaps her legs were short. She got angry at this and said that she never thought that she would hear the rudest words in her life from her husband. Come to think of it, she particularly remembered one scene when she was reading the original work. The Duchess, who was always forced to look at her husband only from behind. One day, when he turned back, she happily said that she liked to follow someone, and that someone will always be her husband. It's a shame that such a phrase was used for this scoundrel. The anger made it even more difficult. The girl wanted to get into the carriage rather quickly. Suddenly, the husband grabbed his wife in his arms and she was in complete shock. She didn't understand why he suddenly started acting like this. He said that now they should talk. He thought she must not know how much he wanted to meet her. The lady was surprised and remarked that she was very happy to hear this and called him her favorite. And there is a lot to talk about. She sent a petition to the palace 5 days ago. The girl was surprised that he already knew about it. Things were moving faster in the imperial palace than she thought. The lady noted that this was true and sent it. He may have asked if she really said he was impotent. The lady pretended to be surprised and asked what kind of unworthy word it was. She doesn't know where he heard it, but her soul ached when she heard that he had such a sexual dysfunction. The Duke became very angry and asked someone about the sexual father function. Someone sent the information she indicated in the petition to the newspaper as an anonymous report. Because of this, it was published this morning and spread throughout the empire as the secret of Duke Dilov. The Duchess did not understand at all who had committed such a senseless act. Of course it was her. Playing with the public will lead to a sure victory. When she wrote the petition to the emperor, she sent another copy to the newspaper with the same content. But she did not think that it would spread so quickly. Now it was the influence of the most ardent man in the empire. Her husband wanted to know why she wrote a petition containing such false information. The lady asked again what he was talking about and what false information this was. The Duke was shocked that she had never checked this, and she doesn't know whether his sexual dysfunction is false or not. That's true, she's definitely read about it. This scoundrel forced the Duchess to be alone. The man hesitated. He even forced her to spend her wedding night alone, and now he thinks his excuse will work. The gentleman told her to check right now. Terea was completely horrified and didn't understand what he was talking about. This man seems to have gone crazy. He invites her to test herself as a man. She didn't want to sleep with him. I asked what he was saying in such and such a place. She doesn't want to be seen with someone who, at his own discretion, has fun wherever and with whomever he chooses. A nervous laugh escaped the Duke. He asked if she was really unhappy with her marriage to him. The lady was surprised. He seemed to think it was the other way around. He acted as if she were some kind of decoration hanging around his neck. The man began to say that he had already done so much for her. The girl couldn't understand where he had left his conscience. He seemed to have put it in a bowl of soup and eaten it. Or maybe she forgot what kind of person he is. Tareya said he was the youngest minister of defense and the leader of the Imperial Knights, so she didn't understand why he was asking such obvious information. The girl began to believe that he was showing off his wealth through photos. Like people who show off by showing off diplomas from prestigious universities, he is trying to show what an amazing person he is. And it seems that by doing so, he wants to say that he was very busy. Not bad. He showed rather repulsive behavior. The gentleman of the subject, it was strange, but he also asked what he was even talking about. She didn't understand why he walked as if he regretted it, although perhaps in his eyes it seemed strange. His wife, who until now had been looking at him with extreme frequency, had to smile sadly after these words. And after that, she also said that she still loves him, and add that he will withdraw his petition. However, such words can become evidence in a divorce. In fact, there have been cases where, having softened in this way, the words have been recorded and presented as evidence. After this, the lady asked where they had arrived because she did not understand where they were. Her husband said that they had arrived at the Imperial Palace, and after a trial from all sides, this matter would be resolved. The girl didn't understand what he was trying to fix. It seemed like what she said about impotence. If the husband was trying to fix this marriage, he should have gotten down on his knees, sorted out his mistress's house, and apologized. But even if he says now that he is very sorry, she still does not intend to stay married to a man she does not even like. Therefore, they will still separate in any case. If he had said so in advance, the lady would have dressed appropriately. In her haste, she could only tie up her hair. Her husband said they could continue their conversation after the trial. Tareya didn't understand at all what to continue talking about. The court her husband is talking about, the divorce doors, is not the kind of trial before their judge that they are used to thinking about. It is more like an informal meeting. Simply put, it's like the Emperor's playground. They greeted His Majesty the Emperor, the Dragon Heart, and the great hawk eyes of the Empire. The Emperor agreed to let them pass because he had been expecting their pair for a long time. The Emperor is Bernardo Radric II. Although he is considered a magnanimous hero with all the qualities, he has a special side that makes his subordinates suffer. Well, that's not the lady's concern at all. What's more important is that, thanks to this, the matter went smoothly. The Emperor said that he would begin to speak first. He asked with a smile whether the Duke was really impotent. The man immediately denied the accusations, claiming it was a misunderstanding. He was certain his wife had misunderstood and that nothing of the sort had happened. He insisted that all the accusations were false and that his wife had misinterpreted the events. These allegations, in his view, were untrue. The Emperor asked how long he had been married to his wife. The man replied that they had been married for 3 years, clarifying that their relationship was not as stated. Hearing this, the Emperor noted that his wife could not be mistaken and suggested asking the Duchess directly what she would say about this. The Emperor turned to the Duchess and asked if she had told the exact truth in her petition, without distorting the facts. The lady, taking the handkerchief in her hands, began to cry, admitting that she had written in the petition what she had truly felt based on her experience. She claimed to suffer every night and experience intense pain, explaining that a man could not understand her suffering. This could not be proven. The Duke objected, saying that he did not understand why this could not be proven, since he was ready to provide all the necessary evidence right now. The Emperor noted that if the Duke was declared incompetent, the imperial family could face serious consequences. He reminded everyone that the Duke is a symbol of the Empire's young blood. If he proves incompetent, it could significantly impact Dilov's image and future. The Duke symbolizes the strength and dignity of the Empire, and if his incompetence is confirmed, it will deal a blow to the prestige of the entire Empire. Therefore, proving this fact will be extremely difficult, especially for the imperial family, which will face problems. Despite all this, the Emperor found it amusing to watch what was happening, although he did not want to take the matter too seriously. The Duke shouted in a rage that he would never get divorced, but the lady reminded him that the decision was ultimately made by His Majesty. The Emperor then turned to Madame and asked her whether she wished to continue the marriage or whether she would prefer to end it. The lady bowed and expressed her wish. She asked the Emperor to divorce her from her husband, having decided that she no longer wanted to endure suffering. She confirmed that her intention remains unchanged, as stated in the petition. She does not want to suffer anymore and live in tears every night. The emperor thought for a moment and, assessing the spouse's intentions, said that he would make a decision on the case and deliver his verdict in the near future. He gave them 4 weeks to live separately, cool off, and give them time to think before their next trial. The law prescribed this period of separation, and 4 weeks became an official reprieve to allow reflection and feelings to subside. 4 weeks is not such a long time, according to the emperor, but in their case, it should have given them some time to make decisions. The lady decided that she would use these 4 weeks wisely to prepare her next step and do everything necessary for her well-being. The maid informed Madame that the tea she usually drank was ready, and she could relax and rest a little before the next events. The lady was very grateful to her faithful maid, Rose, for her care. At that moment, she was sitting with a newspaper that announced the Duke and Duchess's grace period. After the court hearing, Terea leisurely enjoyed her tea. She followed the events closely, knowing that to protect her weak concept, she needed to remain in the shadows. The lady realized it looked formal and elegant, but she enjoyed the process itself. The tea ceremony awakened not only the senses but also dopamine, which brought some relief. Despite all this, the tea didn't taste perfect to her. She wondered if perhaps it lacked the flavor of coffee, her favorite drink. To be fair, of all the things she considered her comfort, the absence of coffee was especially noticeable. It created a void in her soul that haunted her for a long time. After some time, Terea developed the habit of mixing various ingredients, trying to find something similar to the taste of coffee. Finally, she succeeded, awakening tender sensations in her soul. This new taste gave her a sense of relief, as if it were relieving her of her misfortunes. The 4-week grace period seemed a wise decision under the circumstances. After this time, there will be a need to listen to their opinions again, and then a final verdict will be made: divorce or continuation of life together. However, for the lady herself, divorce was her primary goal. To achieve this, she needed to skillfully manipulate public opinion and create the necessary conditions. At that moment, numerous invitations came in her name, as if everyone was trying to arrange meetings, wanting to discuss her situation. Apparently, many were curious, as Duke Dylov himself was the center of attention. The lady asked Rosa to politely decline all invitations so as not to create unnecessary controversy. The reason for the refusal could be found to be quite acceptable. The lady was planning to return to her parents' house for a while to recover from the difficulties she had experienced. Her plan was to spend her time in the shadows, shedding tears at night, suffering because her husband was impotent and she could not count on his support. Following this difficult revelation, the Duchess experienced both mental and physical weakness. Consequently, she decided to return to her parents to recuperate. Complete silence on the part of the Duchess would be the best defense against rumors of divorce and impotence. This would help maintain control of the situation and keep it within bounds. Rose, having handed the letter to the lady, asked what she should do next. There were a lot of letters from Doris again, so the lady told me to send them back, as always. By the way, there are some things that need to be done before restoration. A few days later, she asked me to put flowers near the fountain. Terea has caused quite a scandal, and now she can't just let it all go. Her decision demands attention and will undoubtedly have consequences. It was a charity event supporting artists of low social status or those in difficult circumstances. For Terea, the banquet was her first event since the trial, and she offered no further explanation. All the high-ranking and noble figures of the empire will surely flock here, drawn by curiosity. This will be an event that will not go unnoticed, and everyone will be eager to keep up with it. This event is a great place to present new information that will get everyone interested and thinking about what's going on around them. The couple often organizes charity events together to improve community engagement and promote important causes that can impact many people. But this time, Terea's husband went on a business trip and said they could discuss everything after she returned. This put her in a state of suspense, but she decided not to delay. In fact, it was even better. The Duchess finally showed up at the charity event, marking a significant moment in her life after a long hiatus. Terea, who had been in hiding since her exposure, attended the event alone, without her husband, Duke Dylov. This attracted even more attention and made it clear to everyone that something had changed. It was like adding fuel to the fire. It only heightened her interest. Suddenly, a man approached Terea, and she couldn't help but notice his presence. He was determined. Terea was willing to listen to the man, and he thanked her for her help, as she was a benefactor of their gallery. This meant a lot to him, and he was very grateful. He said his long-held dream, to allow everyone, from the rich to the common people, to enjoy art, came true thanks to her support. It was made possible thanks to her participation. Tereya modestly replied that he was exaggerating, but was happy to help out at the gallery. She added that this place had become a source of comfort during difficult times when she needed support. The man, clearly delighted, said that, of course, this conversation was not for public consumption, but he noticed that a golden bell had rung for the artist Doris's work. This was a significant event. The man announced that the proceeds from the sale of the work, as well as the commission, would be transferred to the usual account as usual. Everything was going according to plan, and this was in his best interests. A golden bell meant that a work by an artist in whom Tereya had invested had exceeded the auction house's expected price, a sign of success and growing interest. After deciding to get a divorce, Tereya began actively investing her time, money, and effort into creating a channel of circulation and communication to support the work of various artists. Tereya provided full support and invested in those with talent, regardless of their social status. She believed that everyone should have a chance to succeed, regardless of their background. If a work by a renowned artist was sold to someone who recognized its value, Tereya received a profit proportionate to her investment. It was a fair reward for her efforts. It wasn't exactly like a commission, more like a pension, and Tereya was very grateful for the news. Everything was working out well, and she felt satisfied with her investments. The man also reminded her that it was still a secret, and he understood the importance of confidentiality. Incidentally, Doris continued to send letters to Tereya, maintaining contact with her. The man said that on this matter he wanted to express gratitude to his sponsor, but the lady clearly separates personal and business matters, not allowing them to mix. So she conveyed that she had no intention of meeting or exchanging letters. The gentleman understood her position perfectly well and did not insist on changing her mind. The event discussed the events surrounding the Duchess and Duke's postponement, which attracted the attention of all those present and generated interest. All present were stunned when the High Treasurer, the Marquis of Oronte, appeared unexpectedly in the company. This noble man was known for his independence from scandals and rumors, preferring not to participate in dirty gossip, and remained pure in society. This was extremely shocking, especially considering that the matter involved Duke Dilov and the Ministry of Defense, which traditionally opposed the Ministry of Finance. Apparently, the Marquis did not miss the chance to take advantage of the situation to tease the Duke, who was clearly not in the best position. Tereya expressed her gratitude to everyone present at the charity event, appreciating their support and attention to such an important event. She was the host of the banquet, as was Duchess Dilova, who had prepared the artist's work, which she joyfully presented to everyone who came. The Duke did not go on a business trip and watched everything that was happening from a remote location, carefully monitoring the atmosphere at the event. The party took place in an outdoor space decorated with works of art, creating an atmosphere of cultural celebration and inspiration. Many people came who were invited to participate in such an important charity event. Among them were famous personalities. However, among all the guests, only one person enjoyed the atmosphere and truly enjoyed what was happening at the banquet evening. Everyone except Duchess Dilov was trying to sniff out something and figure out what was going on behind the scenes. It was written all over their faces. Countess Samantha approached the Duchess, and the lady greeted her with joy, hoping for a pleasant conversation and an opportunity to communicate. The Countess was glad to see her mistress in good health and wanted to say something, but decided that this was not the most appropriate place for such conversations. Tereya laughed and noted that it was a great place for artists to forget formalities and talk without stress. The Countess was in complete shock when the lady suggested forgetting about formalities, because this meant that more important topics could be discussed. The Countess thought that she could now speak boldly about what had been bothering her for a long time, and the Duchess was clearly in the mood for a frank conversation. The Countess believed that she could now discuss the subject openly, and readily expected that her mistress would be the first to begin this conversation. The Countess began to ask with concern whether the Duchess was really all right, as if she cared about her condition. But in fact, she was completely unaware of what was going on. She didn't realize the Duchess was going through the same emotions she was. At that moment, Tereya realized what the Countess was saying, but she remained silent. When Tereya understood what the lady meant, she was slightly surprised, but decided not to explain anything so as not to reveal her feelings. The Countess continued to say that the Duchess was very poor and unhappy, as if trying to justify her behavior and make everyone feel sorry for her. Tereya couldn't help but laugh. Despite her desire to remain serious, her hands were shaking, but she still did what was necessary. The gentleman addressed the lady with the remark that this charity event would become an important and significant event, attracting the attention of many people. Everyone around him agreed with him that this event would certainly prove satisfactory, since it was bound to leave a vivid impression. They promised to give her one of the best potions for erectile dysfunction and also offered to buy her a beautiful painting so that she could enjoy it. At this time, strange proposals were made, but Terea was grateful for the attention and good intentions, even if they seemed ridiculous. The lady asked everyone present to enjoy the works, and she herself moved a little to the side so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Terea declined the invitation on the pretext that she needed to recover, and refused to engage in active communication that would only worsen her condition. She needed some privacy to rest quietly in the room and then finish all the work she had put off for later. In the hallway, she met her husband with a bouquet of roses in his hands, and this sight raised a lot of questions in her that she could not immediately understand. Terea couldn't understand what was happening and didn't know why her husband had appeared here, especially with flowers in his hands, which seemed extremely unexpected. She was confused and could not understand why he had brought these flowers and why she was again being haunted by such questions and strange gestures on his part. The husband noticed that women liked flowers, so he decided to buy some for her on the way, not hiding his satisfaction at having brought her such a gift. He insisted that she accept the flowers, but the lady was not in the mood to show gratitude, although she felt slightly embarrassed. She mentioned that he had gone on a business trip, but he began to say that he had come to ask why she had decided to divorce him. He noted that this decision would not be good for her or their relationship, and perhaps she should think about it again. After the Duchess lost her husband's warmth and support, her achievements and awards began to lose their value, and she began to think about the future. Terea had already begun to gather her belongings in preparation for the changes, as she understood that her husband should not worry about her plans. He said he always thought she was happy with him and couldn't understand why she would suddenly decide to get a divorce when everything seemed to be going well. These words simply drove Terea crazy. She couldn't understand how anyone could think that she felt good with such a man. He allowed himself to have a mistress and live a carefree life, and now that she decided to get a divorce, he began to accuse her of doing it without reason. The Duke may not want to hear the truth, but the lady is certain he will find it difficult to accept. Everything must be unexpected and shocking for him. If she were truly living well, she wouldn't have filed the petition. This decision might have been a consequence of her dissatisfaction with her current life. Terea said she wasn't going to answer his questions anymore. He had to explain why he'd never tried to understand her point of view. It struck her. He'd left the woman he loved, and now he was standing before her asking such questions. It was strange how he couldn't grasp the absurdity of the situation. He tried to explain that he didn't really love that woman, but his words only made the situation worse, further emphasizing his insincerity. She was horrified by what he had just said. His confession was beyond her comprehension, and she couldn't understand what was happening. It was terrifying to hear him say that. He said he didn't love Sarah, and it was like a blow to her. How could he say that without thinking about the consequences? Terea sighed heavily, filled with anger. She didn't care. It didn't matter whether he loved her or not. Either way, their marriage would end in divorce. The Duke grabbed her hand, trying to convince her he was serious. He asked her to trust him, but she was unimpressed, feeling only disgust. It was incredibly brazen of him. Even if she hadn't stopped reading his confession, his words still wouldn't have touched her. She won't forget how her life with him began. The story of the main wife was full of pain, no matter how long she lived with him. Despite all the privileges, she wasn't happy. Even in the best place, everyone envied her position. But inside, she suffered. He and his mistress were the cause of her misfortune, especially her husband, who failed to live up to her expectations. A vow of happiness is an empty word. Even a dog shouldn't be given one. His actions were as absurd as trying to draw with crayons in Siberia. Now he's come and claims he doesn't love her, asking her to believe him. If he were her, he wouldn't believe it himself. His actions don't inspire confidence. She remarked that if he'd really wanted her to believe him, he should have said so sooner. He continued to apologize, but she remained unmoved. But the lady responded calmly, saying she didn't need an apology. He could have kept it to himself. Beautiful flowers were something he could give to that woman, not to her. Terea wasn't interested in his attempts to please. She had finally cut ties with him. Terea felt relieved and satisfied with her decision. The Duke tried to stop her, calling her name over and over again, but she was determined, and his attempts could not bring her back. He shouted that he hadn't finished yet, but this only pushed her away even more. His words lost their meaning. He ran after her, begging her to listen to him to the end, but her decision was firm, and she was not going to stop. He looked like a madman, completely out of his mind. His behavior was strange and even frightening to Tereya. He screamed down the hallway and raced after her like a mad deer. Tereya couldn't understand what was happening to this man. Getting involved with this madness was simply a waste of nerves. Tereya decided it was better not to waste her time on this man. She decided to run away, knowing that if she reached the corner, she would find herself in the garden, where she could be left alone in peace. As she neared the corner, she suddenly felt fear. The situation had become too tense, and she began to lose confidence. She felt a sharp pain in her nose as if she'd hit a stone. This only added to her anxiety at that moment. But then a man approached, asking if the lady was okay. Her figure caught his attention, and he immediately decided to inquire about her condition. The man, noticing that perhaps he hadn't been paying enough attention, explained that he'd been somewhat intrigued by her appearance. He'd noted her platinum blonde hair, like a crown. His voice was soft and warm, and his violet eyes perfectly matched his appearance. He looked impeccable, and there was a certain restraint in his demeanor. At that moment, her husband ran up to the woman, and her face immediately darkened. She was upset, as his obsessiveness sometimes irritated her, especially now. The man apologized for his rudeness and, if he wasn't mistaken, offered to help, as he believed the woman was in a difficult situation. He was ready to support her. He offered to accompany her, and the lady considered his proposal. She immediately sensed that it could be a good decision. She soon agreed, saying she would ask him to accompany her. It wasn't an easy decision, but she didn't want to be alone. The man asked who this person was, and the lady replied that it was her husband, adding that he would soon become her ex. She also added that her husband would soon be left in the past, which was an important point in the conversation for her. The man introduced himself as Pablo Real Ensdobi. He apologized for the late introduction and hoped it wouldn't cause any inconvenience. The lady immediately realized that he was the Marquis of Ensdobi's younger brother. This discovery was important to her, as she knew who stood before her. The man was surprised that the lady recognized him and remarked that it was a great honor to meet her. She had learned of the Marquis's death several months earlier. Since the Marquis had no children, his younger brother inherited his title, and Pablo now became Marquis. This was a momentous event that also had an impact on the lady's life. The lady's intuition, reinforced by her husband's advice, told her this man was clearly no ordinary person. He possessed an aura that bespoke his uniqueness. She decided it would be wiser to stay away from such people to avoid getting into trouble. It was a cautious decision. She said that this situation definitely had meaning for the organizer, and he immediately realized that her words stopped him, while leaving no room for misunderstanding. The gentleman noted that this apparently implied that he was not alone in this gallery. He sensed that there might be other important figures here. The lady immediately realized his goal was to impress. He clearly put a lot of effort into appearing attractive and interesting to those around him. She also thought she shouldn't introduce herself, but he noticed that he already knew her well. This was strange and even somewhat unexpected. The lady apologized for the misunderstanding that had occurred, explaining that her husband was currently on edge, but she was sure that Pablo would understand the situation. Pablo noted that he had heard a lot about the lady and couldn't pass up the chance to meet her. It wasn't just a show of respect, but a sincere desire to see her. The lady carefully planned everything to ensure that her artist's works truly stood out. She did everything to ensure that these pieces received the attention and recognition they deserved. Tereya was more pleased that a man appreciated her abilities than if she had received a dress or jewelry. Recognition of her skills was more important to her. She hoped the man would have a good time at this party so that all her efforts wouldn't be in vain. Tereya was determined to create a pleasant atmosphere for her guests. The man smiled and offered to speak privately. He wanted to introduce her to the artist, but Tereya declined, believing that the conversation could take place later. She told him he could discuss the artist with her subordinates, but she needed to focus on finishing the banquet. The importance of the event didn't allow for any distractions. Tereya thanked him for his help, but reminded him that she needed to be careful for 4 weeks. She should avoid anything that might spread rumors. The man smiled and promised they would definitely see each other again. Tereya merely nodded in response, not wanting to delay his next steps. The servant approached and announced that, at her instruction, he had collected all of Tereya's personal belongings. He asked where he should take them. She answered decisively. Tereya told the servant without hesitation that he must throw out all her things. There was not a hint of doubt or regret in her voice. The man was stunned by her decision and tried to explain that these things weren't just objects, but important dresses and jewelry. He didn't understand her behavior. He even mentioned that among the things was a wedding gift, tears of the sun. But Tareya merely calmly repeated that all of it should be thrown away. Even if he decided to hide the wedding gift, she no longer cared. Tareya had made her decision, and his arguments didn't change her view of the situation. The scene unfolding in the house attracted the attention of many. Everyone present followed the events closely, surprised by the Duchess's behavior. Tareya wanted everyone who saw it to spread this painting throughout the house. She was pleased with the way her image of a free and independent woman was perceived. The man asked Tareya to confirm the items were properly delivered. He promised to deliver them safe and sound. She gave him a brief answer. The maids didn't know what to say in response to his words, but their eyes showed confusion. They felt awkward at that moment. Rose asked Tareya to listen to a message from His Excellency the Duke. Tareya didn't understand what he was talking about, as she thought he was busy. Tareya thought he had gone to meet Sarah, but it turned out he was away on business. He asked her not to leave the house until he returned. He wanted to meet and talk in person. But Tareya ignored this request, deciding that she was ready to continue her business and move on. The maid asked if Tareya planned to recuperate with her parents and when she would return. She waited for an answer, but Tareya had already made her decision. Tareya replied that she wouldn't return. This house no longer felt like home to her, and she had no intention of returning to a place where she had once considered part of the family. Thanks to her maid, Rose, the Duchess felt at ease and comfortable. The maid provided her with the care she needed, and in gratitude, the Duchess decided to leave her a parting gift. In addition, the Duchess asked that the maid delay the announcement of her departure to her husband as long as possible, as this was important for her plan. The maid assured her she could handle the task. She promised to delay the news as long as possible so the Duchess could leave without unnecessary worry. They set off, and as the Duchess had expected, the journalist behaved very respectfully, not interfering in their affairs, following pre-established norms of behavior. A crowd of journalists had already gathered in front of the main gates, eager to learn as much as possible about the events taking place, hoping to obtain at least some information. The Duchess was fortunate not to have used the Duchy's private carriage. Now she had the opportunity to retreat into the shadows, bidding farewell to an unpleasant phase of her life. The Duchess planned to build a new life for herself. She dreamed of a bright, happy future, relaxing in one of the most beautiful resorts. Yosin, the Duchess's home, is located next to a clear sea dubbed the Glass Sea. This place became her new refuge. This city was renowned for its developed maritime tourism industry and was a popular resort, well known to the Duchess. Its local beauty attracted visitors from all over the region. Nobles also frequently vacationed here, making the region even more attractive. The area's unique combination of natural beauty and developed infrastructure was a defining feature. A villa had been prepared for the Duchess in this city by her parents. This concern for their daughter touched her heart, and she felt grateful for their attention. The divorce settlement process wasn't as easy as expected. To understand each other, they needed to meet in person at least once every 2 weeks. This meant they might not see each other for up to 2 weeks, giving her plenty of time to prepare and complete all her affairs before finally leaving. When the Duchess arrived at her home, she was met by her mother, and the girl was very happy to see her after such a long separation. It was a warm and joyful meeting. Her parents had been waiting for her arrival for a long time, and their meeting was filled with joy and warmth. She felt how much they missed her presence. The Duchess hoped her parents were doing well. They were chatting calmly, but then her mother remembered that she should now call her Duchess. Tareya was a little puzzled by this, as she had thought they already had a good relationship. She didn't understand why such a change in address was necessary. This wasn't the first meeting with the Duchess's parents. They had previously come to the capital to meet their daughter during a grand banquet at the Imperial Palace. The Duchess was confused at the time, but thanks to this meeting and her parents' support, she adapted to the new world faster than she could have expected. Her parents assured her they would always love her, no matter the circumstances. These words warmed her soul and gave her the strength to move on. Thanks to the tenderness and care of her parents, the Duchess was able to quickly adapt to this world and gain the confidence that helped her cope with difficulties. The father was sure that Tareya was hungry after the long journey, and so he offered her something to eat, believing that it would be a good start for her after such a difficult journey. Mother also agreed with his proposal, her heart breaking when she saw how much thinner Tareya had become, as if she had become even thinner since their last meeting. After this, she was served her favorite dish, Veal, cooked to her taste, which immediately filled her soul with warmth and comfort. Terea remarked that this was indeed her favorite dish, and perhaps it was the Duchess's favorite too, since such subtle taste preferences often coincide. Since then, she decided that this dish would become her favorite because she chooses what she likes in this world, and this became her personal rule. To get a divorce from her husband, Terea knew she had to maintain her image for her loved ones and behave in accordance with those expectations. Deep down, she dreamed of a life without worries, a life filled with comfort and luxury, where she could be a shining example of the YOLO style. However, for her parents, she had to remain calm and serious, showing herself as a well-mannered and worthy daughter, so as not to raise unnecessary questions. After she finished eating, Terea noticed how delicious the dish was, and thanked her parents for their care and attention to her preferences. Then, gathering her strength, she told her parents that she had decided to divorce her husband, deciding to speak directly and honestly about her intention. Mother now realized that the rumors that had been circulating about the divorce were indeed true, and she could not believe that it had already become known. Terea was surprised that these rumors had already reached her home, and she could not believe how quickly these rumors had spread. Suddenly, her mother jumped up and ran somewhere, and Terea, not understanding what was happening, asked her father what exactly had happened. Her father laughed and led her to her mother, and Terea was confused, not understanding what exactly was happening and how it all connected with her words. In front of her stood a box filled with gold, silk rugs, tea leaves, and even a tea set. Everything was so disorganized that it seemed as if the items had been chosen at random. Mother explained that all this had been sent by her husband, the Duke. But Terea felt how this strange message from her husband only worsened her mood. This left Terea completely perplexed. But then her mother added that the Duke no longer had any connection to their family, as he had become an outsider. Mother declared that she did not need an impotent man, and that she was not going to take him back, despite all his attempts to justify himself. Her husband, trying to beg her, asked her to be more careful with her expressions, but his mother sharply objected, claiming that he himself could not be different. She could not forgive her husband for mocking their daughter and leaving her alone for 3 long years, thus betraying her. Mother could not understand why a man who was not capable of being a full-fledged husband would take a mistress without being able to satisfy her. She cried out, demanding that her daughter wake up immediately, since she could not understand why there was this period of delay in their lives at all. The father tried to explain that if his wife continued to behave the way she was doing now, their daughter would not be able to finish what she wanted to say. Apparently, her parents live in complete harmony and support each other. They practice the ideals of marriage and family relationships, as is evident in their lives. Not only can't they understand why he needs a mistress, but they also can't forgive her for hiding this truth about her life for so long. Living alone in the duchy, without friends or acquaintances, if not for the support of her parents, she would have no one to share her experiences with. The unfortunate woman is indeed the true Terea. However, our heroine does not share her fate and has very different views. In any case, her parents fully support her decision and opinion, respecting her choice in the current situation. Her father insisted that she get a divorce as soon as possible. The girl laughed and replied that she would certainly fulfill his request. At least for her parents' sake, she owed it to her to become a happy woman, independent of anyone. She said it might be worth dealing with this accumulated baggage. She also noticed a letter lying on the table. Intrigued, she asked what it was and who might have sent it. Looking at the signature, she realized that the letter was sent by her husband, the one who had not yet come to terms with their relationship. She imagined him trying to coax her into accepting the gifts and convincing his daughter to stay with him. It made her giggle. Apparently, he'd tried to break into his parents' house before her visit, which seemed ridiculous. She couldn't help but laugh at such an obvious attempt. The lady offered to return all the gifts, and the movers were shocked. Their reaction was entirely predictable. They hadn't expected such a turn of events. But Terea decided that instead of returning the gifts, they could send them to Lavranda 3, so that they would end up somewhere else. Soon after the divorce proceedings began, a multitude of expensive and luxurious gifts arrived at the house of the Duke's mistress. These luxury items are difficult for ordinary people to buy, and everyone around will most likely be perplexed when they see such gifts made for a mistress. Strolling along the beautiful shore, enjoying delicious food, a whole week of wonderful life had already passed. Everything seemed perfect. Her parents constantly offered her various entertainments. Her mother took her to a massage. Her father suggested having tea in a cozy setting. Terea was happy to be here. She knew she should have come to her parents long ago and enjoyed this time. Meanwhile, the Duke continued to send gifts to his mistress, despite the fact that divorce proceedings had already begun. The Duchess's condition gradually worsened, and rumors of her illness spread, giving rise to talk that she might not return from her parents' home. Everything was going according to plan, but she couldn't relax. Terea knew that if she wasn't careful, something unexpected could happen that would disrupt her plans. Though Terea feigned weakness at the moment, she knew she needed to prepare for any potential threat. She kept a low profile, ready to scream at any moment if the situation called for it. Suddenly, the Duchess unexpectedly let out a growling sound like the low roar of a dragon. It was loud and menacing, attracting the attention of those around her. The servants began to argue, discussing that, by the Count's orders, any visits were prohibited at this time, and this was an important rule that they must follow, no matter what the circumstances. Terea didn't understand what was happening. She noticed that all the knights were in disarray, and an unexpected guest appeared among them. It was the Duke, and his presence caused general confusion. The Duke loudly declared that he had arrived later than planned, and he wanted to speak with Terea, without caring about the rules and circumstances that might interfere with this. He insisted that she listen to him, and there was determination in his voice. He was ready to explain his position, despite the complexity of the situation. Terea already knew he had reappeared. Annoyed, she ordered the servants to retreat for a while so she could have space to converse with the Duke without prying eyes. The Duke knelt before her as if that would persuade her to listen to his words. He said he would explain everything until she understood what he wanted to say. He continued to ask Terea to listen to him until the end, and only then make a decision based on his sincere and, in his opinion, reasonable words. Terea couldn't understand what had happened to him. His actions contradicted everything she knew about him, and he acted out of character, making her question his motives. Although she had once allowed him to be near her, she never ceased to be surprised that he acted so stupidly, acting contrary to her expectations and common sense. He couldn't understand what his wife was really feeling, and although he couldn't tell her all the details, he felt he had to protect Sarah no matter the difficulty. Terea, in turn, asked him what this had to do with her, and insisted that he should take care of Sarah's protection himself, without involving her in his affairs. He remarked that if she decided so, it would be better if Sarah moved into their mansion. Then they could live together, and things would be much easier and more comfortable for everyone. Terea, the Duke, and Sarah. That's how he imagined it. He was sure they would all be happy if they were all in the same house, and life would be so much better. These words shook Terea to the core. She realized he was losing his mind, and she couldn't believe he seriously believed this would solve all his problems. Terea declared that she would rather leave his home. She was sure they could live happily ever after, but now her mind had changed, and she decided to leave to find her own way. At that moment, he grabbed her hand abruptly, unexpectedly. Terea wasn't prepared for such an action, which left her confused and feeling vulnerable. He asked her to reconsider, explaining that their relationship was important. But she was hurt by the way he squeezed her hand, making her wonder if his intentions were so simple. In reality, Sarah is crucial to his abilities, and her presence is no accident. All her actions and decisions are closely tied to his power, a fact that has been hidden from her for a long time. He promised to tell her everything and offered to reconsider their divorce. He was willing to reveal all the secrets so that their relationship could continue and not end tragically. Terea, taking her hand back, said he'd just promised to reveal everything, but she wasn't convinced. She sensed he was hiding something, despite his words. She didn't understand why she should trust him, especially if every time she had to peel him like an onion, revealing more and more hidden sides of his personality. Her husband, in turn, asked if she should reconsider the promise he made in the Frisia garden, hoping it would help restore their relationship. He was willing to do anything for her love. Terea replied that she did not remember the promise and asked if there was any reason to remember it at all if it no longer had meaning to her in light of current events. Tears appeared on her husband's face unexpectedly. He was clearly touched by her words and perhaps realized the situation had become critical for both of them. He actually started crying because her words about divorce had hurt him. He didn't want to lose her, but he knew it was over for her, and their future wasn't so clear. The father invited his daughter to join them for a new tea, which had a wonderful aroma. It was a moment of respite from the tension surrounding them. A few days ago, in their last conversation, she thought their relationship had reached its breaking point. She no longer saw the point in continuing her life with a husband who didn't understand her. Duke Dylov even shed tears, but at that moment he couldn't express his pain in words. His emotions were overwhelming, and he didn't know how to cope with what was happening around him. Tereya felt his presence everywhere, in the garden, in the stables, at the fertilizer distribution site. He was there, wherever she went, and it gave her a feeling of suffocating pressure. Tereya really wanted him to go home. Her father noted that he insisted on doing anything, so he chose difficult tasks for him. But there was no sign that he planned to return. Apparently, he bought a villa nearby and stayed in Yosen. Mother said that in any case, if that bastard, the Duke, were to stay here, it wouldn't do her any good. True, if a rumor spreads that the husband came here despite the fact that he is impotent, then there will be talk about his care. He feels regret, sadness, and pain, all of which he experiences right now. They say the cruel Duke, who chopped off the heads of his enemies on the battlefield, rode after his wife. Everyone would say that even if he doesn't have any seed, since he's so desperate, it's okay to continue living with him. So you need to get ready for trial as soon as possible. We need to slowly return to the capital, and this is already sad. She will return soon, so there is no need to worry. My parents said that the next time she returns, it's not me who's offering to go together for the first time in a long time and see Lorena. She's my mother's cousin, the Countess of Toronto. Lorena's son recently returned from his studies abroad in the kingdom, and when she was little, she often followed them around and called them Big Brother. The lady merely smiled nervously. She could not know this. In Romania, there was nothing written about the Duchess's past. The next time she returns to Yosen, her last name will also change. So her father asks how about giving his daughter a new villa to celebrate the divorce. Mother, of course, didn't object to this decision and considered it an excellent idea. But the lady knew only one thing. Thanks to them, she looked forward to returning here again. The girl had long understood that Tereya had parents she could truly rely on. On the day of the court hearing in the capital, Madame provided all the necessary medications she had ordered. The maid asked what to do with her hair, and her mistress replied that she should simply let it down and put a veil on it. This was decided, and the girl accepted the offer. This was the last day she had been waiting for. She was dressing up to appear before everyone as a duchess befitting her position and status. This was her goal. She was the main character of rumors. The truth about her remained unknown, but her name was increasingly heard among those discussing the events and rumors surrounding her. She was a good-natured but also unhappy woman. However, this didn't mean she had to appear pitiful or helpless in every situation. Her husband asked her if she had slept well last night. He was trying to understand how she was feeling, and her answer was crucial to his assessment of the situation. The lady replied with a smile that she had had a good night's sleep. She noted that he himself looked as if the night had not been particularly pleasant or restful. The court was held in the imperial palace. The master and mistress went there to meet the emperor and witness what was about to happen. Tereya took pleasure in the knowledge that the familiar silence in this place would be her last. This feeling was something important to her at that moment. The Duke turned to his wife and informed her that a divorce would be impossible, as the emperor would never allow such a step. His words left her hesitant, giving her no clear answer. She couldn't understand what exactly this man was saying. He was saying things that didn't make sense to her, and she waited to see how the situation would unfold. A married couple from the Duchy of Dilof had arrived. They had come to see who would emerge victorious in this important matter, and they had no intention of leaving without results. The emperor allowed them to come closer, as the trial was already beginning. Everything was ready for the proceedings to continue, and everyone present was expecting something important. All the necessary attendees had already gathered at the courthouse. The emperor, with obvious delight, prepared to conduct the most interesting and long-awaited trial of his reign. The lady, of course, understood why the ministers had gathered here, but she was unclear as to why exactly the crown prince had been invited. This question troubled her. She began to think that perhaps he was simply bored and had come to observe what was going on, without any other important purpose in it. But at the moment, it was better for her not to think about the crown prince and leave him aside, since it didn't have much significance for her current state. In this world, divorces among nobles are extremely rare, as each of them possesses a status that is not easily lost. This makes the very thought of divorce frightening and difficult to accept. The process begins with the submission of a petition, which is submitted to the emperor and his closest advisors for consideration. The time frame for reviewing the petition is determined at their discretion. The wait is so long that many applicants abandon their plans for divorce at this stage, faced with bureaucratic difficulties. However, there are rare cases where these obstacles are overcome. At the beginning of the process, a special 4-week reflection period is set aside, and this is the first step toward achieving your goal. The final stage requires incredible skill. You must demonstrate brilliant acting skills, as well as the ability to clearly and convincingly argue your position. It's like the final destination on a long journey. Therefore, Duchess Terea is determined to do everything in her power to achieve her goal. The Emperor, smiling at the complexity of the matter, suggested bypassing the formalities and immediately proceeding to discuss the main issue, saving everyone time. He asked Terea directly if she had thought through her decision. She confirmed that, thanks to his wisdom and the time he'd given her, she'd been able to weigh everything carefully. However, continuing the conversation, the Emperor noted that he had received a petition from the Duke, in which he asked for a ban on divorce, which he clearly wanted to thwart his wife's plans. The Duke offered, in exchange for this, to go to war against the Arpasona, capture the enemy's capital, and present the Emperor with the riches of the Golden City, which was supposed to look like a lucrative offer. This bold attempt of the Duke brought to light greatly angered him, and he could hardly contain his indignation at the fact that the Emperor was so openly voicing the details of their deal. The Emperor, however, explained with emphatic honesty that he could not conceal such matters. He decided it would be right to ask the Duchess's opinion herself. Terea realized the Emperor's true intention. The divorce would not take place today. But thanks to his actions, everything turned out differently than the Duke had expected. Seizing the moment, Terea noticed that her husband had another woman for whom he had strong feelings, which was painfully obvious to her. She expressed bewilderment at how it was possible not to feel bitterness when a man who should be faithful leaves his wife alone to cry at night while spending time with someone else. The Duke, listening to these words, began to show irritation, since similar discussions had already arisen between them many times before. But the Emperor interrupted him and asked him to remain silent, emphasizing that the Duke might have his own circumstances that should be taken into account. Terea realized that even the Emperor, with his wisdom, could not fully justify or understand her husband's behavior. At first, she thought that the Emperor was supporting the Duke, but his words and actions made her understand that he was actually on her side. She felt the Emperor almost pushing her, giving her the opportunity to say whatever she wanted without fear of consequences. Emboldened, Terea turned to the Emperor with the question of how she could be aware of all the circumstances that her husband did not consider it necessary to inform her about. Even if she knew everything, she asked a logical question. Did she not deserve compensation for the years she spent alone, neglected by her husband? If she was to be with this man, it would wither and die alone, even if she were not with him. The likelihood from the reader's point of view would be that she would be trying to understand the book's character and delve into his circumstances. However, in this situation, when she has possessed the one who she sympathized with and who might possibly die, she does not understand why she should delve into the circumstances of that person. The lady expressed her opinion to the Emperor, declaring that broken trust could never be restored. She emphasized that betrayal leaves deep wounds that never heal. She also asked for sympathy for her unfortunate fate. Her voice trembled, but her words were determined. She insisted on understanding her situation. At the end of her speech, she bluntly declared that the Emperor must allow them to separate. Her request sounded like a last hope for freedom and a new life. The Emperor listened carefully to both sides. He then noted that their views and feelings were so different that improving relations was impossible. Summing up, the Emperor concluded that such a marital relationship could no longer be restored. His voice was firm, his decision final. The divorce was officially granted. However, the Duke was furious. His face turned pale and his voice trembled with indignation. The Duke, unable to contain himself, began shouting loudly. He claimed that the Emperor's decision contradicted what had been said previously. The Emperor merely smiled in response. With a hint of mockery, he reminded her that he hadn't promised anything concrete. His words sounded confident. Then he asked a question, as if testing the Duke. Would he really dare challenge the sacred decree? It was a direct warning. The Duke realized that further argument was pointless. He froze in place, dejected but still seething with anger. When it was all over, the lady removed her veil. She realized she was no longer the Duchess of Deal. It was a moment of liberation. Addressing the people of the Empire, she announced that from now on her name would be Terea Arnezede Yosin. Her voice was full of dignity. She proudly added that she was now the great eyes of the Empire's hawk and the heart of a dragon. She thanked the Emperor for his wise decision. Then she confessed that today was her last day with the Duke. She was happy, but there was a hint of bitterness underneath. However, she didn't hide her true feelings. She admitted that life with the Duke was disgusting and she never wanted to see him again. The emperor, having concluded the trial, rose to his feet. He slammed down the gavel, declaring the court adjourned and left with an unwavering expression. Her hair, dyed blonde especially for the event, lasted only a few hours. This was surprising, given the high cost of the medication. However, the effect was so noticeable that blonde hair became fashionable throughout the empire. Tareya's influence was undeniable. At the port near the border, local newspapers published her photo. The Duchess's unusual golden hair became a topic of discussion. This hair became a symbol of new life. Instead of the previous silence, Tareya hoped that her future would be bright and brilliant. One man was convinced his brother was new to the empire. This was a surprising revelation to those around him. The man explained that his brother had returned from a long stint working abroad. His return was a significant event for the family. My brother noticed he hadn't asked the question by accident. He was curious, but not surprised. It concerned a scandal that had become the most high-profile event in the empire. Tareya was in excellent spirits. Her new outlook on the world had even changed her attitude toward others. Now, feeling free, she observed people with interest. A servant approached the heroine, politely inquiring about her dinner plans. His manner of speaking bespoke professionalism, and the lady herself made no secret of her good mood. Tareya announced that she would be down to the dining room in 10 minutes. The servant understood her words without further ado and quickly departed, leaving her alone. Now that her title had changed, Tareya was no longer called Duchess of Delova. She was addressed simply by her given name, Lady Tareya, symbolizing her new life. The girl enjoyed the changes. Her days were filled with care, letters of consolation, gifts, 3 nutritious meals a day, and deep, healthy sleep became a routine for her. She couldn't even believe that it was her reflection in the mirror. Her skin had become healthy. Her face was radiant, and the slight weight gain gave her a more lively and joyful appearance. Her parents, possessing vast lands, built 5 villas in her name. This was a symbol of their love and care, which helped her forget the past. Her parents also provided her with financial support to strengthen her body and soul. After years of living with a parasite, this became a lifesaver. However, it was time to put an end to her thoughts. She needed to go down to lunch and not linger too long in enjoying her current state. But at that moment, an unpleasant voice rang out. Her ex-husband appeared and declared that he couldn't come to terms with the divorce, which caused her another fit of irritation. This man, whom she thought had vanished from her life forever, turned out to be alive. He appeared before her again as if he had forgotten his inglorious past. Immediately after the divorce, the Duke stalked her, arriving in Yosen. He demanded to talk and prevented her from returning home peacefully, disrupting her peaceful life. This man remained the only one poisoning her new, perfect life. He was like a pest, disturbing her happiness. However, his behavior did not go unnoticed. He was reminded that such behavior was not allowed here, especially toward a lady. The Duke received strict orders to leave so as not to cause trouble. This was a clear instruction to protect Tareya's peace. The emperor, wishing to ensure her safety, officially allowed her to drive away her ex-husband. Furthermore, she was provided with distinguished knights to guard her. One of the servants reported that the Duke continued to call Tareya his wife. However, she made it clear that she no longer had any connection with him. Tareya decided she would never pay attention to him again. This man had become a complete stranger to her. After making arrangements with Lorena, Tareya went to a cafe in the center of Yosen to have some tea and take her mind off her worries. The Countess of Toronto greeted her sister joyfully. Tareya felt genuine joy at their meeting and immediately sensed how important she was to her family. A man sat next to the Countess, catching Tareya's attention. For a moment, she was distracted, wondering who it could be and why he was there. The Countess asked how Rhea was, which surprised the girl. She was unaccustomed to being called by her nickname, but it added warmth to the meeting. The Countess and her old acquaintance seemed to have a very warm and trusting relationship. This inspired Tareya with confidence that her mistress would be more friendly and open. So Tareya smiled, trying to appear sincere, and remarked that she truly enjoyed being there. Then she asked the Countess with interest how she had been living all this time. The Countess, smiling thoughtfully, began to explain that quite a while had passed since their last meeting. Recalling her son, she asked if the girl remembered him. The young man standing nearby remarked with a hint of humor that he had been eagerly awaiting his mother's introduction so that he could extend his hand to Tareya. He introduced himself as Tartion, and the Countess added that she was sure Tareya would remember him. Tareya heard it explained that because of their mother's friendship, she knew for sure that their names were chosen specifically to resemble each other. The Countess noticed that they were often referred to as brother and sister, although this was unexpected news for Terea, since she had not known about it before. Despite the words, the girl's gaze was constantly drawn to the young man's figure, especially to his prominent chest, which made it difficult for her to concentrate on the conversation. She remembered the incident with the deer, which attracted attention with its unusual appearance, but she still couldn't help but notice that Tartion was a real beauty. However, although he was attractive, his figure still embarrassed her a little, causing her to feel awkward. Tartion joked that her intense gaze could burn his face. Terea felt she might have seemed rude and quickly apologized for her behavior. He simply smiled and assured her it was no big deal. He then remarked on his surprise at their meeting after 13 years and asked if he could call her Rhea. Their mothers enjoyed watching their respectful and polite manners with each other, finding it incredibly touching. An hour passed, but Terea still couldn't understand why she was becoming increasingly uncomfortable being around Tardion. For the next while, they hardly spoke, only silently drinking tea, as if both were absorbed in their thoughts. The scene resembled the behavior of children who are allowed to meet in the presence of their parents, despite the general silence. Soon, the women announced that they were going to the Yosin mansion and decided to find out what the young men were planning to do. Terea was at a loss for words. However, Tartion smiled and assured her that he could talk with Rhea a little longer before leaving. The parents, nodding approvingly, left them alone and wished them good company, as if they saw something more in it. Terea felt completely lost, unable to understand why Tartion had decided to stay. She hoped with all her might that her mother would return for her. The guy calmly apologized for the suddenness of his proposal. Terea, having calmed down a bit, asked what exactly he wanted to talk about. Tartion gently suggested that she shouldn't be so wary of him. He suggested they simply reminisce about their shared childhood, as they shared similar memories. He recalled how, as a child, she always followed him around, calling him brother, and so he really saw her as a little sister. During the 13 years he spent abroad, studying at the best academies and absorbing the wisdom of distant lands, memories of the past became the support that helped him move forward. Terea was slightly surprised by his words, but she kept her emotions in check. She suggested with a slight smile that they could leave it at that. The boy apparently didn't immediately understand what she meant, but he considered her words. The lady, noticing his confusion, added that next time he should call her exclusively Lady Terea. This correction made a strong impression on the young man. At the end of the conversation, she remarked that she was genuinely pleased to meet him. However, the young man still couldn't fully comprehend what was happening. His thoughts were confused. Terea understood that despite their childhood friendship, everything had changed. After she inhabited this body, the past became unimportant, giving way to the present. No matter how precious the memories of the past were, they no longer belonged to her. She felt that pretending to remember everything would only harm the true owner of this body. Realizing this, she firmly said that she was asking for forgiveness and that it was better to cut all ties right now before things went too far. After this, the girl felt a sense of relief. She had finally escaped the unpleasant situation, but as it turned out, she wouldn't be able to return home right away. Terea remembered that a branch of a Moscow gallery she'd long wanted to visit had opened nearby. This thought prompted her to linger a bit and stop in. Along the way, she accidentally bumped into a young man holding an armful of flowers. Taken by surprise, he dropped them, causing a slight commotion. The flowers scattered, and the guy immediately began apologizing, asking if the lady was okay. He seemed genuinely concerned about her condition. Terea was shocked to realize that the knights of the capital were hiding here, in this very gallery, which made her wary. She noted that the guy seemed to be in a hurry and asked if everything was okay, carefully watching his reaction. The young man looked at her gratefully. The lady noted that he was listening attentively, and that it was important to always look the person he was talking to in the eye, which the young man took note of. The boy introduced himself as Gerald. He thanked her for her help and added that he was very glad to meet her. His sincerity was touching. Terea watched him closely and seemed to understand who this child was. Duke Dylov proposed capturing the capital of Arpasona and conquering the legendary Golden City. His words rang with confidence, for he was not accustomed to making empty promises and always achieved his goals. The reason for his success was his abilities, which surpassed normal human capabilities. The Duke could accomplish what others considered impossible, and he was nicknamed the warrior with bloodshot eyes. His army was considered one of the most powerful. Victory invariably followed him, and his blood-red eyes instilled fear in his enemies and commanded respect even from the emperor himself. Besides his fighting talents, the Duke had many other exceptional abilities that made him virtually invincible. However, Tareya, without finishing the book, only knew that in the original story, only two people had bloody eyes. These people were Duke Dilov himself and the main character of the work, who was now standing right in front of her, causing her surprise and confusion. Tareya's gaze was full of amazement, and the boy, the main character, did not understand why the lady was looking at him so strangely, as if he were a mystery. According to the plot, there were still about 3 months left for events to unfold. By the time he became a major character, her role as a supporting character would already be over. 3 months later, the boy will become known as a prince, secretly the emperor's child. The struggle for the throne will begin, and he will become a key figure in this drama. Before his arrival at the palace, as the book stated, Duke Dilov took the boy as an apprentice, which became an important turning point in his life. Thus, it can be assumed that the boy followed that deer, no matter how strange this coincidence may seem. He should be 16 years old now, but his fragile and small appearance was completely out of keeping with his age, which surprised Tareya. She thought that a man who was unable to take care of even his own wife would hardly be able to properly take care of a child. Suddenly, the boy felt ill and began to fall. But Tareya managed to catch him, preventing his fall. She was surprised by how light he felt, as if exhausted. The holy man noticed Tareya holding the boy but did not intervene. He had a high fever. Tareya didn't recall his illness being mentioned in the book. She began to suspect something strange had happened to him. The thought flashed through her mind that the Duke might have been starving him. She had already decided that she would definitely accuse him of child abuse. Tareya loudly declared her intention to bring the Duke to justice, believing that he deserved punishment for his actions. She screamed for a doctor immediately. The boy asked her to move away, but she didn't immediately understand what he was saying. She demanded that he repeat it louder and explain exactly what hurt so that they could help him faster. The boy was embarrassed, but continued asking her to move away. At that moment, Sarah came running and abruptly interrupted them. Sarah ran up to the boy, throwing Tareya aside, and rushed to take care of him, clearly considering his condition a priority. The woman immediately rushed to the boy, hugging him as if she wanted to protect him from the world. Her actions betrayed genuine concern and concern. Tareya watched this scene, not understanding what was happening. Everything seemed so strange and illogical that she could hardly comprehend it. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone approached and asked if she was hurt. His solicitous voice momentarily brought her back to reality. Meanwhile, the woman, who introduced herself as Sarah, turned her attention to the plants and began examining them. She also asked the boy if everything was all right. The boy, unabashed, replied that thanks to Tareya's intervention, no one was harmed, including the lady herself. His words sounded sincere and calm. Sarah, hearing the mention of the lady, was surprised and looked towards Tareya, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Still stunned, Tareya asked when the doctor would arrive. She was told that another guard had already gone to fetch him. She was shocked to realize it was the Duchess standing before her. And the man who had just been selling flowers noticed in horror that all the plants had disappeared. Meanwhile, the boy noticed that the cocoa was surprisingly tasty and asked curiously why the teacher forbade him such simple pleasures. Sarah explained that this was for his health. She also began talking about the water deer, an unusual creature with large fangs that has no enemies. To Tareya's surprise, it became known that the Duke had brought both his mistress and his apprentice here. This fact left her slightly confused. Sarah tried to talk to Tareya, asking her to listen to her, but she snapped that she no longer bore the name Delova and should now be called Lady Tareya. Sarah apologized, adding that she was truly sorry their love had led to such consequences. Her words sounded sincere, but they failed to change the tense atmosphere. Tareya smiled slightly and asked if Sarah understood the meaning of the term overly self-aware, trying to remain calm. She added that even without Sarah's intervention, she would have gotten a divorce. Moreover, this is her family's territory, and she doesn't want to find herself in an awkward position because of this communication. Sarah admitted that she was unaware of such subtleties and had simply followed the Duke she loved, which seemed honest but naive. Tareya coldly reminded him that her words sounded strange. She asked why the Duke, whom Sarah loved so much, was trying to justify himself to her. These words left Sarah completely horrified. Tareya, without holding back, added that she didn't understand why she was even bothering with all this, since there was no love left between them. She is a little annoyed that they treat the affair as a beautiful love and put it on display, although in fact their opinions differ. She is not interested in this, and she does not even want to know about it. She really wants them to just leave her alone and say that it is certainly not a sin to follow the person you love, but you can't cause trouble for others. And so she asks Sarah to really admit that she is causing her inconvenience and that she can also convey to her lover that she wants to leave Yosin. And then, regardless of the truth, Tereya decided to believe in their mutual love. She was certain that these were the very feelings that bound the hearts of Mrs. Sarah and her companion. She didn't want to interfere with such a significant and tender feeling, which Mrs. Sarah seemed to treasure as her greatest treasure. It was her gift of fate, and Tereya didn't want to destroy it. Tereya couldn't imagine that a man she respected would dare to appear without shame with his mistress. Such an act seemed unthinkable to her. She pondered whether she should appeal to the emperor to ban them from these lands. But knowing how quickly the palace moves, she decided to send the letter to the crown prince. The lady felt sincere gratitude to the men who had provided much-needed assistance. She was glad to have access to the cozy living room, which was conducive to relaxation. One of the men remarked that the gentleman would probably be happy to know how this small support had helped her. He was currently in an art gallery. The man added that if she had no other plans, he would suggest visiting a gallery in a week, where both old and new works were to be exhibited. After a long time, the man decided he wouldn't mind seeing the paintings himself. He was impatient to see what he would see and what impressions they would give him. A week later, Tereya arrived at the gallery. The exhibition's representative highlighted all the works, from masterpieces by established artists to works by emerging artists who promise a bright future. However, what most captivated her was the work of one unknown artist. His painting was mesmerizing, evoking genuine interest and deep emotions in Tereya. The painting was incredible. The harmony of color transitions, the rendering of the smallest shades and rough brushstrokes, all this created a unique sense of energy emanating from the painting. Having learned of this artist's extensive work, Tereya placed great hope in him. She sensed that he possessed enormous potential. Tereya's attention was also drawn to a man standing nearby. His presence struck her as unusual. He didn't look like an ordinary visitor. Surprised, Tereya decided to approach closer. After all, today was only the preliminary opening day, and only invited representatives were allowed access. Perhaps it was an art historian or connoisseur who had received a personal invitation. Everything indicated that this person was there for a reason. Looking closer, she noticed that the stranger was also fascinated by the same artist's work. It dawned on her. Perhaps they both shared this artistic passion? Suddenly, Tereya felt as if she'd met a kindred spirit. Smiling, she approached him and asked if he'd come to admire the paintings, like her. The man responded coldly, dryly confirming that this was precisely what had brought him there. His indifferent gaze made it clear he was not interested in conversation, and it turned out to be just as well. Tereya decided their conversation could be limited to art, which was perfect for the occasion. She remarked that the painting was truly impressive. Although it depicted familiar grass, sky, and wind, the artist saw them in a unique, completely different light. Thanks to this, Tereya was able to sense the emotions that had long troubled her but remained unexplained. Now, as if through the prism of experience, she gained the ability to recognize feelings previously hidden from her understanding. These words, like magic, caught the man's attention. He looked up and stared directly at Tereya, as if trying to discern the hidden meaning in her words. His interest was genuine, evident in his gaze. The lady continued speaking, explaining that it was this particular feature of the painting that immediately caught her attention. She emphasized how art can touch the heart, even if its meaning is not obvious. The man, clearly captivated by her words, remarked that the piece was truly magnificent. After a pause, he asked if she was familiar with the work of the artist, whose work was opening up new horizons for them. The woman replied that she was seeing his work for the first time. However, she noted that the artist has a gift for inspiring even those who finance the gallery. His mastery is undeniable. The man suddenly realized that before him was the lady of Yosin County. He introduced himself as Enoch Viger Baleg, making it clear that he would be honored to speak with her. Tereya smiled. She was glad to hear she could address him simply as Baleg. The informality won her over, and the meeting seemed even more pleasant. Together they gazed at the painting, whose brushstrokes recalled the style of Van Gogh. Before them stretched the night sky, filled with bright stars, captivating in its depth and energy. Tereya noted that despite the painting's beauty, she didn't like its title at all. She felt it lacked the harmony inherent in the painting itself. Balig, looking at his watch, announced that it was time to leave. This painting turned out to be his last in the gallery. After saying goodbye, he quickly disappeared into the crowd. It had been a long time since Tereya had enjoyed viewing a film so fully and without regret. She thought that after such an evening, it would be nice to get a massage to relax before returning home. Suddenly, she noticed someone walking toward her. The man moved with genuine joy, which immediately caught her attention. It was Tartion. His appearance came as a complete surprise to Tereya, as she couldn't imagine him in such a setting. Confused, she asked what he was doing in this gallery, because his presence here seemed strange and even a little frightening to her. Tartion explained that he was friends with Viscount Giorgio's son, the local representative. That's why he ended up here, completely by chance. Tereya smiled reservedly, noting her delight at the unexpected coincidence. She wished him a pleasant time and not to distract himself with unnecessary conversation. However, as soon as he called her by her nickname again, she flared up with anger. Her repeated requests not to use that name were apparently forgotten. Tartion casually mentioned that he'd heard about the arrival of Lord Enoch, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He assumed Tereya had already met with him. The girl was shocked by what she heard. She knew that Lord Enoch had spent a long time outside the Empire, pursuing diplomacy, and rarely appeared in high society. Tartion likely knew him personally. Tartion noted that the Duchy of Baleg is truly one of the most prestigious families in the Empire. This family is recognized as one of the two main ducal dynasties, renowned for their influence and status. Many in society know of the families of the Duchy of Baleg. Their name is associated with wealth, power, and centuries of history. Their achievements are discussed both in high society and beyond. The lady was completely shocked to learn that the man was a duke. Now it became clear why he had emphasized the title and advised her to take it into account. Tartion noted that there were rumors about this lord that he had made significant contributions abroad, which only strengthened his reputation and status in the eyes of others. The lady asked what kind of contribution they were talking about, but the guy admitted that he didn't have exact information and had only heard about it in passing. Tereya couldn't understand how anyone could talk about a remarkable contribution without knowing the specific details. To her, it seemed arcane, almost absurd. Such secrecy reminded her of a marriage, which, it seemed, the person themselves might know nothing about. She chuckled to herself, finding it absurd. Tereya recalled their last meeting, where he had seemed serious and mature. Who would have thought that behind that facade lurked such a frivolous man, susceptible to rumors? The boy objected that she was being too categorical, but added that he was sure that sooner or later the story of this duke would become known and would have a huge impact on the empire. Tereya asked again if he knew anything about the contents of this great story. When he confirmed that he did not, she turned away and cautiously said that she understood. After their first meeting, her opinion of him noticeably worsened. Tartion, trying to ease the awkwardness, changed the subject and asked if she liked the exhibition. After looking around, Tereya found a painting that really caught her eye. She admitted that she was thinking of buying it, as the work had made such an impression on her. Smiling, Tartion remarked that if the lady liked this painting, he would be glad if it adorned her collection, and expressed his approval. Suddenly, Tereya realized they had been walking side by side for a long time. She wondered how much time had passed since they had started moving together. The man matched her steps, which astonished her. Her husband would never do that, even if his life depended on it. He would only grumble that she was too slow. Her husband often said that her slow stride was due to her short legs. In this regard, Tartion proved much more patient and attentive than the one she called the deer. The lady approached Tartion, asking whether he planned to continue viewing the exhibition or whether he had other ideas for their walk. The man looked at her thoughtfully, and she couldn't understand why. He admitted that every time she addressed him formally, it sounded a little unusual, even foreign to him. The lady noted that enough time had passed to justify the changes in their communication. Now it felt perfectly natural to address each other differently, as if time had changed the very words. He found a truth in her words that was undeniable. Indeed, much had changed, and he couldn't help but agree that the usual forms of address had long since become outdated. However, memories have a special feature. Although time tries to cover them with dust, they never disappear completely, only become slightly clouded. Even after many years, they remain as if sealed in the depths of the soul, and a small push is enough for them to emerge, bright and alive. Those who, like him, live far from their homeland for a long time often realize how much they miss home. This longing becomes their constant companion. Even when there are plenty of new impressions around, new places and faces cannot replace what was left behind in the homeland, what is steeped in memories. The melancholy is especially overwhelming when it comes to small but priceless things, those that evoke the most tender and poignant memories. For him, these were the memories that came from the images associated with Terea, her presence, and all the moments that once united them. Extended text. The lady couldn't understand the source of this inexplicable sense of wariness toward Tarthian. She often pondered it, but never found an answer that would satisfy her curiosity. From the very beginning of their acquaintance, she hadn't noticed the slightest sign in Tarthian's behavior that he perceived her as a woman. There was none of the usual male gaze, full of hidden desire, that she was accustomed to experiencing from men. Perhaps he was telling the truth when he claimed to see her solely as a little sister. His words sounded so sincere that she had no reason to doubt them, though a feeling of unease remained. She decided to show that she understood his words and trusted his intentions, so she calmly said that she understood what he was trying to convey. It was for this reason that she allowed him to call her Rhea. It was a kind of sign of intimacy, though not the kind based on attraction. Upon hearing her permission, Tartian couldn't hide his joy. A genuine smile lit up his face, and he looked like a child who had just received a long-awaited toy. There was something touching in his joy. However, the lady, smiling, couldn't resist a touch of sarcasm. She was genuinely curious to see how long Tardian intended to follow her. In response to her question, the man responded with mild surprise that she apparently didn't know. It turned out the Countess had invited him to dinner, so he was heading to Yosen County. Her mother, for her part, firmly believed Tartian to be the ideal husband for her daughter. She constantly urged her to take a closer look at him. However, Tartian himself did not feel the same way about his mistress. Such thoughts were foreign to him, although it was obvious that his mother had long ago made her choice. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected noise. Loud shouts could be heard in the distance, instantly attracting their attention and silencing them both. They saw a man angrily arguing with a girl. He clearly didn't understand his guilt and demanded an explanation, completely confused by her accusations. A small crowd of curious onlookers had already gathered around them. The man insisted that the girl explain what exactly he had done wrong, what his mistake was. The girl, trembling with indignation, loudly declared that he had dared to touch her thighs. Her words provoked mixed reactions from those around her. The man seethed with rage, indignantly insisting that he hadn't touched Terea, but had merely brushed against her by accident. His tone grew louder, emphasizing the misunderstanding. Even if there had been a touch, he added, it would have been merely a sign of friendly support. After all, Terea was young enough to be his daughter, and he hadn't intended any unseemly thoughts. However, he emphasized that it's difficult to avoid such situations if a woman wears clothes that expose her legs. The man used this as an excuse, clearly oblivious to his own rudeness. In response, the lady remarked that everything around her reminded her of a beautiful open-air resort. However, at the moment, it had all devolved into chaos, reminiscent of a subway stampede. Tartian, listening attentively, pointed to the speaker. It was Viscount Gordon Chin-chan. He admitted he had never seen the girl before and assumed she belonged to some noble family. Continuing his indignation, the Viscount exclaimed that the youth of their day were behaving irresponsibly and carelessly. His words sounded like old-fashioned grumbling amid the general commotion. Meanwhile, he smirked at the other ladies, suggesting they probably thought painting stripes on a pumpkin would turn it into a watermelon. His sarcasm was deliberately sarcastic. The man noticed that, in his opinion, the women were merely shouting through their looks, trying to attract attention. He judged their appearance, revealing his prejudices about status and propriety. He then pointed out that commoners probably come to resorts to watch the naive nobles with curiosity. At that moment, he turned his gaze to the girl. The Viscount pointed directly at Madame Terea, noting that her face seemed familiar. It was clear his suggestion had aroused the interest of those around him. Gradually, he realized that her face reminded him of the former Duchess Delova. He began enthusiastically discussing the rumors circulating about her in the capital. He said the Duchess was known as a quiet woman, but her behavior, it seemed, wasn't as discreet as people thought. This, he believed, was the reason for the Duke's infidelity and their divorce. Tartian could not stand it and sharply rebuked the Viscount. reminding him that a man should watch his words, especially when it comes to ladies to whom he has no relation. Tareya looked at him calmly and said it was no big deal. However, memories of the Duke arose within her, and for a moment her gaze darkened. She was irritated that no matter what she did, the label of former Duchess followed her everywhere. She resolutely approached the Viscount and asked who had called her Duchess Delova. In fact, she is the only daughter of Count Josen, Tareya Arnezade Josen. Her lineage has always been tied to the county, not the title of Duchess. But the gentleman seemed too rude. It didn't matter to her who she was, a duchess or a count's daughter, because his manner left much to be desired. Tareya understood that the man was beneath her status. So she began asking questions, trying to find out where he had learned such mannerisms, words, and actions. Her interest was genuine. To make him understand the gravity of the situation, she even mentioned his name. This was meant to help him realize that she would not tolerate his behavior and demanded respect. Tareya was determined that this man wouldn't use his manners. Regardless of his position in this world, status always matters, and she intended to demonstrate it. People looked at Tareya with haughty respect simply because she was young and female. But she understood perfectly well that in her case, age shouldn't play a key role. In this world, titles, not age, were what mattered. So Tareya decided to use her position to punish the one who had treated her so disdainfully. The man looked worried and asked if she truly believed her title had any significance. He doubted its power and didn't appreciate her status properly. He claimed that respect for her parents was forcing him to leave. In his opinion, she was just a small girl who wasn't yet mature enough to make serious decisions and take action. Tareya didn't quite understand why he behaved this way, but something about his behavior was unpleasant. She couldn't understand how he could remain like this until the end, without changing his mannerisms. As the Viscount had said, his view of the situation was simple. Her title was merely temporary, her name borrowed. He believed she wasn't worthy of his true respect. Then a red-haired girl approached Tareya and thanked her for her help. She was sincerely grateful that Tareya had intervened and helped resolve this difficult issue with this unpleasant person. The red-haired girl understood that intervening in such situations was always difficult. However, she was grateful to Tareya, considering her actions important and timely in this difficult situation. Tareya, however, responded that she didn't consider her actions anything remarkable. She felt she was simply helping, as the girl had suffered because of a strange man who knew no bounds. Tareya promised that if the girl decided to go to the police, she was ready to help punish the Viscount. The red-haired girl considered her offer, promising to think about it. Tareya noticed that her new acquaintance could very well be a famous person. She didn't know who she was, but she sensed that the red-haired girl had a significant reputation. The people around her clearly knew the red-haired girl. Tareya was surprised they didn't recognize her. After all, she herself had been the main character in a scandal that had shaken the entire empire, and her face should have been known. Tareya, despite her high birth, had been absent from the empire for too long to be aware of what was happening. She is the daughter of the lord of these lands, and all the inhabitants know her. The girl realized she hadn't introduced herself to her benefactor and decided to immediately correct this oversight. She understood that this was important for establishing trust. Her name is Raya del Clatier. When she told him her name, the boy looked stunned and asked again, incredulous. He clearly hadn't expected such an answer. During the carriage ride, the young man continued to marvel, saying it was simply stunning. But the lady, not understanding his enthusiasm, remained calm. Tartian noticed the boy was talking about that girl. Lady Clatier, after all. However, the lady, surprised, didn't know who she was or what kind of person she was. The boy was shocked that she didn't know this woman, because Raya del Clatier was an important figure who played a key role in the empire's affairs. He was perplexed. Tareya didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and the guy explained that she belonged to a body that reported directly to the crown prince, which was of great importance. Raya is the daughter of Marquis Clatier, who heads the department that handles specialized technical information. Her family is very influential in the empire. For the imperial family, status is irrelevant. The Marquis of Clatier, subordinate to the crown prince, is not inferior in status to the highest minister. His power is not limited in any way. Furthermore, rumors say that the Marquis and his two sons highly value their only daughter, who is the youngest sister in the family, making her an important figure. Tareya was surprised to meet such a man, unaware of his importance. Her surprise was obvious, as she hadn't expected anything like this. Tereya was usually knowledgeable about many things in the secular world and even had a fair amount of knowledge about deer breeding, which might seem strange but important. However, the strangest thing was that the precious daughter of a powerful marquis found herself in such a situation without maids and knights, which put her in an awkward position. Why, despite all these circumstances, did she not reveal her identity until the very end? Her silence in response to the insults remained baffling to everyone. Yosen County. Tereya apologized to her mother, saying she was a little tired and would probably skip dinner. She felt unwell, but she knew she needed to rest. Mother was upset, but tried not to show it. She reminded them that Tartian was invited that evening. However, if Tereya was so tired, it would be best to rest. She also noticed a gift had arrived from Tereya's classmate at the academy. The gift was placed in her room, which her mother curiously informed her daughter about. Tereya was stunned. She couldn't remember which classmate they were talking about, as all her academy comrades had blurred in her memory, leaving only vague images. The object had a distinctive shape, reminiscent of the official imperial seal. It was round, and Tereya thought it might be the crown prince's seal. Tereya couldn't recall such details, but the owner of her body, Tereya, had indeed attended the academy at the age of 7 or 8. This coincided with the time the crown prince had been studying. At the academy, Tereya fell in love with one of her classmates, a young man whose heart was not reciprocated. Her feelings remained unrequited for many years. The only memory I have of the crown prince is of their meeting at a court hearing. Their eyes met, but it was merely a formal meeting with no further contact. She was surprised that he, the crown prince, had suddenly decided to contact her out of old friendship. It seemed a little strange and even suspicious, but she decided to look into it. Tereya decided to examine the gift, and after examining it, felt she couldn't figure out what it was for. It looked mysterious and unusual, somehow strange. She decided to examine the item more closely. When she looked at the gift, she felt she didn't understand its purpose or how it was supposed to be used. The letter contained a strange instruction. Tereya read that, while holding the object in her hands, she was to knock it on the wall 3 times. The signature belonged to Kaller's friend Elgot Dominic. Tereya was surprised by this strange message. She learned an important lesson in this world. Not everything said or written should be taken literally, even if it seems obvious. This was especially noticeable among people in social circles, where intrigue and plotting were constantly rife, and intrigue flourished at every turn. The world of this elite was rife with hidden motives and conspiracies. If he truly cared about her that much, then he could have helped with the divorce too. He was familiar with such cases, and he could offer real help. At that moment, Tereya sensed something was wrong with these objects. Something strange was happening. A feeling of alarm and suspicion gripped her, forcing her to pay attention to the details. She couldn't understand the light emanating from the object or what this half-naked image meant. Thoughts of magic crossed her mind, but she couldn't quite grasp what was happening. She soon realized something was beginning to manifest. At that moment, she heard His Highness announce that a connection had been established and the situation had become clearer. Tereya was shocked when she realized it was actually a projector. She couldn't believe her eyes, trying to comprehend what exactly she was seeing and what it all meant. But when the image of His Highness the Crown Prince appeared before her, horror gripped her. She couldn't understand how this had happened, or why she had found herself in this situation. The Crown Prince greeted her, but Tereya hadn't expected to meet him like this. This encounter came as a real shock to her, and she didn't know how to react. The lady bowed immediately, unsure of how else to express her respect. The prince noticed her gesture and suggested she greet him more simply, without unnecessary ceremony, as if it were obvious. He said that if he had wanted to observe all the formalities, he would have invited her to the palace rather than using such an unusual method of meeting. It was all much simpler than she thought. He addressed her as lady and then asked if he could call her Rhea, as he had before. She thought they were just classmates at the academy, but it turned out their relationship ran much deeper. Therefore, she noted that despite their personal relationship, he was still a high-ranking person, and she had to remain polite no matter the circumstances. The Crown Prince remarked that she was as flawless as ever, but he said she'd been having even more headaches lately. This remark left her unmoved, and she paused to think. Rumors circulated in the capital that her ex-husband had gone to Yosen. The Duke was his friend, and therefore knew his character well, which added another layer of mystery to the situation. They said that if he bites once, he'll never let go, as if that were something insane. The prince is right. Actions of this kind always have long-term consequences. Indeed, the crown prince was right. The lady even wanted to praise him for his precision, but she knew she needed to wait a bit before agreeing with him. However, the crown prince himself showed concern for his mistress and inquired if she was all right. Despite the presence of the imperial knights, he was worried that they might leave. In this case, the crown prince did not know how the duke would deal with the lady, since her status was now lower than his, and this complicated the situation. The lady knew this was true, and that despite her current strength, she was still dependent on her status in this world. It was important to understand how this affected her actions. If the duke decides to use his status against her, she, as the count's daughter, will be helpless. Only her ability to cope with adversity remains on her side. Tareya understood that she couldn't do anything in this situation. Even if she defended her position didn't allow her to compete with those of higher status. The prince explained that he hadn't meant to hurt her with his words. On the contrary, he was glad she remained the same. He even saw that she had changed, but only for the better. He was glad about her changes and saw nothing wrong with them. His concern lay elsewhere. He wanted to help her, despite her difficulties, because he believed in her strength. The lady was surprised and asked him again how he intended to help. The prince explained that the divorce had been made possible thanks to the influence of his father, who had helped in the situation. He added that the duke had been negotiating with his majesty for some time, trying to reach a favorable agreement. These deals could change a lot for her. The prince asked if she knew about Article 14, Section 8 of the Imperial Divorce Law. The lady replied that she had studied such laws thoroughly and was familiar with it. Article 14, Paragraph 8, provided a 3-year period for possible reunification after divorce. This provided a chance to rectify the situation if the parties were willing to negotiate a truce. If reunification is successful within this period, the divorce record will be expunged. This meant the divorce would be declared invalid and past mistakes could be forgotten. However, if reunification does not occur, the divorce will be final, and future divorces will be prohibited. A sanction in the form of an administrative warning may also be imposed. Litigation related to this law is referred to an official court established by the imperial family. This strengthens the emperor's influence in such matters. Tareya realized that this sentence could be changed by the emperor himself. She realized that fate was decided not only in her hands, but also in the hands of His Majesty. According to the Crown Prince, the divorce was conceived as a kind of entertainment for the emperor himself. He viewed the situation as a game in which the emperor might be interested. If the duke succeeded in winning the emperor's heart, there was a high probability that the final decision would be reversed. Everything depended on whether he could gain his trust. Tareya was certain that her husband, whom she jokingly called the deer, would fail. She didn't believe his efforts would bear fruit, and his attempts were futile. To prevent such conversations from happening again, Tareya wanted to tear it all out by the roots. Her patience had run out, and she didn't want to hear any more of this empty discussion. Now she just wanted to take a bucket of water and pour it on him, so that he would disappear from her life. She was ready to do anything to ensure that this man never appeared in her world again. Tareya thanked the Crown Prince for the information, which proved extremely useful. She understood that such news could play a vital role in her further actions. The court couldn't possibly be so simple that the divorce would be decided without effort. However, for her, this was not yet the time to sit back and wait. She had to act decisively. This time, Tareya decided to finalize the divorce. She had to find a way to end it once and for all, without the possibility of going back. Tareya intended to make every effort to finalize the divorce. This was exactly what the Crown Prince had expected, and she had no intention of disappointing him. If the Crown Prince didn't mind, Tareya decided to ask him one question. It was already late at night, but perhaps he'd listen to her, and then they could finish their conversation. Tareya wanted to know why the Crown Prince was helping her. After all, after the divorce, she was just a count's daughter to him, and it seemed like her help was pointless. Even if the Crown Prince saw her as a political asset, Tareya understood that ultimately nothing would come of it. His actions would not lead to long-term gain. The prince, slightly surprised, replied that he was simply fed up with the duke's behavior. Tareya was shocked. Such simple words shook her to the core. Tareya suddenly realized that he was partly to blame for her marriage not being saved. She recognized that his past actions had also played a role. The communication device became a true secret of the imperial palace. Its department called it a masterpiece, demonstrating its uniqueness and complexity. He presented her with this special gift. Terea wondered, even though they were classmates, perhaps she shouldn't have accepted such an important and secret device. However, this was a good opportunity. She now had a means of direct communication with the Crown Prince, which could prove very useful in the future. The device also provided the ability to track the Duke's movements so that they could monitor his activities together, maintaining vigilance. Having a connection with a high-ranking official was essential for monitoring the Duke. This allowed them to keep him under control and respond quickly to changes. Having received such an unexpected opportunity, Terea realized it would be useful to her in the future. She was ready to seize this chance, no matter how it affected her life. The lady was surprised to learn that the Countess of Toronto would not be present. She hadn't expected her plans to change so suddenly. Terea could have simply returned home, but Tardian stated that since she had already visited the county, he would not let her go so easily, offering to continue the meeting. He offered to go with her, but the lady began to say she needed to go to lunch with someone else. This was presented as a reasonable excuse for leaving. The man expected her to refuse, but Terea realized that a week ago she would have done the same. Now, however, she realized the importance of connecting with people. He was surprised by her decision, and Terea, deciding to add a little information, told him that she was going to open her own business, hinting at her plans. She also emphasized that this was the reason she wanted to meet the Countess of Toronto. The Count's house was successful in trade, and this was its heyday. Of course, there was a need to develop more friendships, and the gentleman noticed that by talking about this, she seemed to be inviting him to become part of her business idea. The woman was surprised by what was happening and replied that, of course, that wasn't true. However, the guy insisted that they were blood relatives and that she was trying to get rid of him. The lady remarked that they were related on only one of 5 levels of kinship, but he asked her not to say so. In his opinion, their relationship was much closer. He winked at her, and she couldn't help but laugh. They laughed together, realizing that moments like these were easier to take with humor. Terea thought it would be best for her to ask a close relative for help, rather than rely on a stranger for help in such a situation. Tartian added with a smile that he was looking forward to the next step and was ready for any situation that unfolded before him, no matter how difficult it was. When the servant saw that Mr. Toronto had arrived, he was filled with joy, knowing that everything was going according to plan, and the meeting had finally taken place. The young man asked if the expected guest had arrived. He was told that he was already in the waiting room and was ready to meet him at any time. The lady was thinking that there might be something tasty in the hall, and suddenly realized that this man was familiar to her, although she could not remember where from. When she saw the man before her, she immediately recognized Hera. His eyes left a deep imprint on her memory, and now she remembered him immediately. Terea couldn't understand how Tartion had managed to become so close to this man so quickly, since just a few days ago they hadn't even met. Tartian, noticing that the Duke had been kept waiting, apologized. But the Duke clarified that he had arrived too early and thought the expected guest stood before him. The lady introduced herself, and the Duke, although he knew her, decided to introduce himself anyway. He said she probably already knew his name. He also added that she could address him in any way she felt comfortable with, without worrying about formalities that might seem unimportant. This time he addressed her differently. I wondered if he knew about her divorce. The lady calmly replied that it would be easier for him to simply call her Lady Terea. Tartion was surprised to learn they already knew each other, and the Duke reminded him they had met earlier in the gallery. That day, he wanted to enjoy the silence and the paintings. If his behavior at the time seemed rude to her, he sincerely apologized, hoping that she was not offended and did not retain unpleasant memories. Tartian and Terea felt a little uncomfortable when His Majesty began to kiss his mistress's hand, which was unusual and not entirely usual for them. This form of greeting wasn't accepted in the Empire, and Terea couldn't figure out when that had changed. She remembered it hadn't been done before she left for the Empire. It was said that much had changed with the arrival of the current Empress. Come to think of it, it was previously customary in the kingdom to greet a woman by kissing the back of her hand, a gesture symbolizing respect and politeness. Terea noticed that since they'd already completed the greeting, he offered her a seat, as this place was famous for its delicious food. Indeed, the establishment was renowned among the locals for its exquisite dishes. Terea approached His Excellency, inquiring about his purpose in coming to Yosen. She was curious about what could have brought him here at such an important moment, and his answer was her next step. The Duke explained that he had come to Yosen in search of something special, namely a painting he wanted to acquire. He had been invited to a local gallery where, he said, the very work that had caught his attention was on display. However, when he returned, the painting had already been purchased by someone else and was no longer available for purchase. This surprised the Duke, who had hoped to acquire it for his collection. Mrs. Terea, of course, assumed they shared similar tastes in art, but she hadn't expected them to be interested in the same work. This discovery confused her a little, but she couldn't help but agree. This meant he wasn't her ally, but rather her rival in this art historical quest. The question of which of them would acquire the painting became a matter of honor for both. The Joseon County family has always supported artists, helping them organize exhibitions and promote their work. This tradition has strengthened galleries and local art communities, including the place where they met. Thanks to this support, Terea easily found work in the arts. It also gave her the opportunity to be at the center of cultural events and draw attention to local talent. He couldn't defeat her, even if he used all his connections and resources. The painting would still remain hers despite all his efforts. This had been decided even before their conversation. The gentleman couldn't help but notice that his interest in her was actually much more personal. He wanted to speak with her again and convey some request, the details of which he was reserving for later. He was very brave, but somehow his behavior didn't evoke hatred in her. Perhaps his intentions were deeper than simply a desire to defeat her in an art criticism debate. Terea reflected that since they were both art lovers, they were surely looking forward to the upcoming arts festival. Both the Duke and she agreed that it was an important event in the city's life. He had previously been eagerly awaiting the opening of the festival, but now, having met her, the Duke was glad to see her, despite all his worries. After a brief conversation, he seemed ready to give up and leave her alone. Terea informed Rhea that their carriage was having problems, and she decided to go and inspect it. It was her decision to act independently, ignoring the difficulties. On reflection, the lunch was truly amazing. Terea enjoyed the time spent in the company of someone with whom she shared common interests. The conversation was easy and pleasant. However, everything changed the moment her husband appeared behind her, suddenly declaring that he had been searching for her for a long time. There was something insistent in his voice, as if he were full of determination. He grabbed her hands, and Terea felt her heart freeze with surprise and fear. When she looked up, Duke Dylov stood before her, a man she didn't want to deal with. The Duke spoke immediately, demanding that she listen to him. He grabbed her arm, trying to pull her away. His actions were decisive, and Terea barely had time to comprehend what was happening. He remained steadfast, despite all her protests. What mattered was that he didn't stop and continued to insist on his own way. He seemed inexorable, as if he had never known what rejection was. When the Duke released her hands, he spoke words that made Terea freeze. She must now listen carefully to him, for so much depended on it. Everything seemed strange and frightening. He explained that the reason for his meetings with Sarah wasn't love or romantic feelings, as she might have thought. It was all about the boy who was with her. Terea realized that everything the Duke did was aimed at protecting this boy. He was hiding his true purpose, but now she knew that his actions were motivated by precisely that. The Duke confessed that he was the Empire's secret prince, and his primary mission had been to protect this boy for 15 years. This revelation shocked Terea, causing her to question what was happening. Terea couldn't believe what he was saying. She screamed, expressing her bewilderment, certain the Duke had gone mad. His words sounded so unbelievable that they seemed almost like delirium. She couldn't remain silent because everything that was happening could end fatally. The Duke's statement in the middle of Joseon was like a death sentence, threatening their safety and lives. However, the Duke explained that this was precisely why he had suggested keeping this information secret. He wanted her to understand the seriousness of what was happening and the importance of keeping such things secret. He explained that when the prince entered the palace, where the position of crown prince had already been established, a power struggle would begin. The empire would be divided, and everyone would strive to become the new emperor. The Duke, despite his role and importance, still sought ways to protect Terea. He wanted to shield her from the bloody power struggle that would soon erupt around the imperial court. The gifts that had been carefully prepared for Terea were promptly returned. Despite her best efforts, she was given no chance to explain her actions or defuse the situation. The divorce proceedings ended without any chance for him and Terea to resolve the misunderstanding, leaving her in an emotional vacuum. The breakup was finalized without any attempt at understanding. After he lost her, his life changed drastically. He began to experience a profound sense of loss, realizing how deeply her absence had affected him, leaving him completely alone. The void left by her departure was unbearably heavy for him. It wasn't just the absence of a loved one, but also the realization that he himself was to blame for her decision to leave. He only realized the importance of her presence when she finally decided to divorce. It was a moment when this realization led him to a deep inner struggle and searing regret. After everything that had happened, he had changed. He began to feel a strong attraction to her persistent nature, which had previously seemed too decisive to him. His view of her had now changed radically. Tareya was in deep shock when she heard the words her ex-husband had just spoken. It was completely unexpected, and she couldn't understand what he meant. She didn't want to hear that he was suddenly attracted to her, because everything that was happening seemed completely absurd to her. Her head was in a state of confusion, and she couldn't understand what was going on in his thoughts. He wasn't interested in Tareya as a person. He admired the new woman who now inhabited the girl's body. This was absolutely not what she expected to hear, and she couldn't accept it. The thought that space travel could be part of her new life just flashed through her mind. But the thought was instantly overshadowed by the reality of what was happening in her personal life. Even if he was the lowest and most terrible person in the world, his only desire was to express his sincere pity and try to atone for his guilt before her if she would forgive him even a little. He knew that if she didn't accept him, he would do anything to convince her to come back to him. All he could do was try to bring her back into his life, despite all the mistakes of the past. She couldn't believe that this look was an expression of remorse and a desire to atone. To her, it was simply a gesture of desperation, which she was unwilling to accept, not believing in the sincerity of his intentions. If this had been that moment for Tareya, if she could have felt his pain and anguish, she would have believed him. But now she felt nothing but disappointment and emptiness in his words. Seeing her husband continue to see his mistress, Tareya felt her soul dying. As a duchess, she suffered daily, witnessing this merciless process of destruction of her life. She was different. When he said he was going to make amends, he didn't know that her feelings wouldn't change, and that he could try as much as he wanted. But his attempts would be in vain. There's no other Tareya in this world who could be the object of his atonement. That's why she said he could try, but the outcome wouldn't change. He could try the courts, use any means necessary, but she had no intention of reconciling. She had no intention of returning to him, no matter his efforts. Even if he prays and cries for hundreds of days, there will not come a single moment when she will forgive him, because she cannot forgive in the name of the real Tareya. In the end, he felt regret. But even if his intention was to clear up the misunderstanding, she didn't think he should reveal information about the main character of the work. On the one hand, this could be seen as a betrayal, since someone could hear and this could influence further events. But she preferred to leave it without comment. Suddenly, she caught on a rock and felt herself losing her balance, about to fall. But Balit, who was nearby, immediately managed to catch her. When she saw him, she was in complete shock. She thought he had left, but his presence wasn't the only surprise. He was smoking. This confused her. She thought he'd left and didn't expect to see him again, especially with a cigarette. But she soon realized it wasn't just cigarettes, but something more important and connected to his illness. The gentleman noted that these weren't cigarettes, but some other object he used because of an illness. Balit was forced to use it to cope with an ailment that was affecting his breathing. He had an unpleasant illness that sometimes caused him to become short of breath. Despite its presence, he continued to use this remedy to alleviate his condition. While he was using this item, he decided to briefly observe the lady and her ex-husband, who was passing by. He saw them interacting, but he didn't know what they were talking about. Tareya wondered what Balit might have seen during this time. He'd likely been observing her and her surroundings, but he didn't know the full truth about her relationship with this man. He couldn't hear their conversation and didn't know what they were talking about. But right now, she felt it was better not to look back, so as not to show her vulnerability. It seemed as if the person she disliked was still around. This fact troubled her, although she knew there was nothing she could do about it. He thought she didn't want to see him. She hesitated, unsure how to react to this situation, as it was difficult for her to be around him. She noticed how Duke Dilov's eyes were full of menace when he spoke of atonement, and she realized that his words concealed not only reproaches, but also the intention to gain her forgiveness. He looked as if Tareya continued to resist, he would still get his way, even if he had to resort to threats to do so, as if that was the only way he could get her. Tareya tried hard to remain calm, pretending that she wasn't afraid despite the pressure she felt and everything happening around her. However, if he had acted even more aggressively, and if there had been no one around to stop him, the situation could have become dangerous for her. Baylit believed that all ladies needed help, but Mrs. Terea noticed that she didn't actually need help, but something completely different. Then Baylit tried to change the approach by asking her a different question and asked what exactly she did not need to receive at that moment. Terea replied that she actually needed an umbrella because the sun was shining very brightly, and it was starting to blind her eyes, making her feel uncomfortable. Although he didn't have an umbrella, he offered her an alternative. He could help her instead by shielding her from the sun with his hand, which would make the situation easier. If she took him up on his offer and walked like that next to him, perhaps the light wouldn't be so blinding to her eyes and she would feel better. Terea thought that this proposal was too close, so she felt a little embarrassed because such close contacts made her feel awkward. She noticed that his eyes were unusually expressive, and in their depths there was a shadow, like a reflection of the early summer sun. Mrs. Terea realized that if he was doing this, perhaps he had something important to ask of her, and it might be a request of special importance. He replied with a smile that this request could only be addressed to her, the lady, and noted that it was not as difficult as she might think, although he was not so kind to everyone. However, he added that Terea's situation might be vaguely similar to his own, and for some reason they might find themselves in a similar position. At the Yosin mansion, Mrs. Terea reflected on Balit's words, saying that his situation was similar to hers. These words haunted her, and she increasingly struggled to understand their meaning. The intrigue grew, and she wanted to know what exactly he meant when he said his situation was similar to hers. However, she couldn't verify whether he too was truly divorced. She continued to ponder, watching him. He looked somewhat dull, but his eyes glittered as if hiding something important, and her thoughts became increasingly preoccupied with this mystery. There was a sense of longing in his gaze, a certain sadness as if before a parting. It was like a silent farewell, full of emotion, which made Terea pause for thought. His eyes were blue, like those of a flower deer. This image came to her mind because they were large, soft, and expressed innocence, like those of a gentle and graceful deer. Baylate's face was confident, though his bold features were hidden beneath a formal business suit. Still, Terea could sense his fiery physique, despite his reserved exterior. At that moment, she realized Baylate was trying to seduce her. It was obvious, but his approach was so subtle that she could hardly miss his intentions. It seemed everyone around her thought she was a lonely woman, easily succumbing to such temptations. Perhaps that was true, but Terea wasn't ready to give in without a fight. Baylate was interested in art and had good relationships with those around him. His hobby was painting, which further heightened her interest in his personality and intentions. Terea always appreciated people willing to help those in need, but her ex-husband would likely have called her too naive. He constantly insisted the divorce was her mistake. She imagined her ex-husband screaming again that the divorce had been a real disaster. At the same time, she began to feel someone in her life starting to protect her. Terea decided she needed to pull herself together and stop dwelling on these thoughts. The most important thing now was to focus on her own business and her future. At that moment, Terea realized that her business had to be her priority. Her entire focus was on achieving the success and stability she had been working toward for so long. Even if she was going to earn money, she wanted to do it in such a way that it would come to her even when she was resting, without constant effort and worry. Gaining fame and the ability to be successful was important, but Terea strove to exceed all her own expectations and capabilities, to overcome her imaginary boundaries. Otherwise, everything she had accumulated over the years, with the help of her ex-husband and even the emperor, could disappear overnight, and all her efforts would be in vain. She didn't even want to imagine that her achievements could disappear, like everything she'd built. Gold coins, awards, real estate. The thought was too painful for her. Terea was determined to make money in something she truly understood. She didn't want to venture into unfamiliar fields about which she knew nothing. Her idea was a business combining a cafe with coffee blends and art. She met a Toronto family with extensive business experience and sensed it was the start of something big. Coffee tastings were held throughout the week, along with consultations on business ideas. The taste of the 3-in-1 coffee and its unique appeal left a positive impression on the participants. Many people have expressed interest in this product. However, it should be noted that the concept of galleries combined with cafes is already being actively developed and implemented in various locations. The city where she lived had many cafes, and among them were establishments that enjoyed great popularity thanks to word of mouth and active promotion through social networks. She acknowledged this as a noticeable trend, but in the world of social media, such parties could be organized by absolutely anyone, as these networks are easy and accessible for any organization. In this situation, she needed to come up with something unique that hadn't existed before in order to stand out from the crowd of competitors and attract attention to her idea. And then an idea came to her mind: to organize not just an event, but an entire festival connected to social networks, which could become an event for the entire empire and attract many spectators. At this event, she planned to make a name for herself by offering everyone in attendance Yosin's coffee mix, which would become a symbol of the event and a source of discussion among all participants. This would be great publicity. Everyone would start talking about the delicious mix, and the drink's popularity would quickly spread through word of mouth and social media, creating a buzz around the brand. After the launch at this event, coffee shops would open throughout the empire, attracting attention, and people who tried the new mix would no longer be able to resist its unique taste. To implement this ambitious plan, she needed to prepare something important, so she decided to turn to her mother for help, realizing that she could not do without her support. The mother, thinking that her daughter had left on important business, was surprised to hear that, in fact, she had simply come with a request that had nothing to do with business. The woman asked with interest what the conversation would be about, not understanding what exactly was so important for her daughter at that moment. Tareya made a request to her parents that shocked them. She wanted the Yosin family to come under her control and take them into her own ownership. At that moment, she realized that, in addition to enormous wealth, she was missing one thing: a title that would give her real power and the opportunity to move forward. The parents were completely stunned by her request, not expecting their daughter to take such a decisive step that could radically change their lives. Tareya doesn't see divorce as something bad or shameful. For her, it's just a part of life. But she understands that others might feel differently. Some might judge her choice and see it as a flaw. Some might consider her divorce a stain on the Duke's reputation. Others see such matters as a genuine social scandal, worthy of condemnation and public discussion. Despite all this, amidst all these harsh gazes, Tareya longs to preserve her identity, her face, despite everything they say about her. Her inner world remains untouched by these accusations. As a daughter of the Yosin clan, she decides to live by this proud name. It's not only her heritage, but also a symbol of something greater than just a family name. She's proud of it. Her parents supported her decision to continue to bear the Yosin name. The title is important, even though it ranks below that of a duke. They were happy to see her remain loyal to the family and its traditions. The title of Yosin could have given her some advantages. Although it's inferior to the title of duke, it offers her protection from potential attacks from others, such as the water deer. Deciding to continue with the name Yosin, she plans to throw a lavish party. It will be an event that will not only attract attention, but also mark a significant milestone in her life and the lives of her family. She plans to invite not only local nobles, but also guests from neighboring lands, as well as the capital. This should be an event that will leave a mark on many, attracting the attention of all the nobility. The main goal of the party will be not only to entertain guests, but also to create a buzz. She wants the event to be talked about long afterward, and for it to become a topic of discussion among many residents. The party will be held to celebrate the succession to the Yosin title. However, despite the significance of this event, she feels it is too weak to generate real interest and discussion. She recognizes that there are already many similar precedents for female heirs, and she needs something more to spark interest. Tareya feels her plan may not be flashy or appealing enough. Tareya wants to create something more exciting. She needs an event that will generate interest, keep people talking and remembering it, and keep the topic alive. She arrives at the gallery expecting to see paintings, but instead her gaze falls on Mr. Baliga. She's surprised to see him here, in this place, as if he too had been invited. The lady greets him, surprised to see him again in the gallery. It seems strange to her, but perhaps it's just a coincidence, albeit a very curious one. However, the man notices that this is no coincidence. He was waiting for her here, in this gallery, because he has long been interested in her and wants her to understand it. Tareya was taken aback by his words. She was struck by the way he looked at her, as if he were genuinely interested. Her heart sank in surprise. He wasn't just being kind, he saw something more in her. She dismisses his suggestions, saying she's not interested. However, he decides to approach her and bluntly tells her that she should view him as her future lover. Mrs. Terea was in such a state that she couldn't even understand what the man standing before her was saying. It was as if his words weren't reaching her, and she was completely confused. The young man noticed that his words had come as a complete surprise to her. He decided to explain what had prompted his interest in her personality and why he had become so attentive to her. It may seem like an act of arrogance, but with his considerable talent and high status, he believed that he knew almost all the information except for one small fragment. In his profession, gathering information wasn't just a job, but a part of his daily life. However, recently his abilities encountered an unexpected obstacle he couldn't overcome. The painting he and Terea saw together became a true mystery to him. Despite a thorough search, he couldn't find a single useful detail that could reveal its origin. The artist's name remained unknown, as did his origins. There were no records of contacts, and the work itself left no traces that could help solve its mystery. The only clue left was the gallery where the painting hung. However, the gallery's owner, a viscount, refused to say anything, and this lead proved fruitless. The only source of information about the artist was now Lady Terea. She could reveal all the secrets of this painting, but only if she was willing to share her knowledge. What's beyond even his reach, the key to the mystery, lies in the hands of Lady Terea. She shares his passion and finds herself in a similar situation, making her extremely intriguing to him. The elegant and bold Lady Terea caught his attention. She became a mystery to him, and now he was ready to do anything to get to know her better and understand her true intentions. Terea often wondered about the strange behavior of the men around her. She couldn't understand why they all seemed to be trying to express their romantic side in the same way. It was a mystery to her. She was already considering divorce when her husband suddenly decided to try to be romantic. The gesture struck her as odd and inappropriate, but she couldn't help but notice his effort. Another man kept persistently sending her emails asking to meet. She didn't know how to respond to these strange offers, as they all seemed equally banal to her. Plus, there was that man who'd flirted with her when they first met and was now insistently asking to meet alone. It was all becoming increasingly confusing and uncomfortable for her. She'd almost concluded that all this was pointless when Tartian suddenly appeared in her thoughts. His appearance completely changed her mood and reset her priorities. She wanted to tell him that he had become a light for her in this dark kingdom, where all men seemed the same and inexpressive. His uniqueness attracted her attention like nothing else. The Duke assured her that everything that was happening had its meaning and that she truly needed it. However, the lady still couldn't understand what exactly was being discussed, and her confusion only grew. Terea realized this man was ready to help her. He could limit her ex-husband's reach and act as a barrier between them, thereby creating the necessary space for her life. In the end, he turned out to be the perfect cover for her. If she wanted, they could even play lovers to protect her interests and ensure her safety. He decides to satisfy his curiosity about Terea, and she, in turn, will receive protection in the form of a shield, which will prove very useful to her in the future. It was her decision, and it will have its consequences. He believed the deal they had struck was truly mutually beneficial. His words were true, and both sides were satisfied in the situation. Each got what they wanted. The same goes for the party Terea is planning this time. Preparations are in full swing, and the atmosphere at the event promises to be no less tense than anything that has happened before. Although Terea hasn't sent an invitation to the Duchy of Dilov, one man will still show up at her party. He'll follow his own plans and show up uninvited, drawing attention. The Empire's rulers, including the Duke, still discuss the Duke's strange behavior, his inability to move on, and his constant attempts to return to his ex-wife. This has become a topic of discussion among the Empire's inhabitants. Many believe he continues to visit his ex-wife because he can't forget her, and this is perceived as a sign of true devotion. But in reality, no one knows for sure what truly drives him. When he finally shows up at the party, all eyes will be on him. His appearance will generate considerable interest and become the main topic of discussion, as no one expected his visit. This man, who had lived abroad for a long time and was not very well known in the Empire, will now find himself in the spotlight again. Its mystery and appeal add a special charm to this event, which promises to be unforgettable. Terea was already beginning to wonder if Duke Belite really did show up at her party. It would be a real challenge for everyone involved. She would be preparing for unexpected turns of events. The guests' attention will be divided between the two prominent personalities, and talk about who is organizing such an important party will become the main subject of debate. Finally, everyone will find out who the party's organizer is. It turns out to be the former Duchess of Delova, but her relationship with her ex-husband was long in the past, and her current relationship with another duke will come as a shock. This unexpected turn of events looks like the script for a wild drama that could leave everyone in shock. Every new discovery leaves heads spinning, and no one can predict what will happen next. The lady appears pleased with the decision and agrees to accept the offer. Her confidence that everything will be all right seems unwavering, even as her relationship with the heroes becomes increasingly complicated. The man smiles and confirms that the deal is complete, and everything he planned will now be carried out. His words sound like the final chord in an already complex case that has attracted the attention of many. Their mere presence at the party is a real event, and it doesn't go unnoticed. Especially considering the two dukes are embroiled in a love triangle that's increasingly attracting viewers and discussion. The party promises to be as popular as the Duchess's divorce trial, but being open about their relationship in public, let alone revealing that they are in a relationship, is becoming increasingly dangerous. Rumors will soon begin to circulate behind Tereya's back. People will say that her relationship with Duke Dylov began long before the official divorce, that they were secretly dating. Some will start spreading rumors that things didn't work out with Duke Dylov, and so, to avoid loneliness, she immediately switched to another duke. Of course, public opinion won't help her, especially if she loses the annulment and divorce case. Everything will be decided only in court. Tareya needed to come up with a suitable story, because in a noble society based on arranged marriages, there are always those who seek true love and passion. Based on the cliches often used in novels, she had no doubt that there would be no reputational problems if her story touched people's hearts and resonated with them. Her task was to negotiate with Beleg. She couldn't wait any longer, so she asked the coachman if they would arrive soon, as he had stopped the carriage unexpectedly. The man noticed someone stopping near their mansion. This was odd, and Tereya decided to see who it could be at such a late hour. She glanced out the window in surprise and saw the Marquis of Clatier's daughter standing outside the mansion. It was an unexpected encounter, and the girl clearly had some important business. Tereya decided to go out to see her. The Marquise's daughter immediately apologized for arriving so late. It was quite unusual, but she apologized. The girl's shoes were simple and low, suggesting she likely walked, unable to reach the carriage. This looked odd and a little disconcerting. It was the same last time. This girl had no carriage, no servants, no knights, which spoke of her very humble status. This was clearly noticed. If there had been an official invitation or request for a visit between the families, a carriage would probably have been sent, but that didn't happen. The girl's arrival was unexpected. The girl admitted that her actions, of course, looked shameless since they had met only recently, and she knew that she could cause displeasure in Tereya. However, she had an urgent request that she couldn't ignore. She came to Tereya specifically, hoping for her help, and was ready to explain her intentions. She desperately needed Tereya's help in a difficult situation. She made it clear she had come for a reason, but on an important matter that required the lady's intervention. The maid respectfully entered the room, bowing slightly, and announced that the tea the mistress had requested earlier was ready. She offered to serve it immediately so the mistress could enjoy the aromatic beverage. Tereya nodded gratefully and added that, given the girl's status as the Marquis's daughter, she already knew her well and needed no further introduction. This was said softly, but with a hint of polite simplicity. Then, slightly embarrassed, Tereya asked him not to be offended by her directness. She explained that she was interested in the girl's visit to their mansion. Her voice was firm but not harsh, conveying a genuine desire to understand the situation. The girl looked closely at Tereya, her face calm and her gaze confident. She said she saw no reason to hide anything and was ready to tell the whole truth, without concealing even the slightest detail. The girl explained that not only her personal honor was at stake, but also that of her entire family. For this reason, she felt it necessary to disclose all the details of what was happening, despite the potential risk. Having warned her that her story would take a long time, she asked Tereya to be patient and listen to the very end. Her voice was sincere and convincing, inspiring trust. At that moment, her appearance changed dramatically. Gone was that timid look, like a puppy caught in the rain. Now, before Tereya stood a mature, determined woman, confident in her words and actions. Tereya recalled their first meeting. Back then, the girl had struck her as a straightforward person with an iron grip. She always said what she thought, which was unexpected for such a noble woman. It turned out the girl belonged to one of the empire's most prestigious families. She shared a story about her time in the kingdom, where she met the man for whom she agreed to marry. This man turned out to be a prominent member of the Presidium of the Alchemist Society. Their first meeting with Baron Baylor seemed like a sign of fate, an accident that would change her life forever. Baylor remarked admiringly that only a remarkable individual could have created such a stunning alchemical formula. He hadn't expected its creator to be such a beautiful and intelligent girl. He offered to discuss alchemy in more detail if she didn't mind. His words conveyed genuine respect for her talent and a desire to get to know her better. After he came to the kingdom on business, his interest in alchemy intensified. He chanced upon a conference and found more common ground with her than he could have imagined. Their shared origins from the same empire became the basis for long conversations. Their shared interests developed into a warm affection, which marked the beginning of deeper feelings. Love flared up quickly, like dry grass on a hot day. Something special blossomed between them, something they both treasured and tried to cherish, despite the circumstances. Soon they had their own, albeit secret, engagement ceremony. For them, it was more than just a formality. It was a symbol of their love and devotion. For now, they decided to keep their engagement a secret. The Baron promised that as soon as they returned to the Empire, he would make her a formal proposal worthy of her status. The girl couldn't hide her delight. She admired his determination and willingness to break the rules for their happiness. Her love for him only grew. As a sign of her love and trust, she gave him a family heirloom, a dress that had been passed down through generations in her family. It was a symbol of their special bond. Despite her attachment, she continued to lead a modest lifestyle. She covered all her tuition and living expenses in the student dorms at the university in the kingdom. They spent 3 years together, savoring every moment of their happiness. It seemed their love was unbreakable and would withstand any trials. But Terea couldn't understand what had gone wrong. A girl from a prestigious family, one would think, should have known where such decisions would lead her. The truth turned out to be bitter. For 3 years, he'd been leading her on, pretending to truly love her. But she was naive. She'd given him jewelry, a house, and money. Anyone who found out would immediately realize he'd been sucking everything out of her, like a mosquito. Terea reported that there had been no news from him since his return to the Empire. His sudden silence troubled the girl, as she couldn't understand the reason for such a sudden change. Terea often wondered about the fate of the relic he had taken with him. Questions about why he wanted it and what might have happened to it haunted her. Their different statuses and strict family rules made open communication impossible. But despite this, Raya, being in love, sought ways to learn at least something about him. One day, Terea overheard that he had come to Yosin on important business. However, it turned out he wasn't alone, and this news surprised her even more. Upon hearing this, the girl decided to take action. She didn't hesitate and immediately decided to go to Yosin to find out for herself. While packing, she discovered that the relic wasn't the only thing missing. Her suspicions grew when she realized that even more important items were missing. The notes detailing the alchemical methods she had been developing for many years disappeared. These materials were invaluable and could have made a significant contribution to the advancement of science. Trying to understand how this could have happened, she thought about the situation again and decided to ask again to clarify the details. The girl explained that her notes were of great value. If used properly, they could bring enormous benefits to the imperial family. In monetary terms, the sum would be enough to cover the expenses of a large estate for 6 months. After conducting an investigation in Yosin, Terea discovered that Baron Balor was engaged to the daughter of another viscount. Moreover, this engagement had taken place nearly a year earlier, which was a real blow to her. Ms. Tereu invited Raya to come closer and, slightly bowing her head, asked if she was certain the events had occurred a year ago. After all, at that time, they had enjoyed a warm and trusting relationship. Raya was a little taken aback by this question, but the lady, noticing her confusion, confirmed her words. Her voice was sincere, and she watched the girl's reaction, slightly embarrassed by the reminder of the past. However, inside, Terea was seething with anger, directed at the Baron. She knew of his actions that had left her disappointed and betrayed. This anger filled her gaze and strengthened her resolve. The Baron, for his part, verbally asserted that status was of no importance to him. However, deep down, he held a different opinion. His hypocrisy was glaring to anyone who could read between the lines. In fact, he believed the Marquis would not approve of their relationship. A fear of judgment and rejection was ingrained in his mind, causing him to waver between his own desires and public opinion. While aware of the risks, he was still afraid of open confrontation. Fearing the loss of such a rare woman, he chose cunning and decided to exploit her feelings, regardless of the consequences. Meanwhile, Raya announced that the Baron would be attending the upcoming party in Yosen. She was certain a confrontation with him was inevitable, which only increased her tension. Realizing her plans required support, the girl approached the lady and asked for help in getting to the party. She believed that only in this way could she resolve her internal issues. Raya spoke with sincere hope, assuring her that she didn't expect much from her mistress. A single invitation would be enough for her to fulfill her plan. Her gratitude would be boundless. Tereya, keeping her emotions in check, asked the lady a direct question. What would she do if she were to meet this man again? Her voice betrayed her inner turmoil. To this, the lady replied that she didn't know what she would have done. She admitted that 4 months had passed since those events, and the situation still remained unclear to her. To begin with, she wanted to return a relic, a valuable thing left by her mother. This relic was associated with alchemy and had not only symbolic but also practical significance. The girl, who didn't yet know the whole truth, was deeply affected by the deception perpetrated by the swindler. This incident left a deep wound in her soul and made her doubt people. She couldn't tell anyone about it. She felt like this situation was reflecting someone else's image. Someone from her past seemed connected to this deception. The lady shouted that no, and she should not be content with just this. The girl was shocked by this and asked again. Raya firmly stated that they were engaged on condition, lived together for 3 years, and shared expenses. Essentially, it was equivalent to a civil marriage, and his infidelity felt like betrayal. Meeting another woman in such a situation is nothing less than adultery. Tereya knew perfectly well how to call a spade a spade. She added that she knew how to act in such circumstances. Her experience in similar situations was undeniable, making her an excellent ally for Raya. Tereya was a true expert at exposing adultery. Lady Cradier had come to the right place, and the girl promised to do everything to punish the culprit. She'll help her with all her might. They'll destroy that bastard together. Raya said she'll be counting on the mistress then. A few days later, the day of the party arrived. The Yosen mansion was decorated with exquisite luxury, emphasizing the importance of the occasion. All the guests, dressed in their finest, arrived, bringing with them whispers of anticipation and gossip. When Lady Tereya's entrance was announced, the hall hushed in anticipation. The gentleman remarked that this was the first time they had seen each other since the event that had had such a profound impact on so many present. Lady Tereya politely remarked that they hadn't seen each other for a while, sparking a flurry of conversation among the guests. Many confirmed that this was the same lady whose rumors had even reached the capital's circles. Hearing her name, Tereya was surprised. Instead of discussing her divorce or unpleasant stories, guests remarked on how her face literally glowed. It was unexpected and pleasant. Some guests arrived later, taking advantage of last-minute invitations. They seemed engaged and relaxed, mingling with the crowd and adding to the festive atmosphere. Tereya silently noted that they could have as much fun as they wanted, as long as they became doves spreading news of her throughout the capital. She understood the power of such rumors. Suddenly, the guests' attention shifted. The noise in the room changed, and it became clear that something important was happening. Parties in the Empire always followed strict rules, including the order of guests' appearance according to their titles. And now the hall awaited the arrival of yet another important figure. It was at this moment, when everyone had already assembled, that Duke Dilov entered the hall. His appearance caused everyone to freeze, as such a distinguished guest was a rarity at such events. Everyone was stunned. No one doubted the Duke had come for a specific purpose, and many suspected he wanted to see his wife. The Duke's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, as expected from a member of such a noble family. His presence lent even more significance to the party. Coming closer to Tereya, the Duke noticed that she wasn't particularly eager to see him. Her face remained calm but cold. Tereya didn't understand why he was staring at her so intently. She thought perhaps he thought his gaze could embarrass her or make her afraid. After a brief pause, the Duke smiled and remarked that he seemed to be the only one she had expected to see at the party. His words sounded like a gentle challenge. Tereya smiled back, but said nothing. She sensed the Duke had come here not for a serious conversation, but rather to amuse himself with idle chatter. Meanwhile, the other ladies were excitedly discussing his appearance. They saw something romantic in it, and this view only heightened the atmosphere of the evening. The guests began to speculate that the Duke had attended the party for the sake of a possible reunion with Tereya. Their imaginations ran wild, and rumors spread faster and faster. Mr. Tartion also appeared at the party. His presence aroused interest, and the servant cautiously inquired about the stranger who had accompanied him. Tartion, smiling, said mysteriously that the man should figure it out for himself. These words made him pause, and a moment later he realized that the Duke stood before him, which took him by surprise. Realizing the Duke's arrival, he immediately announced it loudly to everyone present. The ladies in the hall were astonished. They couldn't understand which Duke he was talking about, since it seemed Duke Dylov was already there. There was a slight confusion among the guests, as Duke Dylov was indeed in the room. However, it soon became clear that they were talking about a completely different person. A new guest. Tereya, hearing this, visibly perked up. She immediately recognized the man who had arrived as Duke Enoch Vigor Baleg, whose appearance had been a real event for her. This man turned out to be her trump card, prepared for the crucial moment. However, Tereya's ex-husband was confused. He couldn't figure out what the Duke was doing there, since he usually conducted business abroad. Tereya instantly knew she had to go over and greet him. She realized how important it was to establish a connection with this man, who would now play a significant role in what was happening. Looking at the Duke, she noted to herself how strange it was to see such an influential man in such a remote place. His presence here seemed a real mystery. Tartion, noticing what was happening, approached to greet the Duke as well. He did so with a casual ease, addressing him as an old acquaintance. Tereya curiously asked the Duke what he thought of the situation. It was their first official meeting, and she was curious to hear his opinion of the place they found themselves in. The Duke introduced himself with dignity, giving his full name, Enoch Vigor Baleg. His voice was confident and impressive. Tereya, introducing herself, admitted that she had heard of his arrival in the city. She expressed genuine joy at meeting him and couldn't resist asking how he had ended up in this place. During the conversation, she suggested that this moment be their official introduction. It was decided that their first meeting should be dignified and memorable. A friend of Tereya's drew special attention to the Duke, promising to do everything possible to ensure the meeting was as comfortable as possible. He admitted that while discussing business with the Duke, he immediately thought of her. As a sign of respect and as a gift, he decided to invite the Duke to the party. Afterward, he asked Tereya with a smile how she liked his surprise, trying to gauge her reaction. Tereya, realizing her brother's cunning, noted that he, as always, had proven himself a true fox. However, she urged him not to go too far, maintaining a reasonable balance. At the same time, Tartion didn't miss the opportunity to take advantage of his own interests. He cleverly emphasized the business aspects of their collaboration with the Duke, trying to present himself in a favorable light. Thanks to his position and connections, he even boasted that he was able to invite the Duke to a banquet organized in honor of his beloved younger sister, which finally attracted the attention of those around him. This was also intended to enhance Tartion's value. The Duke was confident that his actions were well thought out and would produce the desired effect. His strategic acumen was evident in every step, and it could not go unnoticed. He hoped his efforts had been appreciated and expected to hear praise. His gaze expressed cautious optimism, as he had put in a lot of effort to ensure everything went perfectly. The lady realized the Duke was more like a faithful dog than a cunning fox. Behind his charisma and courage lay an unexpected sincerity that even amused her a little. Suddenly, unexpected rumors began circulating in society. Romto was doing business with the Duke of Balet. No one could have imagined such an alliance, as the Torontos were considered a leading trading family. Everyone knew that the Toronto lady showed special care for her relative, Lady Tereya. This support was evident to all, and an aura of respect and trust surrounded their relationship. It seems Tereya and Toronto's son have developed a particularly warm relationship. Their closeness provided an opportunity to divert attention from the deer incident, which had recently been the talk of the town. The operation was a success, and the lady couldn't hide her joy. She felt a sense of satisfaction with how everything had turned out, and a small sense of victory smoldered within her. However, a surprise awaited her immediately afterward. The Duke suddenly addressed her with a very bold gesture. The lady was shocked, as they hadn't discussed anything like that. The Duke took her hand and, without hesitation, kissed it. This act horrified the lady. She couldn't believe that such a thing was happening right before everyone's eyes. Her confusion was shared by the crowd. Everyone present was clearly shocked. The lady tried to comprehend what was happening and figure out what exactly the Duke was up to. Coming closer, she asked him point blank what he was doing and how he dared touch her so openly. Her voice was firm, but there was a hint of confusion in it. The Duke replied that there was no need to worry. Everything he had done had been deliberate. He had noticed the lady's piercing gaze and had decided to live up to her expectations, even if it seemed reckless. The people around began to animatedly discuss the Duke's actions. Everyone wondered what he would do next, as it was already clear he had kissed his mistress's hand. This gave rise to much speculation and gossip among those present. Terea, sensing the general interest, decided to ask the Duke what steps he planned to take next. Her voice rang with curiosity, mingled with a hint of wariness. The Duke calmly replied that she shouldn't worry. He intended to wisely distribute the attention he had attracted in accordance with her wishes. His confidence clearly made an impression. He then headed toward Countess Yosin and her husband, who were still in a state of mild culture shock. They clearly hadn't expected such attention from the Duke. Duke Balig smiled and thanked the counts for their hospitality, even though his presence had been unannounced. His politeness could not go unnoticed. As a sign of respect, he even kissed the hand of Terea's mother, which made her father feel a little jealous. The gesture was so unexpected that it even embarrassed the lady herself. The Duke, as if jokingly, remarked that equal attention was required of him and kissed Father Terea's hand. This gesture evoked smiles, but also caused everyone a bit of confusion. The couple greeted the Duke with restraint, both blushing visibly. It was difficult for them to hide their embarrassment at such an unusual greeting. They thought the Duke might do something even stranger. But in the kingdom, kissing the back of the hand is simply a sign of respect, even if it seemed overly formal. Now it became clear to everyone why the Duke had done so. However, despite the ordinary nature of the gesture, many somehow found it slightly romantic in this context. Duke Balig skillfully attracted the attention of the entire audience, but also deftly and quickly smoothed over the resulting excitement with his actions, leaving everyone with slight bewilderment. Terea suddenly realized that the Duke wasn't just a diplomat, but also a master of situational management. His demeanor resembled the deftness of an ice cream vendor, holding everyone's attention until the very end. Her gaze darted around, searching for one person, and soon she spotted him in the crowd. This was important because he was the one who aroused in her a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. The gentleman had no idea the lady knew about him, and Terea calmly declared it was perfectly natural. Her words sounded casual, yet hinted at hidden knowledge. Terea's attention was drawn to an alchemical elevator device brought by the Baron. Yosin, as a tourist town with numerous hotels, could profit greatly from such inventions. In recent years, alchemical elevators have begun to be installed in buildings higher than 3 stories, making them increasingly popular. This device undoubtedly had significant potential. Lord expressed surprise, noting that such things rarely interested women. His remark sounded more like a compliment than a reproach. He assumed most women were indifferent to alchemy, but meeting Terea challenged his stereotypes. Her interest in the field impressed him. Terea, listening to his speech, could barely contain her irritation. She couldn't understand why this man constantly talked about women, failing to notice that alchemy was also being developed by members of her own sex. The western side of Joseon is currently undergoing active development. Plans call for the construction of a large residential complex, which will require a large number of equipped spaces to meet growing demand. The heroine, the house's owner, also noted that elevators would be necessary for the project to be successfully implemented. Under her leadership, every detail must be considered to create high-quality infrastructure, so she approached him with a proposal to discuss the project with her father, who could provide important assistance. This could significantly speed up the process if all issues were resolved with his participation. She really hoped for the man's consent and was pleased when he immediately suggested that if she didn't mind, he could go and talk to her father to discuss all the details of the project. For her, it was simply wonderful. She felt like she'd landed a big fish and brought in an important person to help resolve the issue. This gave her confidence in the success of the matter. Terea noticed that her father was in the part of the city where all the important events were happening, and this was a good moment to immediately contact him and discuss the situation. However, at that moment, she realized that her ex-husband was also there, and she couldn't understand why it was so important for him to be in this place at such a moment. This added unexpected emotions to her plans. At times like these, it was impossible to simply ignore him, as it could cause unnecessary problems. So she decided to immediately approach her father to keep things under control. She mentioned something important she wanted to share with him, and her father expressed interest. It was a momentous occasion, and he eagerly agreed to listen to her proposal, unaware that it would change everything. It was Baron Baylor, and the man greeted him joyfully, expressing his pleasure at meeting him. He was intrigued, as such a meeting was important and held not only business prospects but also personal significance. The man, sensing the gravity of the moment, remarked that it would be a true honor for him to meet gastritis that evening. However, her ex-husband, noticing the oddity of the situation, couldn't help but comment that it was amusing. This was the first time that someone had greeted another person in such a manner while standing right in front of him. The man was terrified to see His Excellency the Duke and began to apologize for his rudeness, realizing his behavior had been a mistake. He tried to rectify the situation, but this only made the moment more bizarre. He reminded them that he had already greeted the Duke when he first arrived, but that didn't help calm the situation. Everyone sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly confusing and demanding clarification. The Duke calmly noted that his presence was so inconspicuous that the man barely noticed him. This added even more tension to the situation, and it spiraled out of control. The Lord was completely confused, not understanding what was happening. The mistress was shocked by what her ex-husband had just told her and couldn't understand how everything had gotten so confusing. She couldn't understand why her ex-husband and the Duke had suddenly started arguing. It was absurd and strange, but she decided she needed to sort it out to avoid losing control of what was happening. At that moment, Duke Baelig approached them, and noticing their conversation, remarked that the topic under discussion seemed quite interesting. This calmed the situation somewhat, but everyone understood that questions remained. The lady was surprised when the Duke approached and thanked him. This added a touch of strangeness to the overall atmosphere of the meeting, which increasingly resembled a performance. The Duke, expressing respect, offered the Count a glass, symbolizing his readiness for further conversation. This gesture was an important sign of attention, emphasizing the respect and status of all present. The Duke, noticing the increasingly tense situation, asked if Duke Dylov would like a glass of wine as well. It was a way to smooth things over and bring the conversation back to a more relaxed tone. However, the Duke, controlling his emotions, declined, noting that he had no reason to accept anything from the other. This demonstrated that each participant in the meeting had their own limits, and the conversation continued to develop in an unpredictable direction. Bailey said perhaps he shouldn't get involved, then drained his glass coldly, feigning indifference. His words were fragmentary, but the message was clear. He had no intention of interfering. The lady was absolutely delighted. Her admiration was genuine, for Belite truly knew how to impress. He always had a talent for maintaining the atmosphere, managing to remain both reserved and expressive. Dilov noted that this was the first time in a long time that Duke Belayet had appeared in the Empire. The event was significant for everyone present, as Belayet rarely appeared in public. Belayet was already holding out his glass and seemed ready to approach the unfamiliar family members. His gesture wasn't simply polite, but rather a demonstration of intent, though it remained reserved and calm. He himself noticed that he hadn't greeted him properly. He'd heard from conversations that the Duke had recently married, which had affected his perception of the situation. He was somewhat perplexed by this. The Duke replied that he wasn't the subject, and Balait immediately apologized. He explained that the word outsiders had been ambiguous and could have been interpreted differently than intended. He added that perhaps the expression was misleading, as if referring to one's own family members. Only someone familiar with the nuances of communication could have grasped this misunderstanding. The Duke was clearly indignant and asked if Duke Ballet had been deliberately trying to provoke him. His tone was sharp, and his eyes flashed with displeasure at this unexpected and perhaps innocent mistake. But the gentleman, in turn, replied that he had in no way intended to offend him. He suggested that the ballet might have been influenced by the recent gestures of kissing his hand, which had made him nervous. The Duke replied that if he had said so right away, he could have kissed his hand right then and there as a sign of reconciliation. The words were played with humor, but their meaning remained serious and direct. Belayet extended his hand to Duke Dylov, which immediately startled him. It was a gesture he hadn't expected, and the reaction was entirely natural for such unexpected occurrences in human interactions. It was at that moment that a phrase was born that would long remain etched in the memories of the party's guests. The atmosphere grew tense, and Balit's words took on unexpected weight in the context of the proceedings. The lady was absolutely delighted, for Balit had truly unleashed his full potential. It turned out he could not only be cool-headed, but also demonstrate unusual audacity. Tareya didn't expect anyone in this world to be able to give her ex-husband a better haircut than the Emperor had. This man turned out to be far more skilled than she could have imagined. The moderate conflict between the dukes focused everyone's attention here, creating the impression that events were unfolding in the very center of attention, and all eyes were on this moment. Tareya had a wonderful time, having thoroughly prepared for all the activities planned for the day. Everything went according to plan, and she felt ready for the upcoming events. Finally, the moment arrived when all the entertainment prepared for this day was about to begin. Tareya headed toward her father to take the next step in the event unfolding before her. Tareya suddenly realized she'd apparently forgotten to tell her father some important details. In fact, she'd planned to introduce not only Baron Baylor, but someone else as well. She'd heard he'd found an effective way to improve the elevator's performance, but she knew nothing about alchemy. So she invited a friend of hers, who was well-versed in the matter and could help. The Lord, hearing about a friend who was knowledgeable in alchemy, immediately became worried. His face expressed concern, and he began to question this strange newcomer. Tareya immediately introduced her friend, Raya Klatya. The Lord, upon seeing her, was a little taken aback, though he didn't show it openly. He had expected something completely different. Tareya was delighted to introduce her friend. The Lord's face expressed indescribable surprise when he saw her, which only added to the intrigue of the situation. The early mistress recounted that the Lord always told her she didn't know how to dress. These words stayed with her, reminding her how often she was criticized for her appearance. The Lord also claimed that she was not fulfilling her duties as expected of a noblewoman. These statements left Tareya feeling dissatisfied and confused about her role in society. But she still didn't understand whether this meant she'd remain a graduate student and would have to wear a dress when she went to the lab. Such thoughts kept nagging at her, making her doubt the correctness of her path. Every time he yelled at her, Tareya couldn't help but wonder if he truly considered her worthy. He often asked if she really belonged to a prestigious family, which only deepened her doubts. Tareya began to wonder if the man truly loved her. This feeling of uncertainty and insecurity became a real challenge for her, as she couldn't find a clear answer. These thoughts began to trouble Tareya, and she couldn't shake off the feeling of sadness. Her mood darkened slightly, and she felt a slight melancholy, consumed by memories of the past. Nevertheless, Raya continued to love this man and could do nothing about it. Despite all the difficulties, she remained attached to him, which caused Tareya mixed feelings. Tareya suggested that from now on she could call her friend by her nickname. It was her suggestion, and she hoped Raya would agree to make their relationship more informal. Tareya promised to help, as she couldn't let Raya just go to this meeting. The lady needed to make the most of the party, and she wasn't about to miss this opportunity. Instead of simply taking responsibility, Tareya hoped Raya would benefit from this experience as well. She wanted her friend to gain something valuable from their interaction. Raya noted that she actually felt calmer knowing it wasn't a one-sided effort. She felt the situation would be beneficial for both parties, and that reassured her. In response, the red-haired Tareya suggested that her mistress also call her by her nickname. It was a sign of closeness and trust, which grew stronger between them with each new step. Tareya was surprised by how the stylist created a look for Raya that made her look like she was going to her ex-boyfriend's wedding. The outfit seemed out of place. The man was in complete shock and seemed to be beginning to realize something was wrong. He had trouble understanding how everything was unfolding, but he felt the situation required special attention. The lady introduced herself as Raya del Clatier and added that she was very pleased to meet Count Yosen. It was an important meeting for her, and she showed genuine interest. The Count responded joyfully to her words, saying he was also very pleased to meet her. He emphasized how pleased he was that such a valued guest was there, among the many famous figures at this party. He noted that the young ruler of the empire was present at this event, adding significance to the party. The evening promised to be amazing and full of important encounters. Also present were the Duke, who had not been to the empire for a long time, and the Marquis's daughter, who was studying abroad. These personalities promised to liven up the atmosphere and add interest to the event. Tareya couldn't believe all these famous people had gathered in one place, and it was a real surprise. She hadn't expected such a combination of people in one space. Tareya spoke admiringly of Raya, emphasizing that she was an exceptional talent and was studying at the Royal Academy's graduate school. Her achievements in alchemy were simply astounding. She added that Raya would be happy to offer advice on Baron Baylor's invention, but Raya herself modestly demurred, saying she shouldn't be so praised. She still had much to learn. Nevertheless, Raya was intrigued to know what exactly Baron Baylor had created. Her curiosity piqued, and she asked for an explanation of the details of his invention. The Baron was perplexed, unable to understand why Raya was acting as if she didn't know him. He assumed she might have forgotten him, but he didn't know what exactly had prompted this behavior. However, he was grateful that Raya was reserved and did not reveal unnecessary details, as he preferred to keep everything secret, as was usually the case for him. Regarding the device created by the Baron, it was externally similar to previous models, but differed in that it used a new propeller, enhanced by a unique spell. The more engaging the story, the more it evolved, building intrigue and captivating attention. The introduction of all these interesting characters eventually became an integral part of the narrative. This moment, when the Baron began to tell his boring stories, seemed to be part of the development of the whole story, adding elements to the plot that, in essence, revealed the personality of each participant. Tareya asked the lady's opinion and asked for her expert opinion on what they had discussed. She was very curious to know what a more experienced person thought about the situation. The girl noted that she was interested in the idea of using such technology solely for an elevator, and was a bit taken aback. However, if she were to do this, she would approach it completely differently, in her own style. The man laughed and noted that she likely didn't know the method they were discussing was still in development. He planned to gradually develop it and implement it in the future, once it was ready. However, the main thing he lacked was financial resources, and that's why he was able to meet with Count Josin, who could help resolve this issue. Without his help, much would have been impossible. The woman amazed him with her achievements, which was surprising, as her success in such a complex field as alchemy was far from typical. She had already been able to study alchemy abroad, which was a great stroke of luck. Even though he'd only met her that day, the man was quite impressed by her personality and accomplishments. He noted her skill and persistence in pursuing knowledge, even in such challenging fields. He tried to ignore her, then began acting as if this method were his own invention. He explained everything as if she were a newbie, which deeply offended Tareya. But she knew that people like Dylov weren't just in her circle. At this point, the Baron unexpectedly interrupted the Marquise's daughter, which was extremely impolite and contrary to noble ethics. Such behavior simply could not go unnoticed, and everyone noticed. People generally don't like to get caught in such dead-end situations, but they also expect that, in the end, the plot will somehow resolve itself at the climax, creating a spectacular ending with a powerful resolution. The more tension builds, the more powerful the final explosion will be. And Tareya, sensing that the situation is about to get out of control, decides to add fuel to the fire to speed up the denouement. It was too much, and Tareya decided it was time to change her strategy. She needed something refreshing to calm her nerves, as she couldn't bear to look at that blank face any longer. She was deeply irritated. The lady wanted to ask something, but Tareya, taking her hand, said she was grateful for her words, though she felt they weren't spoken with the best intentions. There was a hidden threat in those words. The girl was shocked that such a rude man had come to the party, and she couldn't help but notice how difficult it must have been for the lady to endure his presence. She felt worried about her. Raya was very grateful to Tareya for her assistance up to this point, but now she intended to act independently, from this moment on, resolving all issues and problems as she saw fit. She turned to her friend and said she wanted to give her some sincere advice, as an experienced alchemist who knew her way around such matters. She was ready to share her opinion and offer a solution. Tareya realized it was best to avoid this man. He was known as a real con man, and it was clear his intentions were far from pure. The man was angered by her words and immediately asked who she meant. He tolerated her interruption, but with every word she exposed him further. The lady noted that, as the Baron had said, the entire process required considerable expense. But it was unlikely a man could sign such an important contract with only a few lines. She immediately suspected him of dishonesty. Seeing how he intended to use this method solely for personal gain, she, as an experienced alchemist, couldn't help but doubt his honesty. The man began to ask her irritably if she doubted his abilities in the creation of this method. He assured her that despite her high position, she could not accuse him of slander. Terea firmly replied that she was merely stating the truth. She saw no point in hiding the real state of affairs, and she didn't understand what he was even talking about. The man continued to insist that if what she was saying was true, then the method she was talking about wasn't his, but someone else's. He was trying to shift the blame onto someone else. He claimed that once she revealed the truth, everyone would find out about their relationship, and it would be a serious blow to both of them. He tried to put her on the spot. Terea confirmed his words without hesitation. The method was indeed hers, and she had been developing it for 3 years, ever since they exchanged their marriage vows. She claimed he had stolen not only their home, money, and her belongings, but also her inventions. Everything she had created now belonged to him, and that was unfair. Terea was in awe of how determined her friend was to defend her. She couldn't help but admire her courage and determination. The crowd was in complete shock. The marriage vows, which lasted 3 whole years, had shaken them. During that time, the man declared he had never seen a more boring and dejected woman. He manipulated her by claiming that only he could offer her his hand because, according to him, no one else would be interested in her. He took her designs and jewels with him, although he himself became engaged to another woman, the daughter of the Yanadong family. The man continued to insist that his engagement to Lady Yanadun was a lie, shouting that he didn't understand why she would say such things. He tried to justify himself by saying that the engagement to Yanadong's daughter was not legally binding, and that he did not understand what she was even talking about. When he realized what he had said, the crowd concluded that he had actually been lying, pretending not to know Lady Cletier. It was all part of his deception. It then became obvious that all his talk about alchemical methods was a lie. The man insisted his words were untrue, claiming that the engagement to the Yanadong family was a personal matter and none of her business. Raya was beside herself with anger. She looked at him and asked in a sarcastic tone how he dared speak of his duty to her when he was already involved with another woman. After all, he had taken marriage vows. Then she narrowed her eyes and, with a hint of sarcasm, asked if she should explain to him what society thought about this. Didn't he himself understand what it was like to act against moral standards? After the party, as rumors spread, he acquired the unflattering nickname Marriage Swindler. This stigma, not easily shaken, became his new companion. The mere thought of him filled Terea with such intense revulsion that it felt like a fire was blazing inside her. Her anger and contempt filled every fiber of her being. Meanwhile, the man, showing no sign of guilt, approached the lady and, with a polite smile, asked if everything was all right. If she wasn't feeling well, he was willing to offer her a cup of tea to calm her down. The woman was slightly surprised by such a sudden offer. She asked him what kind of tea he meant. The man explained it was a special tea made only in their Yosin mansion. He added that this tea can be drunk either hot or cold. She was surprised to hear that it could be served cold. It was a complete surprise to her. When Terea tasted the tea, it was much sweeter than she expected. The drink was unexpectedly delicious, making her smile despite her recent worries. People around the area were also intrigued by the tea. Its rich color led many to believe it would be bitter, but after tasting it, they realized how wrong they were. The flavor was smooth and pleasant. Even though for many this was their first experience with such a drink, the taste was surprisingly familiar and intimate, as if it took them back to pleasant moments of the past. However, the lady was perplexed. Where did this tea come from? Why hadn't she heard of it before? The mystery of the drink's origin captivated her, making her ponder. At the same time, it became clear to her that such conversations about relationships, money, or intrigue were usually only discussed behind people's backs. Openly raising such topics in public would be the height of impropriety. After all, in a circle where reputation plays a paramount role, such a thing is simply unthinkable. People value their names too much to risk it for the sake of a momentary rumor. The nobles watched everything unfold as if they were foreigners immersed in a Korean drama for the first time, where every gesture and word was charged with emotion. Their genuine surprise betrayed their unpreparedness for such a scenario. Of course, watching any drama is unthinkable without a little snack. As you get immersed in the action, you'll want to grab a bite to keep your attention on the story. This unspoken rule always pays off. Using this knowledge, offering the nobles mixed coffee proved to be a perfect idea. This simple yet clever move helped win their trust and goodwill, which was part of Terea's carefully crafted plan. The Lord tried hard to explain his methods, but his excuses rang absurd. The woman next to him was shocked. Not only had he turned out to be a marriage swindler, but he was also suspected of financial fraud. Terea realized the conversation was reaching a dead end, and it was time to change the subject. She was pondering how to do so, but the Duke, as if reading her thoughts, suddenly spoke up and intervened. The Duke declared that he could shed light on matters of alchemy. This remark surprised everyone, especially the lady who had never expected such a man to take up such a topic. According to the Duke, his knowledge of alchemy, backed by a scientific approach, would allow him to maintain objectivity. To him, everyone present was a stranger, meaning he had no personal preferences. Terea couldn't help but ask where the diplomat acquired such knowledge of alchemy. The Duke smiled and noted that his work required in-depth knowledge, including the intricacies of stock exchanges and international transactions. He then turned defensive, pointing out that what he'd heard concerned the strengthening of the elevator's energy flows. His analysis of the situation was precise, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. The Lord confirmed that the Duke was right. Indeed, elevator formulas are usually engraved using silver powder, which has unique properties for transmitting energy. Lord explained that he modernized the design using a new formula he discovered while repairing the old system. The old method, using silver powder, proved less effective. The Duke noted that he too had experience working with silver powder. His experiments and observations confirmed the theories the Lord had advanced, which strengthened the credibility of his knowledge. Continuing the conversation, the Duke emphasized that formulas should be engraved in accordance with natural cycles, such as the 4 seasons. This is a fundamental principle of alchemy, based on harmony with nature. The gentleman agreed, noting that the Duke was truly knowledgeable in this area. This impressed even those who had previously doubted his competence. However, the Duke pointed out that the Lord's knowledge of alchemy seemed superficial. This remark confused his interlocutor, who was confident in his own rightness and expected recognition for his achievements. The Lord was shocked. He didn't understand what was being said, and the Duke's words left him bewildered. He felt as if he was one step behind in this intellectual duel. The Duke continued to explain that the basis for proper engraving is not the cycle of the seasons, but the lunar cycle. This is a fundamental principle discussed in the opening chapters of any book on alchemy. If a lord himself does not know such basics but uses complex methods, this means that either someone directed him or he simply borrowed someone else's work without fully understanding it. He couldn't figure out who this woman was, but he immediately realized that such abilities were extremely rare. Even in the vast empire, finding such a person would be an incredible stroke of luck. And in this situation, it seemed like a miracle. Throughout the kingdom, people with such a level of preparation are found only among those who have completed postgraduate studies at the best academies. Such knowledge and skills require years of hard work and incredible dedication. If he still wants to prove his innocence, the only way is to find and bring here someone who can confirm his words. Only then can he avoid punishment and justify his actions. The Lord was completely at a loss. He stood motionless, unsure of what to do next. Silence suddenly fell over the room, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The Duke, wasting no time, approached Terea, sincerely believing he could help her. Terea looked at him carefully. Her gaze was calm, but filled with hidden disappointment. He had indeed done everything he could to emphasize the drama of the situation, but Terea couldn't bring herself to tell him that now. Now it became clear to her. She needed to focus on ending the situation. The Viscount, standing nearby, couldn't understand why all this was happening, or what had caused such a sudden turn of events. A man who had always excelled in business, achieving success, suddenly realized he had made a mistake. Using the skills he had learned from women, he hoped to emerge unscathed, but things turned out quite differently. He began to suspect that the hostess of the celebration, Lady Terea, was to blame. All his anger and irritation, which he couldn't contain, were directed at her, as if she were the cause of all his troubles. Enraged, he continued to accuse her. His pent-up anger drove him to grab a glass of wine and then spill its contents all over his mistress's dress, attempting to demonstrate his contempt. He screamed, accusing her of bringing him here on purpose to humiliate him. His voice was harsh and loud, breaking the silence that had hung in the air until then. The man couldn't figure out which friend Terea was talking about. He'd never heard Raya mention anyone like that before. His conviction that this was all a conspiracy only grew stronger. He described Terea as a cunning schemer, a woman who skillfully weaves her webs. Her audacity and desire to control even her own husband seemed outrageous to him. In his rage, he continued to shout that she was simply an impudent divorcee. This, in his opinion, explained her behavior and her desire to destroy everything around her. Terea stared at him silently. Her face remained motionless, her gaze expressing complete incomprehension of what was happening. She didn't utter a single word in response. Terea's father, seeing what was happening, couldn't stand by. His voice cut through the din of the hall, demanding an explanation. He expressed outrage at the rude treatment of his daughter and demanded respect for her name and position. Yet, even in his confusion, he sensed that his attacker wasn't completely insane. He didn't appear to have completely lost his mind, though his actions seemed chaotic. Perhaps he was still trying to hatch some sort of plan. His goal was likely to evade the attentions of the two dukes and the Marquis's daughter, and he decided to vent his anger on the lady of the county, who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Suddenly, the Count shouted a command to his servants to summon the knights immediately. His command was firm, and the tension in the hall only increased. Yet, despite the tension, the general mood was gradually shifting in her favor. It seemed that if things continued as they were, the return of the relic to Klatia would only be a matter of time. If you think about it, even being doused with alcohol could be justified, because everything was moving towards a successful conclusion. And then, at that very moment, Terea noticed a new stream of liquid flying straight towards him. This time it was Raya, seething with anger, throwing her coffee at the offender. Her face was flushed with rage, and her voice resonated throughout the hall. Raya screamed furiously, demanding that the bullying stop. She recalled how he had insulted her in the past and expressed her grief for the days she had wasted trusting and loving such a man. But that wasn't the most important thing. Raya was furious that he dared to humiliate her friend, Terea. The Baron, beside himself with rage, grabbed the glass and started shouting back. He called her a stupid girl who knew no bounds and was always meddling where she wasn't wanted. He had tolerated her antics for a long time, but now his patience had run out. His loud voice drowned out her screams, escalating the conflict. At this point, Duke Dylov intervened. Holding his sword, he sternly warned the Baron that if he didn't pull himself together, he could lose his head right there on the spot. The lady, standing nearby, watched the scene with an expression of complete incomprehension. This absurd conflict seemed as absurd to her as a theater being played out before her eyes. Duke Balig continued to silently watch the unfolding chaos. His face remained calm and inscrutable, as if everything that was happening were part of a carefully orchestrated performance whose outcome he wished to see through to the end. He found nothing objectionable in his words. His confidence was unshakable. He didn't consider his thoughts or actions wrong and was genuinely perplexed why anyone could see anything wrong with them. The Duke genuinely didn't understand why Terea was accusing him. After all, he believed many people thought the same way he did, and there was nothing unusual in his words. He felt her accusations were unfounded. Raya timidly apologized to Terea, admitting her mistake. She confessed that her actions had unwittingly caused her pain. Her voice trembled with guilt, and she could barely look up. Shame and regret consumed Raya like a heavy burden. She was ready to sink into the ground, ashamed not only of her mistake, but also of the fact that her life had crossed paths with a man like the Duke. Terea, shocked, demanded an explanation. What was making Raya feel this way? The lady, with a gentle smile, remarked that everyone encounters unusual people in their lives. It's an inevitable part of fate, and of course, it's not Raya's fault. Her words were calm but confident, like a comfort. The lady continued that mistakes, if any, were just a natural part of the journey. She emphasized that what happened shouldn't be perceived as a misstep or a sign of weakness, for it makes Raya stronger. Her smile grew even warmer as she said that even the most difficult moments are also an experience. And this experience, no matter how painful, helps people grow, becoming wiser and stronger. Baron Baylor remained steadfast to the very end because of the norms of this world. Women were more often judged in society, always finding more faults in them than in men. For example, there were rumors that if a girl was already with someone, she was considered damaged goods. Such unfair stereotypes were deeply ingrained, blighting the lives of many women. The lady bitterly admitted that even she hadn't been able to escape these unfair standards. However, she refused to accept them as truth, and her spirit remained strong. She firmly stated that if society perceives her as a failure because of her divorce, that's their right. But she doesn't see herself that way and won't let that belief break her. The lady decided to prove that it was possible to persevere. She wanted to reach out to girls who had gone through similar trials, to inspire them and show them that they could be strong. She also wanted to support mothers who had experienced similar situations. Her message was clear. They had done nothing wrong and deserved respect. The lady firmly declared that she would rise so high that no one, including her ex-husband, would be able to force her to bow her head again. Her determination was boundless. She wanted to become so strong that her ex-husband couldn't even dream of getting close to her. Now she would be out of his reach. Her goal was clear. Even Duke Dylov would be forced to listen to her and acknowledge her power. He couldn't ignore her words, no matter how excellent his ears. The lady decided to become a countess. It was a symbolic act, a declaration of war against her ex-husband, who had once considered himself stronger than her. A few days later, Raya spoke of her mistress with rapture. Her admiration knew no bounds. For her, Tareya became the embodiment of strength and inspiration. Tareya mentioned the very party where her business idea was first born. She explained that the basis for her idea was the unique coffee blend she was enjoying right now, drinking it. She added that she plans to hold a business briefing soon to share her plans. She was asked to prepare and approach it with enthusiasm, as many are eagerly awaiting the event. When Tareya said this, goosebumps ran down her spine. The excitement and trepidation of the upcoming event mingled with pride in her accomplishments. She expressed gratitude for the support, but still apologized for dragging me into her affairs without prior permission. Her sincerity was evident in every word. Raya assured her there was nothing wrong with that. Thanks to Tareya's initiative, she had managed to recover the family heirloom. She added that Tareya wasn't just a friend, but a close friend, and therefore she could count on her. Tartian, for his part, assured her that the Toronto family would always support her. He also admitted he was surprised to learn that the Crown Prince also stood by her side. To attract more sponsors for her business, Tareya decided to take a strategic approach. She decided to reveal her connections and secure official support. At that party, Tareya publicly announced that the Toronto family and the Crown Prince were already sponsoring her project. This move attracted the attention of everyone present. Although she hadn't discussed it with the prince beforehand, her words were true. The sponsorship did provide her with the support and resources she needed. If the guests had been a little more perceptive, someone might have suspected a certain unconvincingness in her words. However, they were too engrossed in the proceedings. The public was so captivated by the situation that they overlooked the details. Tareya wanted not only to strengthen her friendship with Tartion and Raya, but also to build a long-term business relationship with them. She was serious and promised to live up to their trust. Tareya wanted their support to become official, and they would work together to achieve success. The lady had always been distinguished by her determination, and Raya fully confirmed this. She agreed with Tartion that Tareya was worthy of all their support. Tartion noted that their support was unwavering, even without words. Raya added that they were counting on Tareya and her continued success. Tareya was surprised by such unanimity, but later smiled. She hadn't expected such sincerity and devotion from her friends. However, she still felt slightly uneasy. At this point, Raya curiously noticed the man standing next to her mistress. Tareya, noticing this, clarified that another of her sponsors stood before them. When the man removed his hood, everyone saw that it was Duke Beleg. Tartian was stunned. He hadn't expected him to appear, especially in such a place and at such a moment. It was unexpected and seemed to throw him off balance. The girl, on the other hand, reacted vividly and quite emotionally. As soon as Tartian came to his senses, he began peppering the Duke with questions. Why was he here? What was going on? And most importantly, why did he look like he was trying to disguise himself? The Duke, remaining calm, explained that the Countess had recommended temporarily concealing their relationship. Her premonitions were confirmed. Duke Dilov's men had settled around the mansion, which could lead to trouble. Tareya struggled to contain her emotions, trying not to show her irritation. She was infuriated that Duke Dylov was interfering again. However, the Duke's words about relationships intrigued Raya, and she decided to clarify what he meant. Baylate asked if it was okay to discuss this topic with those present, as it seemed like a secret. He clearly wanted to make sure no one would become unnecessary witnesses. The Countess assured him she had complete confidence in these two. They played a key role in her plan. The Duke finally confirmed. They had decided to start dating, and keeping it a secret was part of their overall strategy. Tartion and Raya were completely perplexed. When did this all happen? And since when had they been together? The questions kept multiplying, and the answers only confused them. It all started back in the gallery where their eyes first met. A slight interest arose, which only deepened after a recent party where the decisive turn occurred. Despite being rejected once, the Duke never gave up. His persistence and passionate courtship eventually convinced her to give their relationship a chance. Raya was absolutely delighted. She couldn't hide her admiration for how much everything was like the plot of a romance novel. It was like something out of a dream. Tartian, on the other hand, was practically weeping with hurt. He reproached the Countess for telling him this straight away, as a cousin deserved to know such things first. The Countess merely smiled, reminding him that he was the first to learn of her decision. This calmed Tartian somewhat, and he even felt a sense of relief. Realizing their mission was complete, Tartian and Raya announced it was time to leave. After bidding farewell to the Countess and Duke, they went about their business. As they parted, Raya wished the couple a pleasant time. Her words rang out with sincerity, adding a touch of warmth and intimacy to the moment. Once their friends were out of sight, the Countess and the Duke stopped holding hands. Clearly, the whole thing had been a carefully orchestrated performance. They were relieved that their little trick had worked. The two of them believed in their romantic plot, which was a crucial part of their plan. The Countess was surprised to find that Tartian and Raya's reactions were much more positive than she had expected. She thanked the Duke for his assistance, especially during such a tense time. The Duke reminded her that she had spoken of the need to discuss something important. He had come here specifically for this conversation and now wanted to know what was troubling the Countess so. Tereya began to explain her discovery. She had discovered conditions in their agreement that could not be ignored. This required immediate discussion. The Duke listened to her, but clearly didn't understand what she was getting at. The essence of her complaints remained a mystery to him. The Countess clarified that they needed to review their contract. The mutual agreement for temporary lovers was not clear enough, which could affect their future actions. Tereya accepted this contractual relationship not of her own free will, but because it promised certain benefits. She saw it as a chance to gain beneficial prospects for herself, despite the absurdity of the situation. This relationship was intended to attract public attention and deflect negative rumors, which could work to her advantage. She hoped that such a move would help her control the course of events. This whole move could give her a chance to keep Duke Dyloff in her hands, control his actions, and manipulate him for her own purposes, becoming more influential in their interactions. But no matter how she tried to rationalize her actions, there was no real benefit to Duke Balig. He reaped no benefit from this alliance, which left her wondering. The only reason he gave for his participation was simple curiosity. This deeply alarmed Tereya, making her doubtful and suspicious that he was hiding something from her. That night at the party, Tereya noticed a woman in the garden who caught her attention. The woman, without hesitation, called out the name of Enoch Vigor Balega, shouting that he was there and didn't think she knew anything. The woman continued shouting that the Duke should hurry out, as she knew more than he could possibly suspect. This caught Tereya's attention, and her suspicions grew. All this became clear through the tracking device Tereya carried with her. She began to observe every step and every word that happened around her. The woman continued to scream, threatening that if he didn't come out immediately, Tereya would lose control of her actions. This was very persistent and greatly affected her perception of the situation. Tereya felt her patience wearing thin, and the woman was obviously trying to manipulate her emotions, forcing her to make quick decisions that might be disadvantageous. The woman screamed that the Duke must leave immediately before things got out of control. It was important for both her and Tereya to understand the true cause of her unrest. As soon as Tereya saw this scene, she realized it was no coincidence. Her suspicions were clearly confirmed, and she became increasingly immersed in unraveling the mystery. The day the Duke helped her, he mentioned their similar situations. This led Tereya to believe he, too, might be involved with someone who was causing him trouble, just like she was. So, she began to suspect that this girl she'd heard about might be the cause of all these events. Perhaps she really did have some personal connection to the Duke. When she asked him about the girl, the Duke remained silent for a few seconds before finally beginning to explain the situation. This silence made Tereya doubt his honesty even more. He said that the woman Tereya had seen in the garden was named Niobe Rouge Asteria. The name immediately struck Tereya as familiar. She knew it was connected to an important royal family. Tereya immediately remembered where she'd heard that name and realized she hailed from the kingdom of Asteria. This meant Niobe Rouge Asteria could be an important figure, especially to the Duke. Upon learning this, Tareya couldn't contain her emotions and burst into tears. It was too much for her. She realized that this girl was, in fact, a princess, and her feelings for the Duke could be much more complex. The Duke confirmed that Niobe's mother was the Emperor's younger sister and the current Queen of Asteria. This added even more significance to the situation, making it extremely important for political purposes. Thus, Tareya realized that the woman the Duke had confronted her with was the Emperor's niece, making her a significant figure in the Empire. This was a disturbing discovery. This discovery changed the whole picture. Tareya now understood that this girl could be not just a relative of an important figure, but also someone with influence in political circles. The Duke explained that all these events began the moment he first visited the Kingdom of Asteria. His visit became the starting point for this entire story, which was now intertwined with the fate of Tareya. Tareya had been obsessed with him for 3 years, spending entire days in his office, not even daring to enter his bedroom. Her attention was so focused on him that the boundaries of personal space disappeared. Women in subordinate positions were not allowed to remain if she became suspicious of them. If she didn't trust men, she expelled them too, giving them no chance to defend themselves. One of the secretaries was subjected to cruel threats. Furthermore, she began to direct him toward mysterious actions and did not hesitate to threaten the Duke if he did not give in to her wishes. Despite his attempts to persuade her, Tareya was shocked to learn that his reactions weren't yet at their peak. Everything that was happening seemed even more disturbing to her than she could have imagined. The main problem was that he couldn't hide. She knew where he was. His location was always broadcast. He was trapped, and there was no escaping her. Tareya's alchemical device was imprinted with a trace of his blood, allowing her to track his movements. This revelation couldn't help but shock her as she realized how close she was to him. It was like installing a tracking device on her phone. She felt goosebumps run across her skin with the realization, as if she could monitor his every move. Today, he again politely but firmly refused her. There were times when he was less reserved, because even he couldn't contain his feelings and tolerate her endless advances. Discussions between the Empire and the Kingdom centered on an important alchemical agreement that had been in effect for the past 3 years. However, this agreement concealed many secrets. The Emperor was desperate for the agreement to be concluded. He couldn't afford to back out of it, and the only option was to endure all the difficulties this relationship brought. For 3 years, he had been holding back her advances to avoid damaging diplomatic relations. He understood that if they didn't follow protocol, the consequences could be disastrous. But finally, the main points of the agreement were resolved. He entrusted this matter to his assistant, and he himself, seizing the opportunity, fled the kingdom alone, hoping no one would follow him. He thought she, as a hater of the Empire, would surely follow him. But he was wrong. She seemed to have no intention of pursuing him in this matter, which came as a complete surprise to him. Tareya was shocked by everything she had just heard. It seemed unbelievable to her, and she couldn't believe it had all happened this way and that he had told her everything without holding anything back. It even made Tareya shudder to be next to her in this position for 3 years, as if she were his salvation, and not an enemy with whom he was in constant struggle. If she were in his place, she wouldn't hesitate. She would rip out every hair from him and send him to jail because it was impossible to cling so thoughtlessly to something that should have ended long ago. Balig couldn't help but be surprised. He knew his silence about this danger could have serious consequences. He was willing to take responsibility for it, despite his own doubts. However, he still wanted to clarify one detail. He understood that they were on the brink of something important, and he wanted to make sure his words about Tareya wouldn't be perceived as empty or incorrect. He was certain that Tareya was the best opponent to play the role of pretender. He still believed she was the strongest ally or enemy in this complex political game. Mrs. Tareya decided to find out why he had chosen her. She wondered what could have prompted him to pay attention to her and not someone else. This question never left her mind. After he rejected Niobe, people began to say his actions were too rude and arrogant. On the other hand, they noted that accepting kindness is the right of those who receive it. No one can understand the feelings of those who, despite rejection, continue to move forward, unwavering. This feeling, like many others, remains incomprehensible to most, but Tareya knew that feeling. She understood what it meant to keep going, despite everything. She also didn't appreciate people sympathizing with her problems, preferring to be left alone with them. The lady noted that she also dislikes it when someone tries to manipulate her or control her decisions. The Duke, in turn, said he was aware of this and respected her independence. He said he truly felt sorry for her. The lady, unsure of what to say, decided to simply laugh. She couldn't help but notice that his pity was more sincere than she expected. He really was cunning, and she couldn't be fooled. This wasn't simple sympathy. She couldn't understand how he could ignore such open pleas for help when everything was so obvious. The lady agreed, adding that perhaps a clause in the contract would be worthwhile to compensate for the damage caused by the princess. She thought this was a reasonable solution, given the circumstances. Tereya decided she needed to be alone. She understood that only then could she find the true freedom she craved. To be alone was to be herself. To escape the scorching sun, she needed an umbrella. It wasn't a whim, but a necessity, as the sun here was merciless, and protection from its rays became a priority. However, this umbrella could only serve until sunset. Once evening arrived, its functionality was lost, and Tereya knew she had to be prepared for change. The Duke remarked that he was counting on the Countess's assistance until the hot weather subsided. He was counting on her support, and she couldn't help but notice that his words sounded restrained but confident. Lady Tereya calmly asked the Duke to stop. She delicately implied that he should first refrain from such gestures as kissing her hand, so as not to provoke unnecessary conversation. In the Empire, such a gesture is usually reserved for lovers or women with whom one wishes to spend only one night. It might seem somewhat vulgar and misinterpreted. Mr. Bellig instantly felt awkward, his face flushing. He felt completely at a loss, as if he'd made a terrible mistake. Trying to justify himself, the Duke assured Tereya that his intentions were far from frivolous. He spoke sincerely, hoping that his mistress would understand his correct motives. Tereya understood perfectly. She smiled and gently told him not to worry. After all, now that he was her lover, he had the right to such gestures, but only with her consent. She calmly extended her hand to the Duke, showing her trust in him. This symbolic gesture indicated her acceptance of their new connection and her readiness to follow him. The Duke readily reached out to kiss her hand, but the lady suddenly stopped him, placing her palm on his hand. She herself was embarrassed by what was happening. However, despite the awkwardness, Tereya suggested that they switch to a more informal form of address. The Duke agreed and asked that she call him simply by his first name, Enoch. This strengthened their intimacy and created a sense of trust between them. A few days later, while at the Yosin mansion, Enoch asked Tereya what steps she planned to take in the near future. At first, Tereya didn't quite understand what he meant. Then the Duke clarified that he was talking about the development of their relationship and her business endeavors. Realizing his question, Tereya realized that as her key partner, Enoch had a right to know. She expressed her belief that it was important to keep their relationship open. At the same time, she noted that she needed to proceed with caution. If rumors spread quickly, she could be accused of dishonor and frivolity. The princess, it seemed to Tereya, was genuinely in love with Enoch. This wasn't worth giving up opportunities, much less her reputation, for. To avoid a negative public reaction, the reveal of their affair had to be carefully planned. It had to look perfect, eliciting only approval and admiration. Tereya was considering how to utilize the upcoming business briefing, which would bring together a large number of influential people. She saw this event as a perfect opportunity to implement her plans. She also recalled what she had announced at the party. However, the Countess concluded that that day was not suitable for her plan and began searching for a more suitable date. Now that she knew she had to act alone, revealing Enoch's existence seemed not just a risky move, but akin to voluntarily taking a deadly poison. Moreover, Tereya did not want to appear in the eyes of others as a person who was dependent on other people's help or relied on someone in a critical situation. Finally, she came up with a plan. In 4 weeks, a commemorative banquet would be held at the Imperial Palace to mark the summer festival. The summer festival was considered an event that surpassed even the most sophisticated art exhibitions, turning the day into a true celebration of aesthetics. Even Tarshan, one of the festival's key participants, eagerly awaited the event. The celebration was held annually on the day the evening primrose, the symbol of the empire, was in full bloom. During the festival, the imperial family hosted a banquet with a unique dress code. Guests adorned their outfits with fresh flowers, adding sophistication and charm to the event. Instead of a specific theme for the event, the hero of the day was the one who managed to attract maximum attention with their image and style. This meant that a striking appearance at a banquet could leave a lasting impression on the entire empire, opening up incredible opportunities for self-presentation. The lady thought about how to create a spectacular moment to make a dramatic impression on all the guests. One of her advisors came up with a bold idea: to stage a dangerous situation in which she might find herself and then spectacularly rescue her from danger. A scene appeared before her mind's eye. A dark alley surrounded by gangsters, cries for help, and the sudden appearance of a hero who effectively deals with the attackers. However, she immediately dismissed this thought, deciding that such a banal scenario was too hackneyed and only caused disgust. The lady, after considering the situation, initially expressed displeasure, considering it inappropriate. However, upon further reflection, she concluded there might be something interesting in it and suggested giving it a try. Tereya noted that it's a classic story. A brave duke rescues a lady from danger. This plot always evokes delight, as the lady can't hide her admiration for the hero. The more jarring details, the more dramatic the story. And audiences love action-packed dramas that are perfect for weekend evenings. Regarding the current situation, Tereya decided to weigh everything before the next meeting. She emphasized that the Duke also needed time to reflect. The Duke perceived this as a task requiring serious consideration. He mentally resolved to carry it out to the best of his ability. The lady agreed with his thought, saying that it could indeed be called homework. The Duke smiled, assuring her that he was ready to take on the task with great enthusiasm. During the conversation, he called her his love, which confused Tereya. She considered his behavior overly dramatic, especially considering that there were only the two of them there. The Duke, for his part, decided that such moments required habit to avoid future awkwardness. Gradualism, he believed, was the key to success. Tereya, agreeing with him, smoothly shifted the conversation to work-related matters. She announced that she was planning to leave for the capital for 4 days to resolve several important matters. Her plans piqued Enoch's interest. He asked why exactly she needed to go to the capital, expecting to hear something important. She explained that she intended to meet the artist Doris and offer him a new job. This was her main motive for the trip. The Duke noted with surprise that Doris was now the most famous artist in the empire, whose works were admired throughout the world. However, he warned that the artist is known for his difficult character. His egoism and stubbornness prevent him from accepting new commissions. The Duke suggested that Tereya probably had her own ways of convincing him, since the paintings she showed belonged to Doris. She confirmed his suspicions, adding that there was a special bond between her and the artist. Ever since she was a duchess, she had always been his patron. Despite this, Tereya admitted that she doesn't yet have a clear plan for how to get Doris's consent, but she's confident it's worth a try. Enoch noted that the lady is a much more outstanding person than she appears at first glance, and this always makes an impression. Hearing this, Tereya replied with a smile that he was being too attentive. However, the Duke assured her that his words were completely sincere. For the Duke, she was a person he considered beyond all praise. But this slightly irritated Tereya, who took even her jokes far too seriously. Nevertheless, the Duke declared that he would do everything to avoid disappointing such a worthy countess. He made it his mission to impress her. At the end of the conversation, he asked her what place she thought would be ideal for their first date. Nervously, Tereya admitted she didn't know where to start asking questions, as she wasn't entirely clear on the purpose of the date. She'd sincerely tried to figure it out, but the idea left her more confused than interested. The gentleman, having listened attentively, asked with a slight smile whether this could be considered a kind of rehearsal. His calm tone made her pause, but she hadn't yet found an answer. However, the very idea of a rehearsal perplexed Tereya. She had no idea what exactly he meant, or why they should waste time on something like that. They hadn't announced it publicly yet, so the purpose of such training remained a mystery to her. She was plagued by doubts. Why engage in something that wasn't even official yet? The gentleman, on the contrary, believed that people needed to see a beautiful, ideal romantic story. In his view, this was what was expected of them, and they were obliged to live up to these expectations. According to him, they must create a painting in which they become a natural and picturesque couple. And in this process, their every gesture must be imbued with grace and harmony. However, knowing the Countess was still hesitant, he suggested starting small and practicing. This, he believed, would help her quickly get used to her new role and overcome her doubts. He added that if she wanted to use him to her advantage, she could do so completely and without hesitation. His good-natured manner of delivery slightly unsettled her. Tereya even felt a little awkward. He said it so sweetly and sincerely that it was hard not to feel a little embarrassed by such an open proposal. The Duke confidently declared that such rehearsals would be beneficial for him as well. He, too, believed this was a necessary step toward their shared goal. The more natural and relaxed their relationship seemed, the sooner Niobe would accept their union and probably back off. It would work. He had no doubt about it. He even imagined Niobe sarcastically wishing them a long and happy life until their hair turned gray. The image made Tereya smile, though she knew there was some truth to his words. Still, she had doubts. If they started appearing together, everyone would immediately notice them. She asked how they could rehearse without causing unnecessary noise. He confidently assured her that she needn't worry about that, because he had something that would solve the problem. His voice was calm, and she felt she could trust him. He placed a small badge on the table, the kind usually worn only by emperors or high-ranking officials. The gesture aroused her considerable interest and a touch of surprise. She asked what the object was for, and he explained that alchemy was the art of extracting the hidden power in nature, and the badge was an embodiment of this idea, only improved. To achieve greater effect, he enlarged the size of the jewel on the old badge and performed special treatment on it to achieve the perfect balance of power and harmony. Essentially, it's a device that blurs her face. As long as she remains silent or no one touches her, she'll be difficult to recognize. A simple, yet incredibly effective invention. Tereya immediately remembered how calm and relaxed he had been the last time. Now it became clear why he hadn't been worried. He had such a reliable assistant. He confirmed her guess with a touch of irony, noting that at that moment he was like a green tree, completely calm and unshakable. He had no desire to confront Niobe. He chose to avoid the unwanted encounter, deciding to remain in hiding once everything became known. This choice explained why there were no rumors of his presence in the Yosin mansion. If she had something that could help, everything would be easier. However, avoiding difficulties is impossible indefinitely. Sometimes you have to face them boldly to protect yourself. Tereya was acutely aware that struggle and determination were the only path to the freedom she longed for. She knew nothing would change until she took action. To achieve their goal, Tereya and her allies decided there was no more delay. They had to act decisively, seizing every opportunity for success. But at that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by an agitated servant. He literally burst into the room, apologizing for the intrusion, and loudly announced that he had interrupted her conversation with an important guest. The lady raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked what exactly had happened. The servant looked extremely worried, as if something out of the ordinary had happened. The servant, choking on his words, explained that the young master and the second son of the House of Clattier demanded an immediate meeting. Despite all the obstacles, they were trying to enter. Tereya couldn't figure out what was going on. She assumed it was something to do with their family or friends, but the situation still seemed odd. She instructed her butler to relay this news to Lady Clattier. This was to clarify the situation before any further action was taken. If Lady Clattier decided to come, she was to be escorted through the service entrance next to the reception room to avoid unwanted attention and maintain order. Tereya understood that if what happened at the party became public, the Marquisate of Clattier would not ignore it, and most likely a scandal would break out. She had expected that a servant or perhaps a vassal would be sent to her with a letter, but she had certainly not counted on such a direct and unexpected intervention. However, seeing how persistent they were, the lady decided to go out to them personally to sort out the situation and hear their explanations. When they met, the Marquis noted that this was their first meeting with the former Duchess of Delova, who was now the heir of Yosin. His name was Colin Bale Clattier, and Tereya smiled and said she was pleased to meet him. Politely but reservedly, she also introduced herself, following the proper etiquette. Colin continued, introducing his brother, Daniel Hardy Clattier. Despite the elder's politeness, the younger looked extremely agitated and angry. Daniel was beside himself. His voice was harsh, and he declared that he completely didn't understand why they were wasting their time getting to know each other now. In his opinion, they should focus on finding the one who caused all this trouble, and not engage in empty formalities. Colin, frowning, sternly ordered Daniel to shut up. He reminded him that etiquette was essential, even if the situation seemed urgent. You couldn't throw propriety aside for impulsive decisions. Daniel, sighing heavily, replied that he would never allow Tereya to go abroad to study. Alchemy could be studied at home, without any risk to safety. He had no intention of making any concessions. Daniel added that if anything happened in his absence, he would be forced to take full responsibility. This outcome terrified him, but he couldn't do otherwise. Colin noted that the news about his little sister wasn't just Daniel's concern. It was the concern of everyone close to her. and he shouldn't act as if it was just his problem. He reiterated that his every action as the Crown Prince's knight impacts the throne's reputation. This responsibility prevents him from acting rashly. The gentleman, softening his tone slightly, apologized for the fuss. He explained that they had come only to ask one important question and asked Tereya to give an honest answer. He emphasized that for the sake of peaceful relations between Klatya and Yosin, she had better tell the truth. Her lies could damage diplomatic relations, and his face only reinforced the weight of her words. The lady, slightly embarrassed, asked what he meant. The gentleman, without changing his tone, mentioned the events of the recent party that had raised so many questions. He explained that his younger sister, who was supposed to be in the kingdom, had unexpectedly shown up at the party. This circumstance was already suspicious. Moreover, her lover was present at the same party and rudely insulted her sister. Such behavior is unacceptable, but unfortunately, no one stopped it in a timely manner. He blamed Tereya for the situation. She, the hostess of the evening, remained indifferent, allowing her younger sister to be humiliated in front of everyone. The gentleman continued his accusations. Tereya not only ignored what had happened, but knowing everything, she also refused to send her sister home. Her indifference was deeply offensive. Despite numerous rumors, eyewitnesses to the events in the capital were able to confirm the true facts about the party. These people knew exactly what happened. The Clattier family had their own reliable sources of information, which left no doubt about the truth of the events. Lies could only make matters worse. Colin, raising his voice, expressed the hope that Tereya understood that her actions amounted to kidnapping. He demanded the return of his sister and a sincere apology, but he didn't stop at apologizing. On behalf of the Klatcha family, he announced his intention to file a lawsuit against Yosin to seek justice through the courts. He warned that Tereya would have to pay for deceiving the Klatcha family and for hurting his younger sister. No compromise would help avoid punishment. Tereya, recognizing the gravity of the situation, admitted that Colin's behavior was truly terrifying. She hadn't expected such cruelty from the young master. Frightened to the point of trembling, she could barely utter a word. However, the man made it clear that he would not tolerate jokes or lies, especially when it came to his family. He continued to refer to her as the former Duchess, despite Tereya's repeated requests not to do so. She preferred to be addressed as Countess Yosin, thus emphasizing the importance of her new title and current position. Tereya reminded the heir that she was no longer a duchess, but Countess Yosin. She calmly but firmly emphasized the need to observe the rules of etiquette, emphasizing that he was obliged to address her correctly, in accordance with her status. The man didn't argue, nodding his head to indicate his acceptance of her words. He assured Tereya that he would continue to address her politely and respect her title appropriately. However, he noted that the fact that he asked her to confirm the rumors indicated his confidence in the veracity of these conversations. It seemed the man was prepared to hear only the answer he needed. Colin, addressing her, clarified whether she truly denied everything that was being discussed around her. Tereya confidently stated that the rumors concerning her were absolutely untrue. However, she acknowledged that the first point of these rumors was true. She had indeed been insulted. Tereya didn't hide this, but she clarified that it was only a small part of the story. At the same time, she emphasized that she did not remain a passive victim. She decisively and independently dealt with all the difficulties that arose along the way. Colin, however, loudly protested, accusing her of lying. He categorically declared that his younger sister was incapable of such a thing, believing she was too soft and vulnerable for such actions. He described her as a quiet girl, dependent on her brothers, unable to express her opinion. All she could do was cry, taking no action. He added that it was their attitude that made her cry. This behavior, he believed, completely justified her reaction, as the girl simply had no other choice. Secondly, Tereya clearly stated that she had not kidnapped anyone. On the contrary, she had done everything she could to protect a young lady in a difficult situation. The man looked stunned and asked what she meant. Tereya replied that when she suggested the girl go home, she categorically refused. Finally, Tereya clarified that she would never abandon her friend in trouble. She always supported her and did everything to make her feel safe. Moreover, she even pushed her to give a worthy rebuff and strike the offender in the most vulnerable place in order to teach him a lesson once and for all. Daniel sighed and suggested his brother stop listening to all this nonsense. He believed these arguments and accusations had crossed the line, and he couldn't stand it any longer. He also noticed that Tereya seemed to have spoken many flattering words to Raya. which she listened to with pleasure, absorbing every phrase with genuine interest. Coming closer, he added that Tareya was not the only one who managed to manipulate his younger sister using similar communication techniques. Tareya's childhood friend, a fellow academy student with whom she became close in her youth, became a loyal and sincere friend. They found support and understanding in each other, making their friendship one of the strongest. Even young men, sometimes feigning genuine love with the goal of marriage, often hovered around her. Tareya's life was always filled with people similar to her in spirit or outward aspirations. Many of them believed they could accurately discern the intentions of others. They believed they could weed out those unworthy of her attention or kindness. This belief seemed ridiculous, since true human relationships can only be understood through personal experience. Without it, it is impossible to acquire a mature and objective view of the world. However, their overprotectiveness blinded Tareya. Instead of giving her freedom of choice, they, in an attempt to protect her, only isolated her from reality. Didn't they understand that their actions would ultimately cause her suffering? Their intervention played a role, forcing Tareya through pain and disappointment. At one point, Daniel couldn't take it anymore and, drawing his sword, declared that it was time to stop interfering in other people's lives. He made it clear that everyone should live their own lives. He said that if things continued as they were, it wouldn't just end with another conversation like today's. He needed to stop before it was too late. Suddenly, Tareya's younger sister, also a friend, burst into the room. She lashed out at the scene with obvious indignation, demanding an explanation. Loudly and irritably, she asked what this absurd behavior was. Her indignation only grew as it affected her close friend. Tareya was delighted to see her friend. The red-haired girl apologized for her harshness and said she could no longer tolerate such treatment of her savior. The girl began to reproach Daniel for the way he treated the woman who had saved her life. She couldn't stand by, witnessing his injustice. Daniel, stunned by her words, asked again, not understanding how this was possible. He doubted his brother's words were a lie. Tareya, outraged by what was happening, shouted that there had been no kidnapping and that her friend's words were untrue. She vigorously defended her position. She said no one provoked her and everything that happened was her own choice. She struck her opponent because she wanted to. Colin noted that Tareya should have told her brothers what happened, because they were worried about her and deserved to know the truth. But the girl objected that if she did that, the Baron would disappear from the face of the earth, as had happened many times before. Her brothers knew no bounds. Tareya remembered how, as a child, her brothers had always brushed aside any threats, as if she were a helpless child with no right to interfere. But now she felt differently. Now she was determined to decide for herself whom to hate and whom to seek revenge on. She realized that this was her life, and she must be the master of her own destiny. Tareya made it clear that she no longer needed her brother's protection. She was an adult now and wanted to navigate her own challenges without relying on anyone for protection. Tareya always adhered to one important rule: never intimidate anyone she encountered. She believed that threats or fear should not be the basis for communication or interaction with others. However, she made it clear that if anyone continued to behave inappropriately, they would definitely not be allowed to have tea with her again. The warning was simple, yet quite convincing. The brothers were horrified at her words. Realizing the seriousness of Tareya's intentions, they immediately promised that such a thing would never happen again. Nevertheless, they were overcome with confusion. Why did she speak like that? It was a sore subject for them, one they would prefer not to touch. The brothers knew their busy schedules at the palace deprived them of the opportunity to see their sister often. Tea parties became almost the only chance to see her and at least have a little chat. They found Tareya stern and unyielding. Their frightened glances resembled rabbits clinging to her skirt in panic, begging for forgiveness and leniency. The brothers swore something like this would never happen again. Judging by the look on Tareya's face, she realized her method had truly been effective. Later, Tareya apologized to her friend Raya, as her brothers had made her feel very uncomfortable. She realized that their behavior and problem-solving methods seemed rather childish. However, Raya assured them that nothing terrible had happened. Moreover, thanks to the situation, she was able to hear their sincere apologies, something she had never imagined before. The conversation smoothly shifted to the future. Tareya asked her friend what she was planning next and what her plans were for the near future. Raya replied with a smile that she planned to return home first. That's where she could consider her next steps and make decisions. Raya also suggested that when Tareya returned to the capital, they would definitely meet. She would be happy to invite her friend over and hoped she wouldn't refuse. Tareya smiled and promised to wait for an invitation. Afterwards, they said a warm goodbye, happy that their friendship remained intact. The next day, the Duke approached Tareya. He noted that, contrary to rumors, Lady Klatja was quite capable of clearly expressing her thoughts and views. These words brought Tareya back to the past. When the Duke appeared in her life, he had greatly frightened her with his authority and harshness, leaving her with anxiety. Enoch protected her, always by her side. If anyone dared harm her, he would be the one to stop any threat. However, this performance, as Tareya put it, ended surprisingly well. She noted that the Duke proved to be a very perceptive man, capable of seeing the essence of things. These were all the costs of his work, but Tareya wanted the Klatjes to remain in her debt. However, it seems she overdid it, delving too deeply into her intentions. Personal emotions were to blame. It wasn't just that her friend had been deceived by meeting that vile man, but also that she was experiencing something else entirely. Tareya felt that Klatch's family had not given Raya enough attention, not giving her the opportunity to make normal connections or simply adapt to society. However, she understood that neither she nor anyone else had the right to judge or blame the Klatcha family for their choices or attitude towards Raya. Still, Tareya couldn't accept the idea that her first true friend could be so casually and dismissively ignored. It just didn't fit. Ultimately, she took on the role of her sponsor. One could say that in doing so, she was providing the Klatcha family with a service they didn't even realize they were receiving. The Duke remarked that her actions suggested she placed too much importance on the Klatcha family, perhaps even more than they deserved. Simple attention, the tiny seed she used, proved to be a powerful weapon to face enormous difficulties and enemies. Tareya had many ideas and needed alchemy as a tool that could turn her rich imagination into reality. She didn't know if it would be a success, but beyond that, she wanted to embody fragments of memories from her past world here, making them part of the present. She was confident that her creations would amaze, captivate people's gazes, and evoke admiration. No one would be able to pass them by without noticing them. Tareya strove to become the center of attention so that this resource, human interest, would help her move forward and achieve her goals. She challenged the Duke. Let him watch and wait. Soon, no one would be able to take their eyes off her. That was her promise. Enoch responded that it seemed she had already achieved what she wanted. His calm confidence surprised her, causing her to ask again. He didn't have to be embarrassed, and he explained with a smile. At least he himself couldn't take his eyes off her, and that was already quite eloquent. Tareya was stunned, having never seen such an expression on his face before. It was both surprising and disconcerting. Taking her hand, Enoch suggested that the next time they met, they could try practicing the art of dating. His voice was gentle as he asked her to take care of herself until then. It unexpectedly touched her soul. Tareya couldn't understand why her fingers burned from the light kiss Enoch had left on her hand. Alone that evening, she sighed thoughtfully. Why did the man who had always been so reserved suddenly smile so sincerely? Perhaps it was her surprise. Her heart wouldn't calm down, continuing to beat faster than usual, as if reminding her of that moment. Tareya needed to gather her thoughts and prepare for important matters in the capital. Time was running out, and she needed to focus on the upcoming duties that required her full attention. She had already sent her belongings to Yosin's mansion in the capital. If she left tomorrow, she would have a whole week to prepare for an important business briefing that was supposed to be a turning point in her life. Of course, she was a little upset that she wouldn't be able to have dinner with her father on her last day, as he was too busy with his own affairs. But it wasn't the end of the world. She understood that work requires sacrifice. However, Tareya knew they could make up for lost time when the summer festivals began. Then they absolutely had to see each other and spend time together, enjoying good company. Tareya was also eager to introduce Enoch to her father. She felt this moment was important, as she hoped her family would approve, and their relationship with him would grow stronger. When she heard her father's voice, her surprise knew no bounds. He arrived earlier than expected, and noticing her surprise, smiled and said he had simply been working hard. It was clear he had a lot of work to do. He couldn't ignore the growing workload of his business, which demanded ever more attention. However, Tareya knew he had to take care of his health, despite all external circumstances. Tareya was simply shocked to see the state he was in. His appearance left much to be desired, and she couldn't help but worry about his well-being. Her anxiety intensified. Something was wrong. However, her father reassured her that he was fine. He said the most important thing was that they had just overcome the unpleasant news. A new prince had appeared in the capital. Tareya couldn't hide her surprise and immediately asked what exactly he was talking about. It turned out that her father himself didn't know all the details, and the news was so unexpected that even he was in the dark. The most important detail was that the new prince had been brought by Duke Delov, which further complicated the situation. Tareya couldn't understand what exactly was happening in the capital and how it related to her family. At that moment, Tareya realized that the story she found herself in began with precisely such upheavals. The last time she met the protagonist, he was still too young for this. She didn't expect events to unfold so quickly. Tareya thought she'd meet a new prince in 4 or 5 years, but now she realized everything was happening much faster than she'd expected. All this meant that the incident that ended her life in the original story had already been close. But since Tareya had divorced Yosin, these events could not unfold according to the usual scenario. But despite the divorce, she couldn't rest easy. That old dear, as she called him, still wouldn't leave her alone. And this made her wary, because everything could change at any moment. Tareya's father didn't know what to do in this situation. Finding the missing prince could be an act of treason, and the consequences were unpredictable. He was concerned that the new developments surrounding the candidate for the throne could greatly impact the fate of Yosen and his daughter. After all, she was his wife, and all of this filled him with fear and anxiety. Tareya noticed how deeply her father was worried. He was devastated, and she realized this was serious. He didn't know how to handle the situation, and her anxiety grew. At this point, Tareya realized that the wave of change brought by Duke Dylov was powerful and destructive. To prevent Yosin from being harmed, she had to take matters into her own hands and act decisively. Tareya assured her father that nothing special would happen to him. She reminded him that she and the Duke were officially divorced, and her life no longer depended on his decisions and actions. She also admitted that she knew nothing about the new prince. Had she known, she might have been forced to remain silent, and she herself had once proposed a divorce, fearing exposure and the possible consequences. Whatever that man did now has no bearing on their lives. It's all over, and those events won't affect the future of Tareya and her family. She and her father have begun a new life. They would live peacefully, as before. The father had always hoped that their lives would return to normal, so he hugged his daughter tightly to support her. Tareya couldn't understand what her ex-husband, Duke Dylov, was really thinking. His intentions remained a mystery to her, and she didn't know how he would resolve it all. At this time, Tareya was at the Yosin mansion in the capital. She was busy preparing her things, deciding where exactly to move them. This required time and effort. She had a lot to do, but as soon as the necessary materials for the briefing arrived, all her work would be considered completed. Then there would be time to rest. Meanwhile, her friend Tardion was waiting for her around the corner. He was very happy to see his friend and couldn't hide his joy when he saw her again. Tareya was also glad to see him. She noticed that he didn't leave her side, watching her steps. It seemed he had no other purpose than to be by her side. They decided to communicate more freely, without formalities. Tartion began to joke that he was already getting too close to her. He was in a good mood. Tartion brought her a gift. Tea leaves. He excitedly described how he'd cared for them, but Tareya wasn't sure exactly how he'd cared for this gift. Tareya was touched when she saw the tea leaves. She didn't even notice her friend at first, so captivated was she by this small but pleasant gift. After a brief pause, she turned to him and thanked him for the gift. She was ready to make some tea and invited Tartion to share a cup. Tartion asked curiously if she had seen what was happening on the city's main street. He was probably referring to the posters and newspapers that were hung everywhere. A new wind of change blew from the streets, and the empire's future remained unclear. The tyranny of the young ruler created an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. There was a strange tension in the streets. It was connected not only to the political situation, but also to the excitement of the upcoming festival, which everyone was eagerly awaiting. Tareya noticed that the new prince resembled the emperor in his youth. He was his spitting image, and she believed this was a harbinger of a great future. She knew no one would dare question the legitimacy of his power. He was untouchable, and his rule was beyond doubt. Tartion was extremely surprised when he saw the portrait. His reaction was due to the fact that he hadn't expected such an image, one that could so profoundly impact his perception of what was happening around him. From that moment on, the imperial palace was divided into two sides. One supported the prince, the other opposed him. A real struggle for power and influence began within the palace, overshadowing everything else. Almost everyone supported not so much the prince himself as his advisor, a young and influential man who stood behind him. He possessed charisma and was able to resolve the most important issues at court level. The young general, who had waged numerous wars, achieved victories, and established himself as a strategist. His successes on the battlefield made him a figure of great hope and anticipation. Olen, the top minister of the Ministry of Defense, was also an important figure in the empire. He enjoyed enormous popular support and remained a favorite despite difficult personal circumstances. However, his divorce from his wife somewhat tarnished his image, but this did not affect his popularity. He remained a symbol of strength and resilience, respected and adored. Despite all the difficulties, Olen remained a man with a difficult past. He experienced emotional trauma and continued to struggle with personal experiences, though outwardly he remained strong and confident. People continued to love him despite his physical disabilities. He was admired for the resilience and fortitude he displayed despite his weaknesses. Tardion said that perhaps this was why not only the imperial palace but the entire capital seemed to be split in two. The divisions were becoming increasingly obvious, and the world around them was changing. Tareya noticed that this was only the beginning. Only escalating tensions lay ahead, and she knew things would soon get worse. The divisions and conflicts were only growing. The prince was likely currently in Duke Dilov's house, surrounded by his nanny. This place had become his refuge, far from the attention of the court and the political struggle. It was said that if the prince ever officially entered the imperial palace, it would cause a real storm. Everyone expected his appearance to have serious consequences for everyone. Tareya thought about the prince's nurse. She couldn't understand why, but it became clear to her that she wasn't the duke's lover or new wife. Instead, she remained simply a nursemaid. The plot truly proved convoluted and complex. The main mystery was that this woman hadn't yet died, despite her strange role and the increasingly unpredictable situation around her. Despite everything, she wasn't about to die meekly. Even in such a difficult situation, she continued to fight for her life, full of unexpected twists and turns and contradictions. Tardian said that for now it was much more important to focus on his friend's business briefing. This was necessary for the future, despite all the events unfolding around her. The lady assured me that preparations for the meeting were proceeding well. She said that after the meeting with the person she was supposed to meet, all preparations would be complete, and they could move on. Tartian was puzzled and didn't immediately understand what was being discussed. However, the lady showed him a letter that explained much and was connected to an important meeting. The letter said someone was desperate to meet her. He wrote that he understood how impolite it was, but he still asked her to at least consider his request for once. This man was eager to meet Madame at least once. He expressed a desire to become part of her life and become her paintbrush, which in this context meant a desire to be an important part of her creative world. The butler announced that he would escort the Countess to the studio, where she was to meet this man. This meeting was becoming increasingly important and was eagerly awaited. The letter turned out to be stuck behind the frame of a painting she'd bought. This small detail became part of a mystery she had to solve and figure out what was going on. His brushwork and brushstrokes changed when he realized Tareya was going to buy this particular painting. His work changed, as if he intuitively knew her choice. Nowadays, the most famous artists in the capital are those whose names no one knows. This has become a real trend. Someone who conceals their identity has won the hearts of viewers. Even if someone were to visit his workshop, it would be impossible to find. Its location remains a secret. There is no contact, and rumors about it are as vague as its existence. However, who would have thought that right next to the gallery that she so often visits, his workshop is hidden, literally on the edge of her everyday life? The man announced he had a guest. His voice was calm, but Tareya immediately realized he hadn't expected her visit and couldn't hide his slight nervousness. Doris, meeting her gaze, turned around and found himself so handsome that she was stunned. He was like a nymph hidden in the shadows of an ancient forest, mysterious and unattainable. The man realized it was best to leave them alone. There was no alarm in his words. Rather, it was a respect for her space, a desire not to intrude on her private moments. Tareya expressed her gratitude, and the boy was taken aback, completely unsure that she would accept his offer so easily. His face darkened, and he didn't know what to say in response. If he wanted to know if she had once been a duchess, she'd confirmed his suspicions. Tareya wasn't secretive. Her past was open, and she didn't try to hide that fact. She was the one he'd been writing letters to, and it became clear right away. The man didn't expect his suspicions to be true, and his face turned as red as a tomato with embarrassment. Terea decided against introducing herself. She suggested simply calling her by her first name, Terea, hoping it would make the conversation lighter and more casual. The man remarked that she was perfectly capable of calling him that. She then joked that she would be pleased if he would call her Countess instead of Madame, as it sounded more refined. Terea wasn't sure if he knew about her divorce, but he confirmed that he did. It gave the impression that their conversation wasn't their first meeting, that they'd known each other longer than they seemed. The man was so nervous that he accidentally ruined the atmosphere and the mood. But Terea didn't take offense, calmly saying she understood, and despite his anxiety, the situation wasn't that critical. The man thanked her for her understanding, and she remarked that she didn't like to beat around the bush. Terea preferred to get straight to the point, without unnecessary words or omissions. Until that moment, she hadn't read his letters, as he was sending them under a new pseudonym, hiding behind another name. His identity remained a mystery, as did his motives. He seemed certain she would buy his work. This feeling never left him, and Terea decided she had to take a step toward him to understand his true intentions. Doris was full of questions, and Terea, noticing his curiosity, decided that now was the time to ask him for help. There was no point in delaying, and she said so outright. Terea didn't come here out of curiosity or a desire to make new acquaintances. She was here out of necessity. She needed his new job, and she was hoping for his help, despite the complexity of the situation. She decided not to seek help through old connections, as she hoped that he himself would perceive her attention as something important and accept her request, although she understood that it was not so simple. Of course, she didn't forget that he would receive a decent reward for his work. The guy, however, was surprised by her request, asking if she really only wanted his work. Terea confirmed his words, saying that she truly only wanted the painting. However, she didn't expect him to give it to her for free, without asking for anything in return. He was ready to give her anything she asked for, and he couldn't understand why she was surprised. The lady couldn't understand what exactly was happening to him at that moment. Terea began to wonder if perhaps he'd simply intimidated the gallery manager with threats. He could have claimed that if he didn't comply with her request, he'd simply be kicked out. However, the guy began to say that he had no such goal, and that he had something valuable to offer, despite the strangeness of the situation. The lady could not understand why he was so generously willing to give away his works without any payment, especially considering their high value. Then Terea began to suspect that he might be planning to give her a finished painting or a hidden work. But the guy immediately refuted her suspicions. He claimed that there had been no thought of handing over the work, and he could not understand how he could simply give something so valuable to the Countess. The guy continued to insist that he was ready to provide her with whatever she desired. He admitted that she was the first to notice his talent and appreciate his work. He always treated her with respect, but she did not consider herself worthy of his respect, convinced that she was using him and his paintings as always. Terea was a calculating person who used everything she could, and perhaps she came to him to benefit from this situation as well. Doris said that despite everything that had happened, what she had done for him would not go unnoticed or disappear without a trace. This guy seemed strange to her. There was something mysterious in his behavior that made her not fully understand his motives. The first painting he put up for auction was to be his last work, his farewell to this world he had struggled to overcome for so long. His life was full of loneliness, in which he knew no family or relatives, and every day was a difficult test in an alien village, full of memories from childhood. When he was thinking about leaving the paintings that were his only hope, he was asked if he was Doris, and that's when everything changed. And so the Countess appeared, to whom he owed everything, because it was she who gave him a chance and salvation, as he thought at that moment. A studio full of warm sunlight, canvases and paints of the highest quality. All this gave him the feeling that his soul could finally find peace and tranquility. He could only think about how to pay for this gift, for his salvation, without understanding how all this would be possible. The lady understood him perfectly well, but said that he could perceive it as he wanted, but in her eyes it was all part of the deal. She insisted that he take payment, because in this world nothing is free, and every action has its price. The guy said that if she insisted, then he was ready to fulfill her request and not object, although it seemed strange to him, but he gave in. He seemed sincere and sweet when he mentioned the work he had created, as if to say that even this act was some kind of token of appreciation. Doris had no unfinished paintings, but at that moment, he could have created something right then and there. He was ready to paint something new at any moment, with no unfinished work. He noted that his work hadn't been auctioned recently. It was a period of relaxation when he wasn't painting, enjoying the time free of obligations and creativity. However, the guy clarified that he hadn't been resting. On the contrary, he'd spent the last few days exploring various painting styles, although if she hadn't recognized his painting, things would have been different. He planned to experiment with new painting styles and continue exhibiting his work until she noticed and recognized his style. This was his intention, and he was ready to see it through. Doris was determined. He was willing to try again and again because his goal was to achieve his goal despite all the difficulties. Tareya couldn't understand why all the men around her were acting so strangely. She was confused and surprised by the behavior of those around her. It seemed unusual and difficult to understand. She wondered if she needed to perform some kind of purification ritual. The fool asked what exactly she wanted to see, and she immediately became thoughtful. He offered to help her find the answer to this question. The lady said her wishes were simple. She wanted to see the sea. Doris told her to wait a little, and soon began creating something amazing. Doris began to paint. It wasn't just amazing, it was something more. His movements were so confident and calm that every stroke was perfect. His hand moved without hesitation, with complete confidence. These confident and precise movements were unlike the caution he had shown previously. They demonstrated true mastery. With each brushstroke, the painting became more and more alive. The act of painting itself was a spectacle. So incredible was his ability to transform the canvas into a work of art. Soon, Doris announced that the painting was ready. He proudly showed off the result of his work, and the lady was amazed. She looked at it with delight. The lady was absolutely delighted to see the purple turquoise water, which seemed alive, like a real sea. It was incredible. She could literally feel it moving. The water in the painting looked so natural, as if it were a real sea. You could see the reflections in it, as if she could step right into the image. But the terrace in the painting seemed familiar. Tareya felt she'd seen this place somewhere, and suddenly realized it was the terrace of the restaurant where she'd met Enoch and Tartyon. Thinking back, she realized this was the very restaurant where they had met. This place was connected to that moment in her life, and she couldn't be mistaken. The lady guessed that Doris had probably been to Yosin at some point. His painting seemed familiar with the place. It was as if he were transporting her memory there. But the boy immediately denied it. He grew up elsewhere and never left the capital after receiving the sponsorship. He hadn't been to Yosen, so it couldn't be true. The lady couldn't understand how he'd managed to depict this place. She was intrigued and couldn't find a logical explanation for what he'd drawn. It seemed impossible. Doris explained that he'd seen the place in his head. He hadn't been there physically, but he'd seen it in his mind, as if it were right there in front of him. It was more than just a memory. Some claim that such abilities are the ability to read the energy of nature. He could see these places in his imagination, conveying them through a painting. This was his unique gift. He was born with a great power that allowed him to perceive the world differently. This power gave him unusual abilities that manifested in his eyes and hands. Thanks to this power, Doris could see landscapes others couldn't and express them through art. He could convey the emotions others experience through his canvas and brush. He'd heard that in other parts of the world, this ability was called bloody eyes. It was the name given to people who possessed this unique power of perception. Bloodshot eyes is an expression that symbolizes the presence of great unique power. It wasn't just physical might, but rather a supreme power, accessible only to a select few. It was a rare power possessed by the deer and the protagonist. Tareya believed it was simply a fighting power, enhancing physical abilities and weapon handling, particularly with the ball. However, it turned out that this power was much more multifaceted, and perhaps Doris R. also had bloody eyes, which confirms the unusual abilities of these people. The protagonist was completely confused, his mind captivated by various images, and his hands continued to move, unaware of what he was drawing. Everything happened as if in a restless dream. His friend, who also possessed bloodshot eyes, became his mentor, guiding him in understanding these mysterious powers and how to control them. A friend explained the nature of the bloody eyes, their side effects, and ways to regulate their power, which allowed the protagonist to begin to understand his abilities and learn to control them. This knowledge helped the hero control his powers, but his mentor died early. a victim of the bloody eyes. This moment was very painful for the hero. Although the time spent with his friend was short, it left an indelible mark on the hero's life. The lady asked if his friend had truly died because of those eyes. Tareya asked for more information about these eyes, seeking to understand the nature of their influence on the lives of those who possess them. She wanted to learn more about their dark side. People with bloodshot eyes are divided into two categories: those who possess only a portion of the power, and those who wield its full potential. This distinction determines their destinies and the nature of their power. Despite differences in power, all those with blood-red eyes face punishment for overusing their abilities. This punishment is inevitable for everyone. Those who have only partial strength feel a great strain on the body, often suffer from headaches, and sometimes from other unpleasant symptoms such as toothache or menstrual pain. For those with full power, the consequences are far more dire. Their lives are always at risk because the power destroys their inner world. It's a risk they constantly live with. People whose powers manifested in childhood require special protection until they reach adulthood. Otherwise, their powers can damage their bodies if left unchecked. The lady realized that the protagonist's loss of consciousness could be due to the fact that his power had not yet been fully mastered and controlled, which leads to dangerous consequences. However, during their marriage, she hadn't noticed the deer, who also had bloodshot eyes, experiencing any such consequences. Everything was fine, and this worried Tareya. She couldn't understand why nothing bad happened to him. The question remained in her mind. Did the Duchess know the truth about the power he wielded? This became a pressing question for her. But despite this question, Tareya understood that she needed to focus on other matters right now. It was important for her to sort out the calculations and prepare for the business briefing. The time for the business briefing was approaching, and Tareya was completely absorbed in preparation. She was busy with lectures on social circles and other important matters. She also had to send out invitations, support her friend's technology development, and monitor progress in this area. Her tasks required maximum concentration. At the moment, she didn't care who the owner of the bloodshot eyes was. She felt a strange uneasiness, but she knew that after the briefing, she would have the opportunity to sort it out. When Tareya arrived at the gallery, the manager greeted her joyfully. He announced that he had moved all of the guests' belongings, preparing the space for her visit, which undoubtedly pleasantly surprised her. All the invited guests were in the hall, and all the additional seats the organizers had prepared were occupied. The atmosphere was intense, and the full gathering of guests left no doubt. Everything went simply wonderfully. The lady was in an excellent mood. This meant she enjoyed interacting with each guest, cheerfully and lively, not missing a single opportunity for conversation. As soon as the lights came on, everyone saw the lady herself standing before them, warmly greeting everyone present. She began speaking, greeting the ladies and gentlemen with a welcoming smile. Tareya Arneze de Yosin, the Count's daughter, introduced herself, emphasizing her great joy in welcoming everyone to this event. She wanted to thank everyone who came. She understood how valuable her guest time was and wouldn't waste it. This moment was important, but she tried to ensure everyone got through it quickly and to the point. So Ms. Tareya decided to get straight to the point without further ado. Her ex-husband, Adir, was also present in the room, which added a certain significance to the situation. Today's meeting was held in a specially prepared space, and every detail of it was meticulously planned. Tareya put a great deal of effort into it. The banquet hall was impressive, but many guests still didn't understand the significance of these interior changes. This wasn't just a reception hall, but something more, with special significance. Even in her previous life, when it came to coffee, there were so many brands that it would be hard to count them on one hand. And the new one she brought back was temporary. Brands and concepts changed rapidly, and new players were always emerging in the market, competing with each other. But ultimately, the competition became not just about coffee, but about the ideas themselves. Tareya started with a concept familiar to the outside world, a gallery-style cafe. It was something unusual and exciting, and she challenged everyone to see it from a new perspective. Her entrepreneurial streak manifested itself in something unnoticed in aristocratic society, yet important to her. It was a subtle move that could change the way she approached business. In her address, the young woman asked everyone present to bring at least one piece of art. It was an interesting and original request that immediately attracted attention. At first, everyone had doubts, and many couldn't understand why works of art were needed at a business event. It all seemed a bit odd and unconventional. Everyone wondered why these precious works of art were needed and how they would fit into the context of a business meeting. It seemed unnecessary for a business briefing. Tereya gratefully acknowledged that those who responded to her request had made a significant gesture. She was extremely fortunate to have the opportunity to enjoy such works. In aristocratic society, where power and status always play a key role, true values are often lost. Nevertheless, beauty and culture remained important marks of distinction. In this world, steeped in authoritarianism and the pursuit of wealth, the thirst for recognition and strengthening one's position reigned supreme. Status and wealth often determine success. People of high status sincerely believed that their accumulated reputation and wealth served as important proof of their social superiority. This became their primary value. In turn, people from less privileged backgrounds sought to demonstrate their equal material status. They wanted to be perceived as equally worthy and successful. The main character, Tereya, stood at the center of attention, tossing objects from her hands, attracting everyone's attention with her demeanor. Her actions were swift and mysterious. At one point, she approached and expressed a desire to know which piece of art was the rarest and most valuable here, as well as who owned it. Her interest was genuine, and she sought answers. Tereya was curious to see who among those present would be able to appreciate a true work of art. Today, she hoped, everyone gathered here would be able to choose the most significant piece from the many exhibits. She didn't seek fame or titles. Her main goal was to help people see a true work of art. For her, the most important thing is their ability to understand and appreciate its true value. Suddenly, to Tereya's applause, the servants began handing out small devices to each of the nobles. They were all a little confused, unsure what exactly they were being given. People looked at the objects in their hands with bewilderment, not understanding what they were or what they could be. Some thought it might be some kind of precious diamond. Tereya calmly explained that the principle of using these devices was very simple. Anyone who received them could easily understand what to do. She promised that everything would be clear. She explained that while walking around the banquet hall, when participants saw a work they considered the best, they would simply press a stone attached to a device. It was supposed to be easy and convenient. A rating will appear on the screen next to the work, and participants will be able to see how accurately they chose, testing their insight and ability to appreciate art. Tereya hoped all guests would be happy to participate in this experiment. She also showed them a small corner with a drama and Korean-style coffee to make the atmosphere even more cozy. If all goes according to plan, she proposed a real Korean-style survival show where participants would be immersed in a unique and dangerous atmosphere filled with both sweet and risky moments. The Korean survival game was successful because it was possible to actively participate in creating the outcome, or because of the desire to experience satisfaction. Sometimes I watch the success of someone I support. There are, of course, reasons why people value not only the possession of expensive things, but also the experiences they can convey. This reflects their taste and choice, which speaks volumes. Previously, Tereya shared her leisure time on social media, flaunting not only her financial well-being, but also the moments she considered important in her life. It seemed like a cult to her. However, these salons are dominated by an outdated, aristocratic culture, fraught with obstacles. These barriers prevent the innovation and renewal of established traditions that needed to be done. In such conditions, where the old cannot develop, the emergence of a new space for self-expression was simply necessary to create an atmosphere for fresh ideas and original approaches. In her work, the identity of the person who brought her in remains unknown. Only her merits and abilities matter, while titles and status remain unimportant, having no bearing on her true value. Unlike previous conditions, this one focuses on fair and honest performance evaluation criteria. This allows employees to see the real results of their efforts, not just their high status or last name. When the most worthy work is chosen, people will not only appreciate the creative talent of the participants, but also express their admiration for whoever was able to select this work. It will be recognized by many. This is the perfect place to fully express your desire to show off and showcase your accomplishments, using art and taste. It's the perfect place to showcase your style and preferences. The lady emphasized the importance of participants enjoying the process. Today, the person with the most votes will receive recognition and possibly a reward for their efforts. The artist she sponsors will present a new work inspired by the latest ideas and trends. This piece will be key to further demonstrating the artist's talent. If we're talking about Dory, his works are already recognized as the best in the empire. He achieved a high level of mastery and is today considered the most outstanding artist of his time. This type of business perfectly satisfies people's desire to express vanity and show off, as everyone has the opportunity to demonstrate their success and refined taste through investments and acquisitions. Tareya offers investors a unique work of art, accessible only to those who visit. It becomes exclusive, making it even more valuable for those who wish to emphasize their status. She also supports a sculptor named Kasten, who is creating a new sculpture. His works are distinguished by a rare style that attracts the attention of art connoisseurs and collectors. Another important item is the Marquis of Clétier's family heirloom, which the lady presented to Tareya as her close friend. It is a significant gift, symbolizing trust and respect. Tareya expresses her gratitude to young Mr. Klatcha. She hopes that he and everyone else will enjoy Yosin's special treat, as well as the works on display. Upon reflection, this alchemical device turned out to be quite unusual. Grades can be assigned not just for one work, but for several, adding interest and complexity to the entire process. Perhaps it would be better to grab a cup of aromatic mixed coffee and head over to check out the work. Tareya decides to enjoy the moment and also check out the other participants' creations. Everything is going according to plan, and Tareya feels that the guests are happy. She's confident they'll enjoy not only the exhibition, but also the experience of pressing a button on the device, which has become an integral part of the event. Lisa congratulated Tareya on her successful start, and when she turned around, she saw Raya and young Mr. Klatche approaching to express their gratitude for all she had done. Rumors have been circulating lately that Raya lost her treasured possession after being scammed. This rumor has sparked controversy, but Tareya hopes she can help her friend. Raya thanked Tareya for the opportunity to address such an important and numerous gathering of nobles. She felt proud of her friend, who found herself in the spotlight. However, Ms. Klatche said there was no need to thank her, as she was happy to help her friend. It was more important to her to see Tareya grow and develop than to receive recognition for it. Young Mr. Cladier was touched by her kindness. He couldn't help but notice how attentive and caring she was, and he thanked her for always being there and ready to support him. He also apologized for his brother's earlier rudeness. Tareya accepted the apology, understanding that anyone can make mistakes, and also emphasized the importance of their mutually respectful communication. Tareya was their savior, and her kindness couldn't help but impress them. They promised never to forget her kindness and always appreciate her help, as Mr. Klatche's sister said. The Klatche family trusted Tareya, confident that she could bring even the boldest ideas to life. She attracted loyal clients eager to purchase her work, which significantly expanded her business. The business briefing organized by the Countess was a true success. Everything went perfectly, and Tareya felt she had taken another step toward her goal of strengthening her position in society. However, her gaze abruptly stopped when she noticed Duke Enoch standing next to her. Tareya was slightly taken aback by his presence, as she hadn't expected him to appear in such a place. She whispered to the Duke that she had actually asked him not to call her that. She preferred a more casual address and hoped he would remember that. He seemed to have forgotten that she had instructed him to call her by her nickname in the letter. The Duke was a little embarrassed, but soon remembered and apologized, explaining that he was still not accustomed to this request. Tareya noticed that his embarrassment was rather endearing. She found it amusing, but she couldn't help but wonder how long he would remain so shy. Even if it's difficult, they must strive for progress and not rest on their laurels. Tareya understood that only step by step can significant results be achieved. Duke Enoch agreed with her words and promised not to be shy anymore. He decided it was time to stop worrying and act with confidence, lest he miss the opportunity. Tareya didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but he remarked that she seemed to like shy men. This remark made her reflect on her own preferences and reactions. He believed that it would be much more natural and better for Tareya if she started dating a man she really liked, rather than someone she might choose out of convenience. Now, hearing her words, he realized she could behave as usual and continue to rely on her independence. She didn't seem to need his constant supervision. He was a true master of manipulation, like a cunning fox. Meanwhile, the women around her were simply captivated by her art and the paintings she created with her own hands. Everyone began to notice that Lady Yosin and Duke Balig had become uncomfortably close lately, and it couldn't help but attract attention. Their relationship had clearly become more noticeable to everyone. This was known to many, especially to the young Mr. Toronto, who was her cousin. He was also a close friend of the Duke, which raised further questions among those around him. The more people learned about Lady Yosin, the more they were surprised by her personality. She wasn't what everyone thought, and many began to notice her unusual actions and behavior. Having become Doris's sole sponsor, she also entered into a closer relationship with the Duke, which only increased the rumors and questions surrounding her true intentions. Moreover, after assuming the position of successor, Lady Yosin decided to go into business, which surprised many. It was unclear why she hadn't started doing this earlier, when she was a duchess. Women noted that if ladies like Lady Yosin started their own business and it was successful, the success would be attributed to their husbands, while failure would be the wife's fault. In light of all this, many began to believe Lady Yosin had always had a hidden agenda. This was her own design, a carefully thought-out move that she kept secret from everyone. Incidentally, the chemistry between Tereya and Enoch was obvious. They were a wonderful couple, and many envied their relationship, noting how they supported each other and clearly complemented each other. Ms. Tereya stood before the assembled crowd and announced that the vote results would now be announced. Everyone present eagerly awaited the winner. She announced with a smile that the winner was the owner of the work with the most votes, and that person turned out to be Viscount Stavan, whose work was deemed the best. This was the very painting his great-grandfather considered so valuable that he begged him to preserve it at any cost. It was passed down from generation to generation, becoming a true family treasure. Many in the hall were hearing about the Viscount's family for the first time, and yet it was hard to believe his work had attracted so much attention. The painting, which was nearly 300 years old, impressed everyone. It was a true masterpiece. It not only captured the spirit of the times, but also conveyed both the beauty and the somberness of the ships ready to sail against the foggy sky. The painting immersed one in the atmosphere of the past. The painting's perfect condition was particularly striking. It had been preserved so well that its colors hadn't faded over the years. This was made possible by its lack of exposure to sunlight. Without a doubt, it was a winning piece. Everyone in attendance was amazed as Ms. Tereya demonstrated a high level of knowledge about such works of art. She also noted that in the future, she plans to continue to lead this important event aimed at developing the arts and supporting such initiatives. Tereya shared her plans for further collaborations with talented artists. These works, as is the case today, will be presented to the winners as awards, which delights art lovers. She also said that the gallery plans to host presentations of new products, which will be previewed and offered for sale. This will add a fresh twist to her business. The lady asked for attention to be paid to new endeavors and concluded her presentation by thanking everyone for their participation and interest in her project. The evening continued in a relaxed atmosphere. For those interested in learning more about her business and products, Tereya invited them to stay for the party, where the discussion and interaction with colleagues and partners would continue. This event was a novelty for many, and if Ms. Tereya continues to move in this direction, she will be ready to take her rightful place in the world of art and business. Everyone was stunned when Madame Clatier captured the attention of the assembled group. She left no one indifferent with her elegance and strength of character. Many knew that the Clatia family had provided important technical assistance in preparing this event, and this once again confirmed its status as a reliable partner in such endeavors. Ms. Tereya's friends and colleagues didn't forget to mention that her friend, Ms. Clatia, not only planned the event, but also furnished the venue. Her creative approach was truly admirable. Tereya was eager to showcase her talents to the fullest at these events. She was confident that her abilities would impress and leave a lasting impression on everyone in attendance. She desperately wanted everyone to notice how attractive her friend was, how radiant and admirable she was. Tereya believed her participation in this event would be a true success. Luckily for her, her expectations were met, and success was achieved. Ria was delighted with the result, and proud that her friend had received recognition and attention at the event. The man said he wanted to speak with the Countess because many people had a ton of questions. He suggested keeping a line so everyone would have enough time to talk and no one would be left behind. Tereya expected her business presentation to be a success, but she didn't expect it to generate such a stir. She couldn't hide her satisfied and confident smile, knowing everything was going according to plan. Despite their desire, Tartion and Raya were unable to approach Tereya due to the enormous crowd that had occupied the event. Their efforts were futile, as everyone was absorbed in the proceedings. However, thanks to Enoch's mystical influence, the crowd began to gradually part, allowing other participants in the meeting to gain attention. People seemed to sense that what was happening was something special. Tereya couldn't figure out where the Duke was. She began scanning the surroundings, trying to find him among the numerous guests. When she turned away, her ex-husband approached her, but he soon realized his mistake and corrected himself, mentioning that she was now a countess. It was a sign of respect for her new status, and he tried to behave correctly, despite their past. Though he was a duke, Terea hadn't expected to meet him here. He wasn't the duke she'd hoped to see, and his appearance was unexpected and unpleasant. Terea had no desire to engage in conversation with him. She felt they had no reason to communicate, and she had no interest in starting a dialogue. All she felt was a slight irritation. Despite this, she simply greeted him, keeping her emotions in check. At that moment, Syra approached him, remarking that she had been looking for him for a long time and was now glad to have finally found him. The atmosphere grew even more tense. Syra noted that they hadn't seen Madame in a while, and her words made Terea feel even more uneasy. She couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was spiraling out of control. Terea was disappointed that this pathetic man was around, especially since he had brought his mistress with him. She considered his actions not only insulting but also completely unreliable. Rumors soon began to spread that the Duke had arrived at the event accompanied by the new prince's nanny. This added even more attention to his person, and everyone began to discuss this unexpected visit. The mystery was how the woman had ended up at the party, as only those with an invitation were allowed in. At first, everyone thought she was simply the prince's subordinate, which explained her presence. It was a sweet taste of power that could have captivated any commoner. However, no one knew the true motives behind her involvement in this event. Sarah noticed that her voice was so quiet that no one could likely hear her. This led her to believe that everything that was happening was going unnoticed. However, as usual, her face retained that innocent mask that hid her true intentions so well. She knew how to project modesty and pity to avoid suspicion. Although Terea was momentarily a little taken aback by Sarah's unexpected appearance, she had no reason to be angry. Her inner calm was returning, and she tried to keep the situation under control. After all, they were the ones who had entered her territory, and they were the ones who started the fight. So Terea knew she had no choice but to take advantage of the situation. The lady, watching closely, realized it had taken her a while to grasp the girl's personality. Sarah's appearance had changed radically, and it left an impression. This time, her outfit was completely different, which surprised Terea. Sarah now looked as if she were proudly displaying her new role, which, of course, couldn't go unnoticed. Who would have thought she'd meet her husband's mistress at a business briefing? It was a real shock for Terea, especially in such an informal setting. Everyone present was stunned. No one could believe that this woman was truly the Duke's mistress. Terea herself could hardly believe what was happening, but that's not all. She was also the prince's nanny, a fact that left everyone completely perplexed. Those present didn't know what to say. Unable to believe their eyes, Sarah felt no shame. Her behavior was brazen, but despite this, she began to scream, insisting that everything was completely different from what everyone around her thought. Sarah insisted she wasn't his mistress. Terea was shocked by her boldness. She couldn't believe Sarah would so easily deny her relationship with the Duke. Sarah insisted that none of this was actually true. She explained that the divorce was already finalized, and despite the past, the relationship was long gone. Terea knew it had been like that before. They had truly loved each other once. But now, with the changes in their relationship, everything seemed completely different. Then she did not pay attention to it and went on. Looking back, she understands that it remained in her soul and makes her feel uncomfortable. She thought that this happened to everyone and that she should have put 2 spoons of sugar in her coffee. Unfortunately, it was late before going to bed. The thoughts that arose said that I should have said everything as it was then. In her case, her memories of Sarah are like this. For the first time, she thought about this person who would take this shit away from her, and she felt grateful. It will be better for her if they both find happiness. They will live as they want. She will be happy in her own way. However, Sarah appears when it is forgotten, and generally suddenly. She says that she loves her husband and they love each other. But our main character doesn't care about their love. She continues to intrude into her life. Terea can't stand it anymore. I should have pulled her by the hair and asked her why she kept showing up. She wanted to live in peace, but although she should have spoken to her more firmly, she simply let the issue slide because she didn't want to get involved. Because the deer could stand up for this girl, but he should get out of her life. It would be better if she swore every time they met, just like with the deer. Then she wouldn't have been so angry when she saw Sarah show up at her party arm in arm with her ex-husband.